Chapter 1444. However, to Lu Ming's surprise, although the Break Sage elixir was stopped for a moment, it was only for a moment. The Break Sage elixir pierced through the giant hand that Lu Ming had formed. Even the giant hand formed by the chaotic domain could not stop the Break Sage elixir. The level of my chaotic domain is still too low. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew that it was not because the chaotic domain was useless, but because the level of his chaotic domain was too low. It was only a level 1 domain, which was why it could not stop the Break Sage elixir. Subsequently, the others made their moves, but none of them managed to get the Break Sage elixir. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Bubbles and Dandan appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. The two of them were still burping, and their mouths were filled with medicinal fragrance. Another spiritual elixir? As soon as Dandan appeared, its eyes rolled around. Dandan, Bubbles, help me get the Break Sage elixir. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan and Bubbles. Chirp chirp. As soon as Lu Ming finished his words, Bubbles waved its pair of small claws outward. As the bubbles danced, space began to surge like waves. Dang. The Break Sage elixir was flying, but suddenly it seemed to have hit a hard wall, making a loud thud. Bubbles had done something to the space and froze it. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Bubbles was indeed a space-time spirit mouse. It could control time and space. Even in Yuan continent, where space was extremely stable, Bubbles could still control it. Bubbles waved its claws and controlled the space to form a space box, sealing the Break Sage elixir inside. As for Lu Ming, he dashed over. Stop him! Wang Xiao shouted, and a sword radiance slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and dispersed the sword radiance. The mountain river diagram appeared between his eyebrows. He wanted to keep the Break Sage elixir into the mountain river diagram. But at this moment, the saint breaking pill shone brightly. The light was like a sharp sword breaking through the frozen space formed by the bubble in one fell swoop. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it rushed to the side of the stone room. At the side of the stone room, there was a passage. The breakthrough sage pill rushed directly into the passage. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming used the wind element technique. With a flap of his black wings, he flew towards the tunnel like a bolt of lightning. Chase! Behind him, the others also chased after him. Dandan stopped them. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. Leave it to me. Dandan grinned. Whoosh. When Lu Ming rushed into the tunnel, Dandan opened its mouth and a light flashed. A shield condensed and blocked the entrance of the tunnel. The first to arrive was Shirtian. His fist landed on the shield with a loud bang, but the shield did not budge. Damn it! Shirtian roared. Then the others also arrived and launched their attacks. However, they could not break the tortoiseshell shield in a short time. During this period of time, Dandan had swallowed too many spiritual herbs, as well as a few half-saint herbs from before. Her injuries had long recovered, and she had even advanced. The tortoiseshell shield that he had condensed with all his strength would not be broken so easily. Damn it, the core is inside. Break the tortoiseshell. Let's attack together. Anxious voices sounded. Shirtian, Wang Xiao, and the others joined forces to attack. The tortoiseshell shield vibrated. It would not be long before it was broken by them. However, it was enough for Lu Ming to block it for a while. After Lu Ming rushed into the passage, he did not stop and chased after the breakthrough sage pill at an extremely fast speed. Chirp chirp, Bubble cried and suddenly flew out from Lu Ming's shoulder. It opened its mouth and a transparent bubble suddenly appeared, enveloping the breakthrough sage pill. The breakthrough sage pill shone and wanted to break through, but it could not break through for a while. This transparent bubble not only contained the space domain, but also the time domain. Bubble flew over and swallowed the transparent bubble. Its furry body flashed and it returned to Lu Ming's shoulder. Then, it opened its mouth obediently and the breakthrough sage pill flew out. Lu Ming grabbed the shung-breaking elixir in his hands. Lu Ming, I'll seal it, Dandan said. Then she waved her claws. Dense inscriptions appeared and wrapped around the saint-breaking elixir, forming a sealing formation. Not only could it prevent the saint-breaking elixir from flying around, but it could also prevent the loss of its medicinal efficacy. Breakthrough sage pill. Lu Ming revealed a smile. He took out a jade box and put the shung-breaking elixir into a storage ring. The breakthrough sage pill was priceless. For those who were stuck at the peak of the martial royal realm and could not break through, it was more precious than any holy weapon. Those people were willing to buy a breakthrough sage pill even if they had to sell their family's fortune. Of course, Lu Ming did not plan to sell it. It would be useful to keep it with him. After putting away the breakthrough sage pill, Lu Ming looked ahead. There seemed to be light in front of the passage. We should be close to the core of the great emperor's palace, Lu Ming thought and stepped forward. As for Dandan and Bubble, they returned to the mountain river diagram to continue digesting the medicinal efficacy. Soon they arrived at the entrance of the passage. But strangely, looking out from the entrance of the passage, it seemed to be a starry sky. And that light came from the starry sky. Is it really a starry sky outside the passage? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. After pondering for a while, he stepped out and walked out. The moment Lu Ming stepped out of the passage, he felt the space around him change. The next moment, he found himself in a starry sky. It was a real starry sky. There were stars all around him. He was floating in the starry sky. That is. The next moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes wide in shock. There were two huge creatures in the starry sky in front of him. One of them was a huge goshawk. This goshawk was too huge and majestic. It covered the sky and the sun as if it was bigger than the stars. A pair of huge eyes was looking at Lu Ming. It's alive. This huge goshawk was actually alive. Opposite the goshawk was a human figure. This human figure was also incomparably huge, like a giant that could support the heavens and earth. However, this figure's appearance could not be seen clearly. It was shrouded in a layer of black light. It was distorted in the starry sky and looked extremely evil. This huge figure seemed to be sizing up Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming discovered that both the goshawk and the gigantic human figure seemed to be injured and severely injured. One of the goshawk's wings was missing. There were many wounds all over its body. Some of the wounds were even bleeding. The huge eyes were bright, but seemed a little lifeless. It was a very strange feeling. As for the huge figure, it was not much better. It was missing a leg and there were claw marks on its body. There was even a big hole in its chest. Ha ha ha, Emperor Tsang. It seems that you have lost in the end. You have fought against me for 60,000 years. In the end, I am still slightly better. You will be buried here. At this moment, the huge figure laughed. Chapter 1445. Lu Ming's mind was also buzzing. Lu Ming was dumbstruck and in disbelief. Sangdi? That figure was called Sangdi. Could it be that the giant eagle in front was Sangdi? Legend had it that Sangdi's original form was a goshawk. Sangdi was not dead. At this moment, Lu Ming was shocked beyond words. Sangdi had disappeared for 60,000 years and was still alive. Now Lu Ming saw it with his own eyes. In that case, the giant figure was obviously a great emperor as well. Soul Extinguisher Shakyamuni. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. A voice came out of the goshawk's mouth. Ha ha ha, you want to drag me down with you? Dream on. So many people have entered this secret realm. And they're all competing and killing each other. How many vengeful spirits, baleful chi, and soul chi have been produced? I've already recovered a little after absorbing all that soul chi. Even if it's just a little, it's enough to suppress you. In addition, there are some young geniuses who are about to reach here. As long as I devour their flesh and blood, I'll be able to recover a little more. Azure Sovereign, that will be the day you die. Sangdi, 60,000 years ago, I have already prepared a tomb for you. Even if you resist stubbornly and resist me for 60,000 years, what's the use? The result has already been decided. Even the heavens are on my side. The giant figure laughed. At this moment, countless thoughts appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Through the conversation between Sangdi and the giant figure, Lu Ming's doubts were resolved. According to the outside world, Sangdi suddenly disappeared 60,000 years ago, and there was no news of him since then. Now it seemed that Sangdi had encountered a strong enemy and fought with him. In the end, he had resisted for 60,000 years, and had yet to appear. As for Sangdi's subordinates, Lu Ming had found many skeletons. Most of them were killed by a strong enemy. This enemy was also a great emperor. He was incomparably strong and fought a shocking battle with Song Di. In the end, both sides were injured. But what shocked Lu Ming was that Song Di and the giant figure were both injured, but they were still fighting. This fight had lasted for 60,000 years. The ability of a great emperor was really unbelievable. But now, the intrusion of Lu Ming and the others seemed to have broken the deadlock. Previously, Lu Ming suddenly raised his eyebrows. Previously, in the stone room where he had obtained the black feather wings, there had been an eagle that had appeared and stopped him from advancing. That eagle should have been formed by the Azure Emperor. The black silhouette that was fighting with the Firmament Emperor should be the giant silhouette in front of him, the Soul Extinguisher King. Song Di didn't want Lu Ming and the others to continue, but the soul-destroying Shakyamuni wanted Lu Ming and the others to continue, because he wanted to refine Lu Ming's flesh and blood. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. At this time, the huge shadow looked at Lu Ming and said in a loud voice, "Why are you alone? All right, I'll refine you first and wait for the others." Finished speaking, an incomparably huge hand grabbed towards Lu Ming. Run. Lu Ming turned around and ran without hesitation. However, that huge hand covered the sky and the sun. It was too huge. Moreover, the aura that it exuded was extremely terrifying. In an instant, Lu Ming felt as though his body was about to explode. The chaotic domain covered his body and vibrated nonstop. Dragon roars could be heard from Lu Ming's body, and there seemed to be 9 dragons emerging from his body. Chaotic domain, it's actually the chaotic domain. The Soul Extinguisher King's voice was filled with shock. Chaotic domain, such a genius should be killed. The Soul Extinguisher King's voice was filled with killing intent. Don't even think about it. With a long roar, a huge wing swept out. As if it was going to split the starry sky. It struck the huge hand and shattered it. Song Di, you're courting death. The Soul Extinguisher King's body shone brightly and charged towards the Song Di like a deity. The Song Di let out a long roar and engaged in a fierce battle with the Soul Extinguisher King. The scene of the two fighting in the starry sky was too horrifying. The stars were destroyed and the starry sky was shattered. Both Song Di and the Soul Extinguisher King were still far away from Lu Ming. However, the aura of the battle made it hard for Lu Ming to breathe. It was extremely stifling. Great Emperor, this is a great emperor. He's too strong. An emperor is like an ant in front of him. No, even a sage is an ant. Lu Ming muttered to himself and retreated rapidly. There was no door in the starry sky and there was no way out. He couldn't see the passageway that he came from. Lu Ming could only retreat and try his best to stay away from the two great emperors. Little brat, since you're here, your fate is sealed. You'll become my nourishment. The Soul Extinguisher King's voice was heard, and a black ray of light shot across the starry sky towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to be frozen and couldn't move at all. Chirp chirp. At this moment, the bubbles appeared. It chirped and waved its claws rapidly. There was a cracking sound in the space around Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt his body relax and he could move again. The black wings flapped. At the same time, the energy of the wind-calming bead in his glabella gushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming retreated frantically. Even if he was facing a great emperor, Lu Ming wouldn't wait for death. Even if the chances of survival were slim, he would fight for it. One of the top 10, the space-time spirit rat, is still alive. All the more you should be killed. The Soul Extinguisher King's killing intent was extremely strong. Don't even think about it. Emperor Tsong roared and spat out a ray of light that blocked the ray of light that the Soul Extinguisher King shot at Lu Ming. Emperor Tsong, you can't stop me. Even if I don't kill you today, I'll kill the kid who comprehended the chaotic domain and the space-time spirit rat. The Soul Extinguisher King's voice was filled with endless killing intent. At this moment, at least a dozen rays of black light shot towards Lu Ming. So many? Lu Ming's pupils shrank rapidly. Although Emperor Tsong and the Soul Extinguisher King were severely injured and had been fighting each other for 60,000 years, they were still terrifying existences to Lu Ming and could easily kill him. Emperor Tsong roared and flapped his wings. A dozen feathers flew out and blocked the rays of black light like a dozen divine swords. But in the end, the Soul Extinguisher King was stronger. A ray of black light dodged Emperor Tsong's attack and shot towards Lu Ming. Chirp chirp. bubbles screamed and spat out a transparent bubble that suddenly appeared in front of him. It shrouded the black light and hoped that it could block it. But when the black light flew past, the transparent bubble shattered. Although Bubbles was a space-time spirit rat and could control space-time, its cultivation was too far away from the opponent, and it was useless. The black light continued to shoot towards Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming felt as if the blood in his body had frozen. He couldn't move his body. Am I going to die here? A thought appeared in Lu Ming's mind. The great emperor was too strong. He was the top expert in the world and Lu Ming didn't stand a chance against such an expert. Chapter 1446. The black light was about to hit Lu Ming's glabella. Wang. At this moment, Lu Ming's glabella lit up and the lightning cauldron rushed out. The lightning cauldron expanded to 10,000 feet in size and blocked in front of Lu Ming. Dong. The black light hit the lightning cauldron and the cauldron shook violently. Lightning flashed in the sky and destroyed the black light. Holy battle weapon. The soul destroyer Shakyamuni roared. Great, a lightning attributed holy battle weapon is the perfect counter for you. Looks like the heavens are not looking after you. A lightning attributed holy battle weapon is enough to deal with you. Emperor Tsang exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, Emperor Tsang's voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. Kid, lend me your holy battle weapon. Alright. Lu Ming did not hesitate. With a thought, the lightning cauldron flew forward. The Azure Emperor flapped his wings, causing the lightning cauldron to rapidly fly towards him. Not only that, the lightning cauldron rapidly expanded until it was about the same size as the Azure Emperor. Boundless lightning crackled around it, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura. Is this the true power of the lightning cauldron? Lu Ming's eyes widened. He now knew that the lightning cauldron was a holy battle weapon. In the past, Lu Ming could only unleash a tiny bit of its power. With Lu Ming's cultivation, he could not unleash much of the lightning cauldron's power. But now that the lightning cauldron was in Emperor Tsang's hands, it was completely different. The huge lightning cauldron pressed down on the soul destroyer Shakyamuni. Countless lightning bolts as thick as mountains bombarded the soul destroyer Shakyamuni. The soul destroyer Shakyamuni roared. The black light on his body twisted, and there was even a sizzling sound as black smoke rose. His cultivation technique was perfectly countered by lightning. However, with his cultivation, if he was at his peak, the lightning cauldron would not be a threat to him. But now he was extremely weak. The lightning cauldron was a huge threat to him. Moreover, it was under Emperor Tsang's control. Boom. Boom. The lightning cauldron pressed down slowly. Infinite lightning cauldrons drown the soul extinguisher Shakyamuni completely. Sungdi, you can't kill me. You can't kill me with just a supreme saint weapon. The soul destroyer Shakyamuni roared. I just need to suppress you temporarily. Sungdi's voice rang out. Then a voice echoed in Lu Ming's ears. Kid, I can't return this lightning cauldron to you for the time being. However, as compensation, I'll give you my storage ring. Whoosh. A ray of light flashed, shattering the void and appearing in front of Lu Ming in an instant. This was a storage ring, the Azure Emperor's storage ring. Lu Ming's heart began to race. He grabbed the storage ring. Kid, I'm going to bring the soul-destroying Discipline Emperor away from here. I'll use the force of the rift to suppress him. You guys should leave at once. The Tsang Emperor's voice rang out again. After that, Lu Ming felt a powerful force tugging at him, and Lu Ming disappeared from this space. The next moment, Lu Ming appeared in the void. I'm out. Lu Ming looked ahead and saw a huge eagle. That was the Azure Emperor's chamber. He had exited from it. At this moment, the space around Lu Ming rippled and several figures appeared in the air. Those who entered the Azure Emperor's chamber were all teleported out, including Shirtian, Wang Xiao, and the others. Damn it, what's going on? Wang Xiao roared. They were blocked by Danden's tortoiseshell shield. They attacked with all their might and were about to shatter it, but at this moment, they were inexplicably teleported out. It was the same for the others. Some of them were about to obtain a treasure, but were suddenly teleported out. They were extremely angry and unwilling. Gee. At this moment, the Azure Emperor's chamber let out a long cry. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, it flapped its wings and flew into the depths of the sky. Rumble. In the depths of the sky, the space cracked open and the Azure Emperor's chamber flew into it and disappeared. What's going on? Why did the Azure Emperor's chamber suddenly fly away? No, it's my treasure. The scene was noisy. Some people roared and some were shocked. Lu Ming, is it because of you? Suddenly, a voice resounded, making many people quiet down. They couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Wang Xiao. Lu Ming looked at Wang Xiao coldly. The person who roared just now was Wang Xiao. Lu Ming, you used despicable means to stop us. You were the only one who entered the core of the Azure Emperor's chamber. Not long after you entered, we were teleported out and the Azure Emperor's chamber flew away automatically. It must be because of you. Wang Xiao said coldly. What? Only Lu Ming entered the core of the Azure Emperor's chamber? He actually entered the core of the Azure Emperor's chamber? Many people looked at Lu Ming. They were surprised and deep in thought. That's right, Lu Ming. Did you obtain the Azure Emperor's inheritance, and that's why the Azure Emperor's chamber flew away? Shi Tian stepped out and said coldly. His body was emitting a sacred light. Most of the people's eyes lit up when they heard this. They stared at Lu Ming with fervent gazes. The Azure Emperor's inheritance. When they thought of these 4 words, everyone's hearts burned with passion. I didn't obtain the Azure Emperor's inheritance. Lu Ming explained. Haha, who would believe that? Lu Ming, you must have obtained the Azure Emperor's inheritance. Now hand it over. It's impossible for you to take it for yourself. Wang Xiao said. That's right, the Azure Emperor's inheritance is not something you can take for yourself. Shi Tian said. Yes, hand over the inheritance. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. It's best to search his storage ring and his soul. Everything will be clear so that he doesn't hide anything. Yes. The rest of the people shouted as well, staring coldly at Lu Ming. They slowly formed a circle, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. What are you doing? Do you think there's no one in the Dragon God Valley? Senior and junior brothers help Lu Ming. Qiu Yingying shouted from the crowd. Yes, senior brothers. Let's help Lu Ming break out of the encirclement. Ruan Tian chimed in. Hee, what a joke. This is Lu Ming's personal feud with the other sections. Disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley, listen up. No one can help Lu Ming. Otherwise, if you offend the other sects because of your personal feud, and cause the Divine Dragon Valley to become enemies with the other sects, you will bear the consequences. Yin Feng shouted. His voice could be heard from afar. When he found out that Lu Ming had entered the Azure Emperor's core, he was extremely jealous and wished that Lu Ming would die. That's right. Disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley, don't move. He said, and his powerful aura locked onto Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, Ruan Tian and the others. You're despicable. The elders have already said that we should work together. Qiu Yingying shouted. Shut up. Chapter 1447. Yingying, you don't have to say anything. These clowns can't do anything to me. Lu Ming's voice could be heard. Arrogant brat. Hand over Emperor Tsong's inheritance or you'll die a horrible death. Hurry up. The surrounding youths stared greedily at Lu Ming. I've already said that I didn't get Emperor Tsong's inheritance. Also, let me remind you, if you want to attack me, you'd better be prepared to be killed. Lu Ming said with a cold murderous intent in his eyes. Ridiculous, we have so many people, let's see who you can kill. Wang Xiao sneered and stepped out. A battle sword floated above his head, emitting a terrifying aura. It was a sacred weapon. On the other side, Shi Tian stepped out with a sacred weapon above his head. Mo Jie did the same, and appeared in another direction. In addition to the 3 of them, there were 3 other people who were leaders. They took out their sacred weapons and surrounded Lu Ming. 3 breaths, Lu Ming, I'll give you 3 breaths. If you don't hand over the Emperor's inheritance, you'll stay here forever. Wang Xiao said coldly. 1. Then, Shi Tian started counting. The other youths looked coldly at Lu Ming, their murderous intent filling the air. They were ready to attack at any time. 2. Shi Tian said again. Swoosh. At this moment, a pair of black wings appeared behind Lu Ming's back. With a flap, Lu Ming's figure soared into the sky. He's trying to escape. Don't even think about it. Wang Xiao, Shi Tian, and the other leaders reacted the fastest and chased after Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming suddenly stopped in mid-air. Then he changed his direction, passing by Shi Tian and the other 5 and dashing downward. Who said I'm trying to escape? Since you want to kill me, then I'll kill you. Lu Ming shouted and rushed into the crowd below. The black wings were like 2 heavenly blades that slashed across. Immediately, more than a dozen youths were cut in half. More than a dozen youths were killed in one move. Attack, attack together and kill him, someone shouted. Suddenly, countless attacks were launched at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's primal chaos domain spread out. The black feather wings enveloped the primal chaos domain, and its power was even more terrifying. With a sweep, some of the attacks were destroyed. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed into the crowd as if there was no one around. With a sweep of his black feather wings, another dozen people were killed. Whoosh! 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 Then, the black feathers on the black wings flew out like divine swords, piercing in all directions. Puff puff puff, one by one. The youths had their glabella or dantian pierced through. Ah no! Miserable shrieks rang out. In an instant, over 100 people had died at Lu Ming's hands. The smell of blood filled the air. Lu Ming, you evil demon! You willfully slaughtered the innocent. Today, I must eliminate you! Roared Shi Tian. His eyes had turned red. Half of the people Lu Ming had killed were disciples of the heavenly divinity sect. Evil demon? Killing the innocent? What a joke! You were the one who attacked first and wanted to kill me. I've already said that if you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed. Do you really think that I can't fight back when you want to kill me? Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. He flapped his black feather wings, avoiding Shi Tian and the other leaders as he attacked the others. The other youths, even geniuses with innate spirit bodies, were no match for Lu Ming. One by one, the youths screamed miserably as they were killed by Lu Ming. Their attacks couldn't cause any harm to Lu Ming. The ground was covered with corpses. Soon, hundreds of people had died at the hands of Lu Ming. Outside the crowd, Yin Feng and the others gasped. This guy is getting more and more terrifying. I must find a chance to kill him. Yin Feng thought. Back off, all of you back off. Shi Tian roared. Those youths frantically fled in all directions, as far as possible from Lu Ming. Shi Tian and the other 5 pursued Lu Ming with all their might. Swoosh! Lu Ming's figure suddenly stopped. Shi Tian and the other 5 once again surrounded Lu Ming. This time, they focused their energy and locked onto Lu Ming, fearing that Lu Ming would escape. Lu Ming, an evil demon like you can't stay in this world. Shi Tian roared. Quickly hand over Emperor Tsang's inheritance, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Wang Xiao said coldly. Haha. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Bam! Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards Wang Xiao. Let's attack together. Wang Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. He really didn't dare to face Lu Ming alone. Attack! Boom! 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 Shi Tian and the rest activated their sacred weapons. The power of the sacred weapons erupted, and they were about to attack Lu Ming. Chirp chirp! At this moment, the bubbles on Lu Ming's shoulders buzzed. Suddenly, 6 transparent bubbles appeared in the surroundings, enveloping Shi Tian and the other 5 people. Kill! Lu Ming roared and charged towards Wang Xiao. Space-time domain. Wang Xiao roared as his mind trembled. At the same time, he pushed his saint weapon with all his might. Whoosh! A shocking sword chi slashed out violently. The transparent bubble trembled and was split open by the sword chi. The might of a sacred artifact was incomparably strong. The bubble would not be able to trap the 6 of them for long. The others also manipulated their sacred weapons to break the transparent bubble. But this moment was enough for Lu Ming. 9 seals of the Divine Gate seal. Lu Ming shouted. 5 sealing portals suddenly appeared around Wang Xiao, emitting boundless multicolored light as they sealed Wang Xiao. As Lu Ming broke through to the martial monarch realm, Lu Ming had also achieved a breakthrough in the 9 seals of the Divine Gate, allowing him to cultivate 5 sealing portals. The 9 seals of the Divine Gate was a secret technique used by martial monarchs. It was extremely powerful. The 5 sealing portals sealed Wang Xiao in an instant. Kill! Lu Ming appeared in front of Wang Xiao and punched him. Boom! The power of the punch made Wang Xiao tremble in fear. Buzz. However, right at that moment, a suit of armor appeared on Wang Xiao's body and enveloped him completely. Dong. Lu Ming's punch landed on the armor. The armor vibrated and Wang Xiao was sent flying dozens of miles away. He crashed into a huge mountain and spat out a mouthful of blood. A sacred artifact armor. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This sacred artifact armor was most likely worn by Wang Xiao before he came in. Lu Ming sighed. These people are really rich. They even have a sacred artifact armor. Whoosh. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he charged toward Wang Xiao. Catch him. Stop him. Shirtian and the others shouted as they charged toward Lu Ming. However, they were slower than Lu Ming. As soon as they moved, Lu Ming appeared in front of Wang Xiao. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in your turtle shell, Lu Ming said coldly as he stomped down. Boom. Chapter 1448. Kill. At this moment, Shirtian arrived. Get lost. Lu Ming grabbed one of Wang Xiao's legs and used Wang Xiao as a big hammer, swinging it toward Shirtian. Boom. Shirtian was sent flying by Wang Xiao. Lu Ming, I'll kill you. Wang Xiao roared as blood spurted from his mouth. Although he was protected by a sacred artifact armor, the continuous attacks still caused energy to seep in, causing him to be seriously injured. Nonsense. Lu Ming grabbed one of Wang Xiao's legs and swung it again, smashing it heavily on the mountain peak. Dong. The mountain peak trembled as gravel flew everywhere. A large crater was formed on the mountain peak. Wang Xiao wailed as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Just now, Wang Xiao and Shirtian were the most arrogant. Lu Ming simply stared at one of them and ruthlessly tortured him, until he was afraid. Boom. 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 Following that, Lu Ming swung Wang Xiao and smashed him crazily on the mountain peak. The mountain peak trembled as gravel flew everywhere. A large piece of the huge mountain peak was forcefully shattered. When Shirtian, Emojia, and the rest were about to attack, Lu Ming swung Wang Xiao and smashed them. Wang Xiao was now covered by the armor, and was like a sledgehammer. It was very convenient to use. In the distance, the others were dumbfounded. Wang Xiao was the leader of the Nine Heaven Sword sect in this great emperor's mystic realm. But now he was in such a miserable state. He could not resist Lu Ming, and was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. As for Wang Xiao himself, he even had thoughts of dying. He had lost all his face. Rumble. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Heaven and earth shook violently. Moreover, the shaking became more and more intense. It was as if the entire world was shaking violently. Boom. Boom. Following that, the ground cracked open and lava rushed out 1,000 feet high. Not good, this mystic realm is about to collapse. Figures rushed into the sky one after another. Someone roared. Maybe it's caused by Emperor Tsang flying away. What should we do? If the mystic realm collapses, we will all die here. There was an uproar at the scene. Someone screamed in horror. Fly up. When we first entered this arcane pocket realm, it looked like a bubble. There must be an end to it. Fly up and get out of here. Yes, up. Whoosh. Whoosh. Streaks of light flew into the depths of the sky. Kacha. In the sky, space suddenly split open, revealing a pitch-black spatial crack. Several youths screamed miserably as they were swallowed by the spatial crack. If they were in the godly ruins, Huangqi cultivators wouldn't have any problems entering the dark space. However, it was different here. The space was stable, but at the same time, the cracks in the dark space were even more powerful. If Huangqi cultivators entered the dark space, they would die. The space is about to crack. Be careful of the space cracks. Someone shouted. One figure after another flew towards the sky at an extremely fast speed. Shirtian, Emojia, and the rest had ugly expressions on their faces. They couldn't be bothered to deal with Lu Ming as they flew up into the sky, fleeing for their lives. Get lost. Lu Ming threw Wang Xiao into a crack in the ground, and threw him into the lava. Then he flapped his black wings and soared into the sky. In a few breaths, Lu Ming appeared beside Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao, and Ruan Tian. I'll take you with me, Lu Ming said. The chaotic domain enveloped Qiu Yingying and the rest. Then he flapped his black wings and soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Rumble. The ground shook more and more violently. Below them, the ground cracked open and lava raged. It was like the end of the world. In the sky, streaks of light flew up into the sky one after another. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they finally saw a light screen. "We're here." Someone rushed into the light screen. The light screen trembled and disappeared. "It really works." Everyone was overjoyed and rushed into the light screen. Lu Ming saw Emojie, He Shirtian, and the others rushing into the light screen one by one. Then the others did the same. "Ying, you guys go out first," Lu Ming said. "Lu Ming, what are you doing?" Qiao Ying asked. "Killing someone," Lu Ming said coldly. Then he waved his hand and sent Qiao Ying and the others into the light screen and disappeared. Then Lu Ming looked down diagonally. Over there was a sword light that was flying upwards at an extremely fast speed. It was Wang Xiao. He was beaten half to death by Lu Ming and thrown into the lava by Lu Ming. If it weren't for the Saint artifact armor, he would have been burned alive. It took him a lot of effort to rush out and escape into the sky. But now he was at the back. Lu Ming flapped his black wings and used the wind origin technique. His body turned into a black light and flew down. Quick, quick, quick. Wang Xiao flew with all his strength. The secret realm was collapsing more and more. If he was late, he wouldn't be able to escape. At the same time, he kept roaring in his heart. In his mind, he was planning how to get revenge on Lu Ming after he got out. Suddenly, he saw a black light flash and pounce at him at extreme speed. "Lu Ming, what are you doing?" Wang Xiao roared. "I'm here to kill you," Lu Ming sneered. He looked down and used the 9 dragons' heaven stomp. The power of the 9 steps merged into one, and turned into a huge footprint that stomped toward Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao roared and slashed out. The sword light slashed at Lu Ming's footprint. The footprint was broken, but his body was blasted down. Whoosh! Lu Ming chased after Wang Xiao again. "Lu Ming, you're crazy. Do you want to die?" Wang Xiao roared in horror. He had the Saint artifact armor that could block Lu Ming's attack. But if he couldn't get out before the secret realm collapsed, even the Saint artifact armor couldn't save his life. "Kill!" Lu Ming swooped down and slashed out with the black feather wings like a blade. The Saint artifact armor appeared on Wang Xiao's body. He held the combat sword and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! The combat sword slashed at the black feather wings. Sparks flew everywhere. Lu Ming's body was slightly obstructed, but Wang Xiao's body was like a cannonball, plunging downward. Rumble! At this time, heaven and earth shook even more violently. More and more space cracks appeared in the sky. The ground below was completely covered by magma. This secret realm would completely collapse at any time. But Lu Ming didn't have any intention of stopping. He continued to rush toward Wang Xiao. "Madman, you're a madman. Stop it, stop it." Wang Xiao roared hysterically. At this time, he was really scared. Lu Ming was a madman. In order to kill him, he didn't even care about his own life. If this went on, both he and Lu Ming would die here. It would be best if Lu Ming died. But he didn't want to die. Now he regretted. He regretted provoking Lu Ming, a madman. People have to pay the price for their actions. Chapter 1449. Wang Xiao went crazy. He wanted to dash into the sky, but Lu Ming's black wings slashed down, completely blocking his path. He could only try his best to resist as he fell again. Dong! Dong! Lu Ming swooped down and attacked Wang Xiao. The two of them were getting further and further away from the sky and closer to the ground. Boom! Crack! The ground exploded and lava filled the sky. Scorching aura kept surging. More and more spatial cracks appeared in the sky, covering the sky like a spider web. Bam! Some of the spatial cracks shattered like glass. The sky was falling. This mystic realm was about to be destroyed. At this moment, the others had already rushed out. Only Wang Xiao and Lu Ming were left in this mystic realm. "Arg!" Wang Xiao roared, his voice filled with despair. Now, even if he wanted to rush out, it would be very difficult. "Lu Ming, since you're going to die, let's die together." Wang Xiao roared and attacked Lu Ming. Clang! His divine weapon slashed at Lu Ming's black wings. His body trembled, and he was sent flying backward by the power of the chaotic domain above. "Who wants to die with you?" Lu Ming spoke coldly. He spread his black wings and soared into the sky, flying thousands of miles high in the blink of an eye. However, there were spatial cracks in front of him. There was no way out. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, Bubble chirped and emitted a milky white light. It waved its claws and a spatial tunnel appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped in and disappeared. No, no, take me with you. Wang Xiao broke down when he saw this. He flew toward the spatial tunnel frantically. However, the spatial tunnel disappeared in the next moment. Only Wang Xiao was left yelling. Lu Ming appeared in the sky thousands of miles above. However, Bubble did the same thing again, and opened another spatial tunnel. In Yuan continent, Bubble could not open a spatial tunnel for too long with its cultivation base. It could only open thousands of miles each time, but it was enough. After a few times, Lu Ming saw the light screen again and rushed in. Outside the tomb, where Lu Ming and the others entered, there was a Saint Realm expert from each of the 13 sects waiting quietly with some deacons. The tomb was also floating quietly in the air. Suddenly, there was a violent roar in the void behind the tomb. Caw. Soon after, they heard the long cry of an eagle. That space began to tremble unstably. Some places even began to crack. What's that? A goshawk. Someone shouted. They saw an enormous goshawk soaring into the sky in that space, breaking through the void as it soared into the sky. That's not a real goshawk. It's a fortress. Could it be Emperor Tsong's palace? Emperor Tsong's palace? Emperor Tsong is not dead? Voices sounded one after another. The 13 Saint Realm experts' eyes were incredulous. If the Tsong Emperor didn't die and returned, the Tsong state would probably change. However, the giant goshawk did not break through the sky. Instead, it shattered the void and was faintly discernible. Soon, it completely disappeared into the depths of the void. What happened in Emperor Tsong's secret realm? They were full of doubts, but they could only wait quietly. Click. Not long after, the tombstones of the great necropolis suddenly opened, from which several figures rushed out. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the light screen, his surroundings changed. Lu Ming found that there was a platform in front of him, and many people were standing there, looking in his direction. Lu Ming. Brother Lu. On the platform, Qiu Yingying, Qiu Hao Ruantian, and the others looked over and were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming. Obviously, they were not at ease and were waiting here. Lu Ming flew over and nodded to them. Boom. Boom. There was a series of roars in the secret realm. Looking at the secret realm from here, one could see a huge ball with mountains and lakes inside. But at this time, the mountains and lakes had exploded and the whole ball was full of cracks. In the end, the entire sphere exploded. That region was filled with chaos. A secret realm exploded and returned to chaos, disappearing into the endless void. Wang Xiao did not rush out. He was definitely not alive. Let's go, Lu Ming said. They randomly chose a passage and went back the way they came. Not long after, they returned to the inner part of the tomb and found that the door of the tomb was already open. They rushed out one after another. As soon as they rushed out of the light screen, they saw people moving in the air. As long as they were not dead, most of them had come out. The people present took the initiative to divide into 13 areas. Lu Ming and the others flew towards Dragon God Valley's area. What happened in Emperor Tsong's secret realm? Why did it collapse? An old voice rang out. A Saint Plain cultivator couldn't help but ask. Many people looked at each other. They did not know why Emperor Tsong's secret realm collapsed. Among us, one of us definitely knows that Lu Ming from the Divine Dragon Valley entered the core of Emperor Tsong's bedroom. Thereafter, something happened. I'm guessing that he must have obtained Emperor Tsong's legacy. In the Heavenly Divine Sex area, Shi Tian was the first to speak. What? Emperor Tsong's inheritance? Many people heard this and looked in the direction of Dragon God Valley, including some Saint Realm experts. How tempting was Emperor Tsong's inheritance? Who is Lu Ming? An expert from Celestial Divinity Sect stepped out, emitting a terrifying aura. This person was Celestial Divinity Sect's Saint Realm expert. It's him. Shi Tian pointed at Lu Ming. This time, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming. Is this true? Saint Realm experts from other sects asked. I can testify that what Shi Tian said is true. Mogia from the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect stepped out, and looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. I can testify too. I saw him enter the core of Emperor Tsong's palace with my own eyes. Another genius leader of a sect stepped out. In that case, hand over Emperor Tsong's inheritance. The celestial divinity sect's Saint Realm expert stared at Lu Ming and stepped out, wanting to go towards Lu Ming. Boom. On Dragon God Valley's side, Elder Hong stepped out and stood in front of Lu Ming like a mountain, blocking the aura of the celestial divinity sect's Saint Realm expert. What? You want to protect him? How can Dragon God Valley take the Emperor Tsong's inheritance for themselves? The celestial divinity sect's Saint Realm expert said. The other sects also sent their Saint Realm cultivators over. I didn't get Emperor Tsong's inheritance. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke, his voice spreading across the entire area. You didn't get it? The Saint Realm expert's eyes narrowed. Nonsense. Many of us saw you enter the core of Emperor Tsong's palace, and you still want to deny it. Shirtian shouted. I can testify that junior brother Lu Ming did enter the core of Emperor Tsong's palace. A cold voice came from Dragon God Valley's area. Chapter 1450. Lu Ming's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Hiyu. This person was despicable. They were from the same sect, but he wanted to kill Lu Ming and betrayed Lu Ming. Yinfeng, who was standing beside Hiyu, sneered. Hee, the disciples of the Dragon God Valley have spoken. Looks like it's true. The Sage Realm expert from the Heavenly Divinity sect sneered, and his aura became stronger. I told you, I didn't get Emperor Tsong's inheritance. Lu Ming spoke again as he looked at Shirtian, Emojia, Hiyu and the others. Speaking of which, Lu Ming had saved them. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, they would have been killed by the soul destroyer Shakyamuni, and their flesh and blood would have been refined. Everyone would have died then. But now these people wanted to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming would remember these people. There would be a time to settle this score in the future. Words are no proof. We want to test it. The Sage Realm expert from the Heavenly Divinity sect said coldly. You want to test it? The Heavenly Divinity sect is so overbearing. Do you think the Dragon God Valley will be afraid of you? Elder Hong was overbearing and his aura was violent like a real dragon. The confrontation between the two Sage Realm experts made many of the youths pale, as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. It was so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood. Lu Ming was slightly better. He had seen the terrifying aura of the two emperors. Although the Sage Realm expert's aura was strong, it couldn't affect his heart. Lu Ming, did you really enter Emperor Tsong's chamber? Elder Hong asked Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Ming, waiting to see how Lu Ming would answer. Yes, I did enter the core of Emperor Tsong's chamber. Lu Ming nodded. Looks like no one is slandering you. You admitted it yourself. The Sage Realm expert from the Heavenly Divinity sect said. Entering the core of Emperor Tsong's chamber doesn't mean you got the inheritance. Lu Ming, what did you see in the core of Emperor Tsong's chamber? What did you do? Elder Hong asked again. I saw Emperor Tsong. Lu Ming said. These words were undoubtedly like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's minds. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming saw Emperor Tsong? Could it be that Tsong Di was still alive? Is Tsong Di still alive? The Sage Realm expert from the Celestial Divinity sect asked with a hoarse voice. Lu Ming nodded his head and said, That's right, Grey Emperor is still alive. Hiss hiss hiss. A series of gasps could be heard. Who would have thought that the Tsong Emperor was still alive? Then the Tsong province would really change greatly. If the Azure Emperor is still alive, why hasn't there been any trace of him in the past 60,000 years? Someone raised a question. That's right, Lu Ming. Speak clearly. What did you see? What did you get? Someone asked. The reason why Emperor Tsong has disappeared for 60,000 years is because he is seriously injured. Moreover, he has been confronting a great enemy for 60,000 years. At that moment, Lu Ming didn't hide anything. He told her everything he had seen. However, there was one thing that he had made a slight change. In fact, the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni had the upper hand. However, Lu Ming said that Emperor Tsong and the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni were on par. After 60,000 years of confrontation, Emperor Tsong used his lightning cauldron to gain the upper hand and suppress the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni. Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni, it's the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni. The Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni is still alive? The Sage Realm experts present seemed to have heard of the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni's name. While they were shocked, they also revealed a solemn expression. I see. Many of them who hadn't heard of the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni were shocked. They finally knew why Emperor Tsong had suddenly disappeared 60,000 years ago. It turned out that he had encountered a great enemy. Many of the youths who had entered the secret realm were shocked. They recalled the many skeletons they had seen in the Great Emperor's secret realm. Obviously, they had all been killed by Emperor Tsong's enemy. Senior Emperor Tsong borrowed my sacred weapon, the Lightning Cauldron, to bring the Soul Destroyer Shakyamuni into the infinite void. He said that he would return the Lightning Cauldron to thank me for my help. In the end, Lu Ming said. The meaning of his words was simple. Emperor Tsong was still alive, but he hadn't obtained Emperor Tsong's inheritance. Moreover, Emperor Tsong was indebted to him. Once Emperor Tsong had defeated his enemy, he would return to find him. He was using Emperor Tsong's name to intimidate the experts of the other sections. If they were to touch Lu Ming now, they would have to answer to Emperor Tsong when he returned. Haha, little brat, there's no need to use Emperor Tsong to threaten us. The Celestial God Sect's Sage Realm expert sneered. They naturally wouldn't believe Lu Ming's words completely. But there was one thing that they could be sure of. Grey Emperor was indeed still alive. Previously, they had seen Emperor Tsong's palace break through the void. With their Sage Realm cultivation, they could feel a faint trace of Emperor Tsong's aura. Now that Lu Ming had mentioned it, they were certain that Emperor Tsong was in the palace. Since Emperor Tsong wasn't dead, it was impossible for Lu Ming to obtain Emperor Tsong's inheritance. A living emperor wouldn't pass down his inheritance. If they wanted someone to inherit his mantle, they could just accept him as a disciple. If Lu Ming didn't obtain Emperor Tsong's inheritance, there was no point in capturing Lu Ming. Instead, they would offend Dragon God Valley. It wasn't worth it. A few Sage Realm experts looked at each other and shook their heads. Let's go. Since Emperor Tsong isn't dead, we should make plans early. Let's go back and report to the sect leader. A few Sage Realm experts spoke one after another. Then they left with the youths of their respective sections. The Celestial God Sect's Sage Realm expert snorted. His eyes flickered a few times, but he didn't continue to pursue Lu Ming and turned to leave. Senior Brother Hiyu, I heard that Lu Ming killed Wu Sandu of the Desire Poison sect in Emperor Tsong's palace. It seems like our Dragon God Valley will have another peerless genius. At this moment, a voice rang out from within the Dragon God Valley. It was so loud that it spread far and wide. Infeng. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. Infeng was purposely trying to harm him. Wu Sandu was the green-robed youth that Lu Ming had killed in Emperor Tsong's palace. True enough, when the Saint Realm expert from the Desire Poison sect heard this, he stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Lu Ming, his body exuding a cold, murderous intent. Brat, so Wu Sandu was killed by you. The Desire Poison sect's Sage Realm expert's voice was cold. A layer of poisonous fog emitted from his body, and a powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. Hee. Within the Dragon God Valley's group, Hiyu and Infeng sneered. Just a moment ago, Lu Ming had managed to escape under such circumstances. How could they be willing to accept that? Hence, they purposely announced that Lu Ming had killed Wu Sandu. I was the one who killed him. So what? In the Emperor's mystic realm we were competing. He wanted to kill me first, so how can I not kill him? Lu Ming said loudly. Then I'll kill you to avenge him. The Desire Poison sect's elder roared and stepped forward. Poisonous fog filled the air. Chapter 1451. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. Elder Hong seemed to have turned into a violent dragon. His long hair danced in the wind as he stared at the Desire Poison sect's Sage Realm expert and said, The Great Emperor Mystic Realm doesn't forbid killing. Naturally, there will be competition for treasures. Your Desire Poison sect is proficient in using poison. Many of the sects here have probably lost their members to your Desire Poison sect. Should we also settle the score with your Desire Poison sect? If the younger generation fights and dies, they can only blame themselves for being useless. As an elder, you want to deal with the junior? Do you have any shame? Elder Hong was extremely domineering and his voice was like a bell. The desire poison sex sage realm expert's face turned ugly. However, it made sense. If the younger generation fought and died, it could only be said that they were useless. If the elders intervened because of this, especially the sage realm experts, wouldn't it be a mess? You kill my juniors, I kill yours. Then, these sects would never be able to develop. There are many elites in Dragon God Valley, but my desire poison sect isn't bad either. Let's wait and see. The desire poison sect's sage realm expert looked coldly at Lu Ming before he waved his sleeves and left. In the blink of an eye, everyone from the desire poison sect had left. Damn it, he managed to escape with his life. Yin Feng gritted his teeth in the crowd. He's lucky. There are plenty of ways to kill him in Dragon God Valley. Yu also said coldly. Originally, they wanted to use the desire poison sect's experts to get rid of Lu Ming. However, they did not expect Elder Hong to be so domineering and protect Lu Ming. They were unwilling to let Lu Ming escape. Lu Ming turned around and looked coldly at He Yu and Yin Feng. It was as if he was looking at two dead men. These two people had tried to kill him time and time again. He had to kill these two people. Alright, let's return to Dragon God Valley first. Elder Hong said as he took out a battleship. Everyone boarded the battleship, and the battleship flew towards Dragon God Valley. A few days later, everyone arrived at Dragon God Valley. Outside the Dragon God Valley, everyone got out of the battleship. Elder Hong led them into the Dragon God Valley. They flew past the outer valley and into the snowy mountain inside. They arrived in front of a huge palace. The palace seemed to be made out of white jade. In front of the palace was a huge square. Lu Ming and the others landed on the square. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, there were already many people surrounding the square. Clearly, they had already known about their return, and had rushed over to watch. This time, they were entering the Great Emperor's mystic realm. Naturally, it attracted many people because they were very curious. Alright, all of you have passed the Divine Dragon Valley's test. Next, there are two things you need to do. Elder Hong stood at the highest point and said loudly. The scene quieted down. The first thing is to hand over the treasures and manuals that you have obtained from the Great Emperor's mystic realm. Of course, these are all voluntary. If you feel that they are useful to you, you can keep them. If they are not useful to you, you can hand them over to the sect. The sect will compensate you. You can be compensated with origin stones or sect contribution points. Sect contribution points are equivalent to 100 pieces of mid-grade origin stones. Sect contribution points can be used to exchange for any treasures in the sect's Treasure Dragon Hall. As long as the Dragon God Valley has it, it can be exchanged. Elder Hong announced loudly. Sect contribution points can be exchanged for any treasures? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was a little tempted. His Dragon God battle body was currently an inferior Earth spiritual body. However, it could be upgraded continuously. The treasures needed to upgrade it were related to true dragons. True dragon bones, dragon blood, dragon marrow, etc. could be used to upgrade Lu Ming's Dragon God battle body. Of course, these true dragon treasures could only be used by true dragons that were martial emperors and above. Such treasures could only be found by chance. It was very difficult to find them in the outside world. However, all the martial artists in the Divine Dragon Valley had awakened the true dragon bloodline. Living Flood Dragon bloodline, there should be treasures related to true dragons. As long as there were treasures, they could be exchanged with contribution points. Lu Ming had already started to think about what treasures he should hand over later. The second thing is to join the Divine Dragon Valley and become an official disciple of the Divine Dragon Valley. However, the Divine Dragon Valley is divided into 7 valleys. They are Ice Dragon Valley, Silver Dragon Valley, Blood Dragon Valley, Red Dragon Valley, Purple Dragon Valley, Black Dragon Valley, and Cloud Dragon Valley. Next, I will briefly explain the characteristics of the 7 Dragon Valleys. You can choose from the 7 Dragon Valleys. Following this, Elder Hong briefly explained the characteristics of the 7 Dragon Valleys. The Ice Dragon Valley was the leader of the 7 Dragon Valleys. The Valley Master of the Divine Dragon Valley was the Valley Master of the Ice Dragon Valley. Among the 7 Dragon Valleys, the Ice Dragon Valley was the strongest. Many people in the Ice Dragon Valley had awakened the Ice Dragon bloodline and cultivated the Ice Dragon battle body. The Blood Dragon Valley was extremely bloodthirsty. They were good at killing and cultivated the Blood Dragon battle body. The Cloud Dragon Valley was the weakest among the 7 Dragon Valleys. It also had the least number of people. The entire Cloud Dragon Valley only had a little over 100 people. Furthermore, there were no rules regarding which dragon body to cultivate. The most heterogeneous dragon body could join the Cloud Dragon Valley. The Cloud Dragon Valley had a special characteristic, which was freedom. They were as free as the clouds. Free and unrestrained, like the rolling clouds, Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He found it interesting. All right, it's time to hand over your treasures, Elder Hong announced loudly. Above the square, there was a huge counter. There were a few white-haired old men who were in charge of inspecting the treasures and registering their information. By the side, many people were watching curiously. They wanted to see what treasures they could obtain in the Great Emperor's mystic realm. I'll go first. A burly young man walked up and took out a few spiritual herbs and a spiritual weapon. The spiritual weapon was an Emperor spiritual weapon. Not bad. An Emperor spiritual weapon is worth 1,000,000 medium origin stones, or 10,000 sect contribution points. Do you need sect contribution points or origin stones? A white-haired old man asked. I need sect contribution points. The burly young man said. All right, I'll register it first. When you join one of the Dragon Valleys, I'll issue you an identity token and give it to you. The white-haired old man said. The burly young man nodded and registered his information. All right, next. The white-haired old man said. Following that, another young man walked up and handed over the treasures that he did not need. Of course, some had more and some had fewer. There were all kinds of treasures. Be it spiritual herbs, refining materials, cultivation technique manuals, spiritual weapons, they could all be handed over. The white-haired old men would appraise the price and they would be compensated accordingly. Soon, thousands of people went up to hand over their treasures. However, none of them took out a sacred weapon. After all, sacred weapons were extremely precious and rare. Even in the Great Emperor's mystic realm, not many people had obtained one. Moreover, even if they had obtained one, most people would not be willing to take it out. I'll go. Lu Ming smiled and walked up to the front of the counter. With a wave of his hand, a pile of spiritual weapons appeared on the counter. They emitted all kinds of treasure light. Emperor spiritual weapons. They are all Emperor spiritual weapons. There are so many of them. Chapter 1452. On the counter, there was a pile of Emperor-level spiritual weapons. There were at least a dozen of them. The white-haired elders were also slightly stunned. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He had killed many opponents in the Great Emperor's mystic realm. These people were all geniuses. Many of them had Emperor-level spiritual weapons in their hands. Lu Ming still had quite a number of Emperor-level spiritual weapons in his hands. What he took out were all useless to him. There were hammer-type weapons, axe-type weapons, and ring-type Emperor spirit weapons. These spiritual weapons were equivalent to scrap metal in Lu Ming's hands. It was better to hand them over to the sect in exchange for useful resources. There are a total of 15 Emperor-level spiritual weapons, worth 15 million mid-grade primal stones. Do you want to exchange them for primal stones or sect contribution points? The white-haired elder asked. Exchange them with sect contribution points, Lu Ming said. There were quite a number of mid-grade primal stones in the storage rings of the opponents he had killed. It was enough for Lu Ming to use for a period of time. If he exchanged them for sect contribution points, he could exchange them for other treasures. All right, we will register them. Do you have any other treasures to hand over? The white-haired elder asked again. Yes. Lu Ming nodded. His palms glowed. This time 2 weapons appeared. One of them was a battle sword. When the battle sword appeared, there was a shocking sword chi that pierced through the clouds. The other was a palm-sized knife. There was a green mist on it, and a disgusting stench was emitted. It was frightening. Sacred weapons, 2 sacred weapons. Someone exclaimed. Everyone's gaze fell on the 2 sacred weapons. Some people's gazes were burning with passion. It's actually a sacred weapon. It seems like the harvest in the great emperor's mystic realm is really bountiful. Who is this person? He should be from another continent. He actually obtained 2 sacred weapons. It's really a great opportunity. Many people discussed and were extremely envious. The great emperor's mystic realm was something that could only be found by chance. It was a pity that one's cultivation was below that of a martial emperor. Most people had surpassed that realm. The eyes of the white-haired elders also lit up. This was the first time someone had taken out a saint weapon and handed it in. These 2 items are bright saint weapons. They are 100 times more valuable than emperor weapons. Do you want to exchange them for contribution points or mid-grade origin stones? The white-haired old man took the 2 sacred weapons and examined them carefully before asking. Convert them all into contribution points, Lu Ming said. All right, 2 bright saint weapons, plus 15 emperor-grade spirit weapons, a total of 15 million sect contribution points. Do you have anything else you want to hand over? After the white-haired old man finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ming with some hope. No more. Lu Ming shook his head. More than 2 million contribution points should be enough for a period of time. That can't be right. Lu Ming, the treasures you obtained shouldn't be limited to just these, right? At this moment a cold voice sounded. Without looking, Lu Ming could tell that it was Yin Feng's voice. Lu Ming coldly glanced at Yin Feng and said, I have nothing to hand over. Nothing? Who are you trying to fool? Where is your wing-shaped sacred weapon? Where are your other treasures? You should have obtained quite a lot. Why don't you take them out and hand them over to the sect? Yin Feng sneered. I do have other treasures, but I can use them myself. Elder Hong also said that I can keep whatever I can use. If you have treasures that you can use, will you hand them over? Lu Ming sneered and asked. Of course I will. I am wholeheartedly devoted to the sect. Yin Feng said. Oh, I forgot. A trash like you can't obtain any treasures. Naturally, you are willing to hand them over. Lu Ming said in disdain. You? Who are you calling trash? Yin Feng was furious. Aren't you? Do you want to fight with me to prove that you are not trash? Lu Ming said. Yin Feng was speechless. He was clear about Lu Ming's battle strength. It was extremely terrifying. If they were to fight, he would only be tortured by Lu Ming. You don't even dare to fight. If you are not trash, then what are you? Lu Ming said in disdain. Yin Feng was trembling with anger, but he could not refute. Lu Ming, I remember that you have obtained a break sage pill. You don't need it now. Why don't you hand it over? At this moment He, who was standing beside Yin Feng, said coldly. What? A break sage pill? At this moment, the entire place became extremely quiet. Countless pairs of eyes stared intently at Lu Ming. Many people had a burning glow in their eyes. A break sage pill. Lu Ming had obtained a break sage pill. Phew. Some people's breathing had even become heavy. There were many people around the square. Many of them were peak martial emperors, but they were stuck at the peak of the martial emperor realm, unable to break through. Some of them were at the end of their lifespan. The break sage pill was too tempting for them. If this was not the Divine Dragon Valley, where there were martial emperors, some of them would have already snatched it. Lu Ming frowned. This move of Hiyu's was extremely sinister. If he did not hand in the breakthrough sage elixir, there would be countless pairs of eyes in the Dragon Divine Valley staring at him. In the future, unless Lu Ming did not step out of the Dragon Divine Valley, who knew if someone would secretly make a move on him? This move was ruthless. Lu Ming, since you have the sheng-breaking elixir, why don't you hand it over and contribute to the sect? You have no use for such a treasure now. Moreover, you might die at any time. Wouldn't such a treasure be wasted? Yin Feng shouted. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He then ignored Yin Feng and Hiyu and bowed to the white-haired old men. Seniors, I have nothing to hand over. Can I register it? Sure, register it. The white-haired old man said. Lu Ming nodded and was about to register it. Wait. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Then, an old man in a silver robe appeared in the sky. Elder Hong and the other white-haired old men's faces changed when they saw the old man in the silver robe. They stood up and bowed. Greetings, Valley Master Yin Long. Many people around the square bowed to him. What? Valley Master Yinlong? Valley Master Yinlong of the 7 Great Valleys? In the middle of the square, the young men who had not officially become disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley were shocked. The Valley Masters of the 7 Great Dragon Valleys were important figures who stood at the peak of the Divine Dragon Valley. Even in the vast Song continent, they were top figures. Now Valley Master Yinlong of the 7 Great Dragon Valleys had come personally. Grandfather! Yin Feng shouted in surprise when he saw Valley Master Yinlong. Many people gasped when they saw him. Yin Feng's grandfather was Valley Master Yinlong. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Yin Feng's background was beyond his imagination. Valley Master Yinlong landed on the ground and nodded. What happened just now? It's him. That kid from the uncivilized island. He obtained a treasure in the Great Emperor's secret realm and wanted to take it for himself. He has no use for a treasure like the Break Sage Pill now. Chapter 1453. Moreover, he is the only one who has entered the core of Emperor Tsong's palace. I suspect that he has obtained Emperor Tsong's treasures or his legacy. You added fuel to the fire. What? Emperor Tsong's legacy? His words were like a bomb that caused an uproar among the crowd. Many people looked at Lu Ming in shock. Even Valley Head Silver Dragon's eyes shone with a fiery light. If the breakthrough sage elixir was only tempting to the peak martial royal realm experts, the Emperor Tsong's treasures and legacy would be tempting even to the Valley Master of Silver Dragon Valley. I have already said that I have not obtained Emperor Tsong's legacy. I have already proven this in front of the experts of the various sections. Elder Hong is here to prove my words. Lu Ming said. That's right. Lu Ming has not obtained Emperor Tsong's legacy. Elder Hong said. Emperor Tsong's legacy is very important. I suggest that Lu Ming hand over everything for us to check. Lastly, we will search his soul. This is the only way to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Yin Feng said loudly with a vicious look in his eyes. Ha ha. At that moment, Lu Ming laughed out loud and said, I have already said that I have not obtained the legacy. Elder Hong has also proven this. Moreover, I have already said that those who enter the Emperor's secret realm can hand over any treasures they find. Now you are forcing me to hand them over. Is this how Dragon God Valley treats their disciples? This is so disappointing. How dare you? The Valley Master of Silver Dragon Valley shouted coldly and said, You're just a reserved disciple. How dare you talk about the Dragon God Valley? How audacious. Feng, is right, I need to search your soul to make sure. Having said that, the Valley Master of Silver Dragon Valley stepped forward and locked his aura on Lu Ming. Lu Ming realized that he could not move his body at all. It was as if he was frozen in place. Yinzheng, you are already so old and you are a Valley Master. Don't you find it embarrassing to treat a junior in this manner? At that moment, a gentle voice resounded in the area. As the voice resounded, Lu Ming suddenly felt his body relax and he regained his freedom. Many people were shocked. Who dared to speak to Valley Master Silver Dragon like that? Valley Master Silver Dragon frowned and looked at the sky. In the sky, 2 figures stepped on the air and flew over. It was an old man with a gentle smile on his face. Behind the old man was a middle-aged man. Senior Long Yuanshan. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The middle-aged man following behind the old man was Long Yuanshan. Greetings, Valley Master Yun Long. Many people bowed when they saw this old man. Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Another Valley Master had arrived. The Silver Dragon Valley Master stared at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and said, What? Do you want to be a busybody? What do you mean meddling in other people's business? This little guy is right. How can my Dragon God Valley treat its disciples like this? It is up to him whether he wants to hand it over or not. To be honest, let's not talk about the fact that this brat did not obtain Emperor Tsong's inheritance. Even if he did, it is up to him whether he wants to hand it over or not. Our Divine Dragon Valley only needs to ensure his growth. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said calmly. What if I forcibly search your soul? The Silver Dragon Valley Master asked. You can give it a try. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes flashed and a mysterious aura emanated from his body. The Silver Dragon Valley Master looked at the Cloud Dragon Valley Master with a serious expression. After a while he looked at Elder Hong and asked, Elder Hong, Are you sure that this brat did not obtain Emperor Tsong's inheritance? He can't have it because Emperor Tsong is not dead, Elder Hong said. What? The Silver Dragon Valley Master was shocked. Not only him, but everyone present was also shocked. Emperor Tsong was not dead. These 4 words were too shocking and could explain everything. After a while, the scene slowly quietened down. Let's continue. The Silver Dragon Valley Master waved his hand and walked to a chair at the side and sat down. Continue. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master also sat down. Little guy, register your name, the white-haired old man said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and registered his name before walking down the stage. Then one by one, they went up to hand over their treasures. Just like that, 2 days and 2 nights passed and the task of handing over their treasures was finally over. Next was the second task, which was to choose one of the 7 dragon valleys to join. An elder from each dragon valley came and set up a counter in the square. Here, each elder represents a dragon valley. If you want to join a dragon valley, go forward and register. Elder Hong pointed at the 7 counters. The 7 counters each had a symbol that represented a different dragon valley. However, the Silver Dragon Valley and the Cloud Dragon Valley were special. The other dragon valleys sent their elders, and only the valley masters of these 2 dragon valleys came personally. I want to join the Ice Dragon Valley. Someone stepped forward and walked toward the Ice Dragon Valley. Let me see your spiritual body, the elder of the Ice Dragon Valley said. This young man emitted a cold aura, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Yes, it's the Ice Dragon War body. You can join. The elder of the Ice Dragon Valley nodded and registered the young man's information. Senior, I want to join the Purple Dragon Valley. I want to join the Black Dragon Valley. The young men stepped forward and chose the Dragon Valley they wanted to join. Yin Feng naturally joined the Silver Dragon Valley. He Yu had joined the Blood Dragon Valley. Senior, I want to join the Cloud Dragon Valley. A young man walked to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and said respectfully. Unexpectedly, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master shook his head and said, "You're not suitable for the Cloud Dragon Valley. Go." Many people were stunned. The Cloud Dragon Valley would not accept them. As long as their spiritual bodies were suitable, the other dragon valleys would accept them. This was because these young men had been tested for their talents and were very good. They were qualified to join the Divine Dragon Valley. But the Cloud Dragon Valley would not accept them. You don't know, right? The Cloud Dragon Valley only has a little over 100 people, and is the weakest among the 7 dragon valleys. Naturally, the number of people joining is the least. Also, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master has a strange way of accepting people. He doesn't accept ordinary people and only accepts people based on his mood. A local disciple explained. Accepts based on his mood? Many people were speechless. As expected, a few more people wanted to join the Cloud Dragon Valley, but were rejected by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Lu Ming, which Dragon Valley do you want to join? Qiu Yingying asked. I don't know yet. Lu Ming shook his head. He had not decided yet. His spiritual body was the Divine Dragon Battle Body. To be honest, he could join any Dragon Valley. As for his domain, it was the Chaotic Domain. It would not matter if he joined any Dragon Valley. However, he had already excluded the Silver Dragon Valley and the Blood Dragon Valley. He would not join these 2 Dragon Valleys. The remaining Dragon Valleys were fine. You don't know? Lu Ming, I'll go and register. I want to join the Ice Dragon Valley. Qiu Yingying said. Go. Chapter 1454. Qiu Yingying and Qiu Hao had similar physiques and had joined Ice Dragon Valley. As for the 3 Ruan brothers, they had joined Red Dragon Valley. Everyone present had joined the 7 Dragon Valleys. This time, there were more than 20,000 people who had entered the Great Emperor Mystic Realm. However, only 12,000 people had come out. More than half of them had stayed in the Great Emperor Mystic Realm forever. 12,000 people. Up until now, other than Cloud Dragon Valley, the other 6 Dragon Valleys each had more than 1,000 people. Only Cloud Dragon Valley had no one. Many people looked at each other. Cloud Dragon Valley was really strange. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master had come personally, but had not accepted a single disciple. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. This kid wants to join Cloud Dragon Valley. Yin Feng's eyes flashed. He did not want Lu Ming to join Cloud Dragon Valley. This was because, given his status, he had friends in the other 6 Dragon Valleys. If Lu Ming were to join them, he had 100 ways to kill Lu Ming. However, if Lu Ming were to join Cloud Dragon Valley, it would be troublesome. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master has always accepted disciples based on his mood. I hope he will not accept Lu Ming as his disciple. Yin Feng thought to himself. Around the square, many people looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming had a treasure like the Break Sage elixir on him. Naturally, he would be the center of attention. Senior, I am Lu Ming. I would like to join Cloud Dragon Valley. Lu Ming walked in front of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master and bowed. Joining Cloud Dragon Valley was Lu Ming's final decision. Firstly, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's motto was to be free. Lu Ming liked this very much. Also, Long Yuanshan was in Cloud Dragon Valley. Long Yuanshan's character was not bad. Lu Ming had a good impression of Long Yuanshan. Furthermore, Long Yuanshan and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had both helped Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming chose to join Cloud Dragon Valley. As for the fact that Cloud Dragon Valley was the weakest, he did not even consider it. He had come to the Yuan continent to cultivate. As long as he had a stable environment to cultivate in, he would be fine. You really want to join the Cloud Dragon Valley? Have you thought it through? The Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley smiled, and did not reject him directly like the others. Many people's hearts stirred. Could it be that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was going to take Lu Ming in? Junior has thought it through. Lu Ming said firmly. All right, welcome to the Cloud Dragon Valley. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master smiled and agreed. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming bowed to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Little guy, your name is Lu Ming, right? Are you willing to take this old man as your master, and become this old man's 9th true disciple? The Cloud Dragon Valley Master spoke again. His words shocked everyone present. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master actually took the initiative to accept Lu Ming as a true disciple? This guy is really lucky. Yin Feng gritted his teeth. If Lu Ming became the Cloud Dragon Valley Master's true disciple, it would be even more troublesome for him to deal with Lu Ming. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was famous for being protective, and his strength was extremely terrifying. Even his grandfather, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master, was wary of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. The other youths present looked at Lu Ming enviously. What kind of honor and opportunity was it to be accepted as a disciple by a Valley Master? Even though the Cloud Dragon Valley was the weakest among the 7 Dragon Valleys, he was still a Valley Master, and his cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming was also stunned. He had not expected the Cloud Dragon Valley Master to accept him as a true disciple. Little guy, what do you think? If you are not willing, I will not force you. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said warmly. Disciple Lu Ming greets Master. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming bowed. He had just arrived in the Yuan continent and needed a backer. This would be of great help to his cultivation in the future. Great, haha. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master laughed when he saw Lu Ming agree. This guy, I don't know what kind of luck he has to be accepted as a disciple by the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. He is just a lowly ant from a desolate island. I don't know what the Cloud Dragon Valley Master sees in him. Some of the local youths were so envious that their eyes turned red, and they spoke with disdain. If his talent is not good enough, it is useless to have a good master. He will still be trampled by others in the future. Someone said sourly. Some were unhappy and some were happy. Xiao Yingying, Xiao Hao and the Ruan brothers were truly happy for Lu Ming. All right. At that moment, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master stood up and scanned the crowd. He said, My disciple might have some treasures on him after entering the Emperor's secret realm. That is his opportunity. I don't care about the competition between peers. If any old man dares to do anything to him, don't blame me for my bad temper. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master had always been a gentle person. However, at that moment, a cold aura emanated from him. The entire square was filled with a terrifying aura. Some of the peak martial royal realm experts felt as if there was a huge rock on their chests, and they could not breathe properly. Forget about the break sage pill. Many people laughed bitterly in their hearts. Previously, there were many people who coveted Lu Ming's sheng-breaking elixir. However, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley was famous for being protective of his own people. Moreover, he was very powerful. Those who coveted the sheng-breaking elixir put aside their thoughts. Compared to the Break Sage pill, their lives were more important. Haha, Lu Ming, no, ninth junior brother, congratulations. We are brothers from now on. Long Yuanshan laughed loudly. Greetings, senior brother. Lu Ming bowed to Long Yuanshan. I am Master's second disciple. You can call me second senior brother. Long Yuanshan laughed. All right, let's go back to the Cloud Dragon Valley. After saying that, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master stepped into the air and left. The disciple recruitment was not over yet. However, after the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had accepted Lu Ming as his core disciple, he did not want to accept any more and left immediately. Ninth junior brother, let's go to the Cloud Dragon Valley. Long Yuanshan grinned and was extremely forthright. He then followed the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley and stepped into the air. Lu Ming followed closely behind. They were not heading towards the outer valley, but the deep snow mountain. As they walked in the air, snow fell from the sky. At a glance, huge snow mountains rose from the ground, and one could not see the end of them. Dragon God Valley, it snows all year round, not stopping for a single day. It's really amazing. Legend has it that there's a terrifying ice dragon sleeping in the depths of the Great Snow Mountain, which caused such a phenomenon. That terrifying ice dragon is the guardian beast of Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as a legend came to his mind. Below them, huge snowy mountains flashed past. Suddenly, a huge glacier valley appeared in front of them. This glacial canyon was quite unique. Above it were misty clouds, and snowflakes were falling from the clouds, making the entire glacial canyon look like a snowy wonderland. Yuanshan, bring Ming to a cave residence. Ming must be tired after entering the Great Emperor's secret realm. Let's rest first. Chapter 1455. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master was carefree and casual. He left as he pleased and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming was speechless. Ninth junior brother, Master is like this. He's casual, but he treats his disciples extremely well. Long Yuanchuan smiled at Lu Ming and explained. Second senior brother, I heard that there are only 100 disciples in the Cloud Dragon Valley. Is that true? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right. There are only 120 people in the Cloud Dragon Valley, including Master. The other valleys have a lot of disciples, deacons, and elders. However, there are no elders in the Cloud Dragon Valley. We only have Master and his 9 true disciples. The rest are ordinary disciples. Long Yuanchuan said. No elders? Is there only Master among the older generation? Lu Ming was even more curious. Yes, because there were only 6 valleys in the Divine Dragon Valley in the past. Each valley had a long history, and there was no Cloud Dragon Valley. Cloud Dragon Valley was founded by Master. Long Yuanshan said. Founded by Master. Lu Ming was shocked. He was very curious about this Master that he had just acknowledged. Lu Ming knew that it was extremely difficult to establish an independent valley in a large sect like the Divine Dragon Valley. He was afraid that countless people would oppose it. However, the Valley Master of the Cloud Dragon Valley could do it. He was definitely not simple. Ninth junior brother, let's go. I'll bring you to your place of residence. Long Yuanshan said and stepped forward. Lu Ming followed. The Cloud Dragon Valley was huge and spacious, but there were only 100 or so people. After flying for a while, they finally met 2 young men. Greetings, senior brother. The 2 young men bowed when they saw Long Yuanshan. You're welcome. Let me introduce you. This is Master's new true disciple. Long Yuanshan pointed at Lu Ming and introduced. The Valley Master's new disciple? The 2 young men looked at Lu Ming curiously and bowed. Greetings, senior brother. Ah, senior brother? Lu Ming was stunned. Ninth junior brother, they are ordinary disciples of the Cloud Dragon Valley. They address us as senior brothers. Long Yuanshan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. So that's how it is. There's no need for such formalities. Lu Ming smiled. Go ahead. With a wave of his hand, Long Yuanshan led Lu Ming deeper into the canyon. The deeper they went, the thicker the yuan qi became. Of Master's 9 disciples, other than the 2 of us, some are in seclusion, some are cultivating outside, and some are carrying out missions. If there's a chance in the future, I'll introduce them to you one by one. As they walked, Long Yuanshan explained the situation of the Cloud Dragon Valley. Soon, they arrived in front of a huge ice cave. The entrance to this ice cave was tightly shut. Junior brother, this cave is yours from now on. There is a formation at the entrance. I'll teach you how to control it. Long Yuanshan took out a jade talisman and handed it over to Lu Ming. Thank you, second senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists. 9th junior brother, familiarize yourself with it. I estimate that Master will summon you in a few days. Long Yuanshan smiled and walked away. Lu Ming picked up the jade talisman and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He memorized the method in the jade talisman. At the entrance, there was a simple formation that only required true origin to control. Lu Ming stepped forward and true origin spread out. With a click, the entrance to the ice cave opened. Lu Ming stepped in. Then he controlled the formation and the entrance closed. Lu Ming carefully looked around the cave. The cave was huge. There was an ice bed, an ice table, an ice chair, etc. Lu Ming took a closer look and found that something was wrong. This was not ordinary ice, but ice jade. It was crystal clear and emitted a slight chill. Cultivating here could help to temper one's spiritual body. In addition, there was more than one bedroom in the ice cave. There were other ice rooms that were connected by passageways. Lu Ming looked around and found that there were more than 10 ice rooms. One of the ice rooms had a trickle of spring water that did not freeze. Lu Ming was very satisfied with this cave. The heaven and earth origin qi here was several times richer than in the outer valley. Let's count the gains this time. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the ice jade bed. With a wave of his hand, he took out all the storage rings he had obtained this time. On the way back, Lu Ming just casually counted them. He sorted out the middle-grade origin stones, spirit herbs, spirit weapons, etc. As for the spirit herbs, Lu Ming kept them all in the mountain river diagram for Dandan and Bubbles to eat. Finally, Lu Ming kept the most valuable items in a storage ring. This time, Lu Ming had gained a lot from this trip to the Great Emperor's mystic realm. Some spirit herbs and refining materials, not to mention sacred herb, ancient heavenly sap tree, heavenly law stones, more than 200 pieces. Sacred weapons, Lu Ming took out 2 to exchange for contribution points. There were 3 left. One was the black feather wings. Another was the shield that Qiu Hao had given him, and the third was a jade bracelet. Lu Ming planned to give it to Xian Yanqing. In addition, there were 3 Emperor Region fruits and 1 Saint Breakthrough pill. Most importantly, Emperor Tsong had given him a storage ring. This was the storage ring of a great emperor. Just thinking about it made Lu Ming's heart pound. It was a pity that he had lost his lightning cauldron. That was a sacred weapon. In Emperor Tsong's chamber, Emperor Tsong seemed to have used the lightning cauldron to suppress the soul extinguisher Dharma King. However, the soul extinguisher Dharma King had obviously recovered more than Emperor Tsong. The 2 of them had entered the depths of the void. It was still unknown who would win this battle. Perhaps Emperor Tsong would never appear again. Therefore, Lu Ming most likely would not be able to get his lightning cauldron back. Fortunately, with Emperor Tsong's storage ring as compensation, Lu Ming felt a little better. Let's see what's in Emperor Tsong's storage ring. Are there any emperor weapons? Emperor pills? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He picked up the storage ring and poured his true yuan into it. Lu Ming was stunned. He couldn't open it. Continue. He gritted his teeth and continued to increase his true yuan, but he still couldn't open it. I'll continue. After a while, Lu Ming gave up. Damn it, there's Emperor Tsong's mark on this storage ring. With my cultivation, I can't break this mark at all. Lu Ming wanted to howl at the sky. He was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He couldn't eat the fat meat in his mouth. This reminded Lu Ming of the time when he had just started cultivating and obtained a king's storage ring. He couldn't open it either because he wasn't strong enough. The situation was so similar, but this time, Lu Ming was even more depressed. This was a great emperor's storage ring. He had exchanged his sacred weapon, the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming was unwilling to give up. He tried a few more times, but in the end he could only give up helplessly. His cultivation wasn't enough to break Emperor Tsong's mark. If he wanted to slowly break it, he wouldn't be able to do it without the cultivation of a saint realm. Lu Ming despised Emperor Tsong for a long time. Since he gave the storage ring to him, why didn't he remove the mark on it? Lu Ming had no choice but to keep Emperor Tsong's storage ring. Then, with a flash, the black wings appeared on his back. Lu Ming was ready to refine the black wings again. In the future, Lu Ming would have to refine the black wings frequently. This way, the power of the sacred weapon could be slowly unleashed. A day later, Lu Ming sacrificially refined the black feather wings again, and put them away. Chapter 1456. Just like that, another 2 days passed. Lu Ming refined the shield and the soul spirit defense armor one after another. The shield flew into Lu Ming's forehead and disappeared, floating in his divine sense. As for the spiritual god defensive armor, it entered the dantian and covered the spiritual god's entire body. The spiritual god was now wearing a jade armor. After refining these treasures, Lu Ming took out 3 royal realm fruits, planning to refine them to improve his cultivation. A low-level martial dominator realm fruit could improve their cultivation by 1 layer after refining it. It was extremely precious. However, Lu Ming practiced the chaotic domain, thus he was not confident. He opened his mouth and swallowed one of the royal realm fruits, before refining it. A day later, after refining the royal realm fruit, Lu Ming shook his head and let out a wry smile. Indeed, it was impossible for others to improve their cultivation by 1 layer after refining 1 royal realm fruit. His cultivation remained at the 1st layer martial dominator realm. Continue. Following this, Lu Ming took out another royal realm fruit, and began refining it. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had refined all 3 royal realm fruits, but his cultivation had only reached the peak of the 1st layer martial dominator realm. He had not even broken through to the 2nd layer martial dominator realm. The chaotic domain is indeed difficult to improve. 3 royal realm fruits can only help me reach the peak of the 1st layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming let out a wry smile. However, it was not bad to reach the peak of the 1st layer martial dominator realm. Once the opportunity came, Lu Ming would be able to break through to the 2nd layer martial dominator realm. Now that I have reached the martial dominator realm, it's time to practice a domain martial skill. Lu Ming thought to himself. After his trip to the martial emperor's secret ground, he realized that his attacks were too simple. Most of the time he relied on the hell-suppressing heaven skill and the chaotic domain to crush his opponents. The hell-suppressing heaven skill combined with the hell-suppressing monument's bloodline was extremely powerful. It was enough to unleash a terrifying power in the martial dominator realm. However, it was too simple to use the hell-suppressing heaven skill alone. As for the primal chaos flipping sky seal, although it was extremely powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. It could be used as a trump card and could not be used normally. Therefore, Lu Ming needed to cultivate an offensive domain martial technique. As for movement techniques, he didn't need them for the time being. Firstly, even though the wind origin art was only a conceptualized battle technique, when paired with the wind frozen pearl and the black wings, his speed would be astonishing. Secondly, the 9 dragons heaven stomping steps. Although it was not a domain martial technique, after Lu Ming cultivated the 9th step, its power was still shocking, especially when combined with the dragon god battle body. Therefore, there was no need for him to cultivate any movement techniques for the time being. It was mainly about attacking. Moreover, Lu Ming wanted to cultivate a technique that would allow him to unleash the power of a spirit weapon, or even a saint weapon. When Lu Ming executed the hell-suppressing heaven skill, he would generally fight with his physical body. Even if he had an emperor-level spirit weapon or a sacred weapon, it would be useless. For example, if his opponent was a swordsman and held a sacred weapon and fought with him, his opponent would have the additional power of the sacred weapon while he did not. Wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? What kind of domain martial technique should I cultivate? Lu Ming pondered. The memory fragments of the 9 dragons contained many domain martial techniques. In the chaotic domain, other than some very special domains that couldn't be transformed, All other domains could be transformed. For example, the spear domain, the sword domain. Therefore, Lu Ming could cultivate these types of domain martial techniques. 13 strikes. After a while, Lu Ming chose a domain martial technique. The 13 strikes was a spear art. When Lu Ming's cultivation was still low, he had always used a spear. Therefore, he still had a soft spot for spears. However, later on, when his cultivation was high, there was no suitable spear art. The hell-suppressing heaven art was powerful, so Lu Ming slowly stopped using spear art. Moreover, the power of the 13 strikes made Lu Ming quite satisfied. The 13 strikes used the spear domain as the foundation. Using the spear, the attacks were like a storm, one after another. When cultivated to the highest level, the spear could continuously erupt with 13 waves of power. The destructive power was astonishing. Swoosh! In the next moment, a spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Infinite Dragon Spear. Buzz. The Infinite Dragon Spear vibrated and let out a loud buzzing sound. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. No, the Infinite Dragon Spear's level isn't high enough. Although the second body had refined the Infinite Dragon Spear in the past, allowing it to reach the level of a level 9 spiritual weapon, for Lu Ming's current cultivation, an ordinary level 9 spiritual weapon wouldn't be able to unleash Lu Ming's strength. Instead, it would shatter the spiritual weapon due to the excessive power. I'll wait for the second body to fully recover before slowly refining and upgrading it. Lu Ming thought as he kept the Infinite Dragon Spear. Then, another spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. This spear was an Emperor spiritual weapon that Lu Ming had obtained in the Great Emperor's secret realm. Buzz. The spear vibrated and made a buzzing sound. Lu Ming was quite satisfied. If there's a chance, I'll get a sacred weapon spear and a pair of sacred weapon gloves. Lu Ming thought. With a pair of sacred weapon gloves, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when using the suppressing hell heaven skill. Immediately, Lu Ming carefully comprehended the mysteries of the 13 stored power strikes. But soon, Lu Ming received a message from Long Yuanshan. Long Yuanshan was looking for him. When he opened the door of the cave dwelling, he saw Long Yuanshan standing outside. Ninth junior brother, Master is looking for you, Long Yuanshan said. Lu Ming nodded. He had been in seclusion for 7 days. It was time for the Cloud Dragon Valley Master to look for him. Lu Ming followed Long Yuanshan into the depths of the Cloud Dragon Valley. Soon, they arrived at the end of the Cloud Dragon Valley. There was a cave dwelling here. After entering the cave dwelling, they saw the Cloud Dragon Valley Master sitting on an ice platform. Master, ninth junior brother is here. I'll take my leave. Long Yuanshan bowed, and then left the place. Disciple greets Master. Lu Ming bowed to the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master smiled and nodded. He glanced at Lu Ming and said, Not bad, your cultivation has reached the peak of the first layer Martial Emperor realm. Your foundation is solid. You will be able to break through to the second layer Martial Emperor realm soon. Lu Ming did not say anything. He only listened quietly. Ming'er, show me your domain. Let me have a look. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded and unleashed the chaotic domain without hesitation. There was no need to hide the chaotic domain. He would unleash it whenever he encountered a strong enemy. Those with good eyesight would be able to recognize it. As expected, the primal chaos domain spread out. The Cloud Dragon Valley Master's eyes widened as he exclaimed, Primal chaos domain. It was obvious that the Cloud Dragon Valley Master was extremely shocked. After a while, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master finally calmed down and began to ponder with a frown. After more than 10 minutes, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master spoke again. Ming'er, I didn't expect you to be so talented. You have mastered the legendary chaotic domain. Chapter 1457. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and rubbed his nose. The Valley Master had said that he had nothing to teach Lu Ming in the future. It seemed like he was destined to explore on his own. Ming'er, you have to be careful. The stronger the domain, the harder it will be to cultivate it. Especially when breaking through to the next realm, it will be more difficult. It is the same for the chaotic domain. So you have to spend more time on the chaotic domain in the future. After pondering for a moment, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master warned seriously. Lu Ming nodded. He had already noticed this. Also, from today onwards, you can enter any place in the Cloud Dragon Valley as you wish, including my library. There are all the cultivation experiences that I've accumulated along the way. You can go and comprehend them. Who knows, they might be of some help to you. The Valley Master said. Thank you, Master. Lu Ming was overjoyed and bowed to express his gratitude. He could enter any place in the Cloud Dragon Valley, and the Valley Master's cultivation experience. The Valley Master's cultivation was unfathomable. Lu Ming estimated that he was definitely not a bright sage. He might have surpassed the bright sage realm. The cultivation experience of such a person was definitely precious. If Lu Ming were to comprehend it, it would be of great help to his cultivation. At this moment, a jade token appeared in the Valley Master's hand and said, "This is your identity token. It contains your information and your contribution points. Take a look and see if it is correct." Lu Ming took the identity token and inserted his true yuan into it. A row of information appeared in his mind. It was his basic information. In the contribution points column, he had 15 million contribution points. It was the contribution points that he had exchanged for the sect treasure. There was no mistake about it. Lu Ming kept the identity token. Ming, there is one thing that you have to take note of. Although I have accepted you as a core disciple, and you have joined the Cloud Dragon Valley, the Cloud Dragon Valley is a part of the Divine Dragon Valley. So for the first 2 years, you will still have to listen to the arrangements of the Divine Dragon Valley and complete some basic tasks. After 2 years, you will not have to do any tasks and can choose for yourself. The Valley Master said. Lu Ming nodded. This was very easy to understand. Lu Ming was not too surprised. As a new disciple, it was normal for them to contribute to the sect. Also, you have offended the people of Silver Dragon Valley. Those guys are narrow-minded. You have to be careful of them during this period of time. Their elders won't dare to interfere, but I won't interfere with the competition between the younger generation. You have to rely on yourself. Finally, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master gave another warning. Thank you, Master. I will be careful. Lu Ming said. All right, go ahead. Cloud Dragon Valley Master waved his hand. Lu Ming bowed and then left. 15 million contribution points. I can't waste them. Let's see if there are any true dragon materials for exchange. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. If he had the materials from a true dragon, he would be able to upgrade his dragon god battle body. Lu Ming continued to fly outwards, intending to ask around at the Treasure Dragon Hall. Before he could fly far, a figure blocked in front of Lu Ming. It was a young lady in a snow-white dress. She looked like she was only 18 or 19 years old. She had a graceful figure, and was very beautiful, like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Stop. The young lady opened her arms and blocked in front of Lu Ming. You are? Lu Ming stopped and asked. You are the new pro-disciple that Master has accepted? The young lady blinked her big eyes curiously and looked at Lu Ming carefully. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Judging from her tone, she should be another pro-disciple of the Cloud Dragon Valley Master. Lu Ming nodded and said, That's right. I am the 9th disciple that Master has accepted, Lu Ming. Ah, it's really you. Quick, call me senior sister. I am your 8th senior sister, Xuanixin. I am no longer your junior sister. The young lady almost jumped up and laughed excitedly. Lu Ming was speechless. It turned out that she was his senior sister, but she was so young. In the end, Lu Ming had no choice but to cup his fists and say, Greetings, 8th senior sister. Cough cough. Xuanixin was overjoyed, but she still pretended to be mature. She glanced at Lu Ming and coughed a few times, saying, Junior brother, follow senior sister in the future. Senior sister will guarantee that you will have a good life. As she spoke, she patted her towering chest, causing it to shake violently. Lu Ming could not help but take a few more glances. However, Xuanixin did not seem to notice it at all. She continued to pat her chest and said, Junior brother, I heard that your battle strength is not bad. You displayed great prowess in the great emperor's mystic realm. Come. Let's spar a few moves. After speaking, she looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. Spar a few moves? Lu Ming was speechless. That's right. AI, there are too few people in our Cloud Dragon Valley. It's so boring. Those ordinary disciples don't even dare to fight with me. In the past 10 years, Master has only accepted 3 successor disciples. As for the other senior brothers, they are already so old and their cultivation levels are so high. I'm not their match at all. There's also that killing maniac. He's out there training and killing every day. Xuanning mumbled in her heart, but her mouth never stopped talking. Lu Ming was speechless. He quickly interrupted Xuanning and said, "Senior sister, I have something to do. Next time." After speaking, he was about to leave. "No, it has to be now. Today." "Are you looking down on me?" Xuanning stared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. Rumble. The punch was so powerful that it caused the space to tremble violently. So strong. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not dare to be careless. The chaotic domain spread out as he threw a punch at Xuanning. Dong. The 2 fists collided. Lu Ming's body shuddered as he felt a terrifying force surging toward him. His body shuddered and he was forced to take 9 steps back before he could regain his balance. However, Xuanning did not move at all. What a terrifying force. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. Xuanning strength was beyond his imagination. Most shockingly, he felt that Xuanning had only used her physical strength. She did not use much of her true energy. Her physical strength alone was enough to force him to take 9 steps back. Not bad. A first-layer martial royal realm cultivator was able to take a punch from me and only take 9 steps back. Not bad, not bad. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too low. Xuanning murmured. She looked at Lu Ming curiously and said, "Junior brother, you should work hard on your cultivation. Once your cultivation improves, you can spar with me." With that, without waiting for Lu Ming to speak, he left in a jog. Lu Ming was speechless. This senior sister was too weird. Most importantly, although the other party looked young, he was shockingly powerful. Even Lu Ming was taken aback by this. It seems that there are many geniuses in Yuanlu. Moreover, my cultivation is too low. Lu Ming thought to himself. Haha, 9th junior brother, don't mind her. That girl is just like that. Chapter 1458. Second senior brother. Lu Ming smiled and said, "I don't mind. Moreover, 8th senior sister's strength is profound. I admire her very much. 9th junior brother, let me tell you something." Long Yuanshan smiled mysteriously and said, "Actually, 8th junior sister is not human." "Not human? Demon?" Lu Ming's eyes moved as he whispered. 8th junior sister's true form is a dragon, a pure-blooded true dragon. Long Yuanshan said. "What? A pure-blooded true dragon?" Lu Ming was shocked. In the continent of God, Lu Ming had never met a pure-blooded divine beast. The pure-blooded divine beast was only 90% divine beast bloodline. However, 90% divine beast bloodline was not much different from a pure-blooded divine beast bloodline. A pure-blooded divine beast bloodline had an innate advantage and was incomparably powerful. Even a human's innate spiritual body was inferior to a pure-blooded divine beast bloodline, especially a terrifying existence like a true dragon. It was said that a true dragon was born with the strength of a spirit sea realm cultivator. If they did not cultivate, they would naturally grow to adulthood and enter the martial emperor realm. Once they cultivated, their achievements would be even higher. Moreover, after a pure-blooded divine beast bloodline reached the martial emperor realm, their physique would undergo another transformation and become even more terrifying. Of course, true dragons were also differentiated by talent. After entering the martial emperor realm, their physique was also differentiated by strength. Lu Ming felt that Xuanningsin's physique was definitely not at the level of an inferior earth spiritual body. It had even surpassed the intermediate earth spiritual body. So she was a true dragon. No wonder she was so powerful. Yuanlu, as expected of Yuanlu. Not long after I arrived, I met a pure-blooded true dragon. Then, there must be other pure-blooded divine beasts in Yuanlu, such as Qilins and phoenixes. Lu Ming's heart was filled with endless anticipation. Yuanlu would definitely be more exciting and brilliant than the continent of God. The rise of geniuses and the competition of many divine beasts made Lu Ming's blood boil. 9th junior brother, Where are you going? Long Yuanshan asked. I'm going to the Treasure Dragon Palace to exchange for some useful things, Lu Ming said. Oh, I'm going to the Treasure Dragon Palace too. I'll take you there. Long Yuanshan smiled. All right. Lu Ming nodded and followed Long Yuanshan to the Treasure Dragon Palace. The Treasure Dragon Palace was located on top of a huge snowy mountain. The disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley could exchange their contribution points for treasures here. Of course, they could also exchange their treasures for contribution points. Soon, Lu Ming and Long Yuanshan arrived at the Treasure Dragon Palace. Outside the Precious Dragon Palace, there were many people coming and going. Fortunately, the palace was huge enough to accommodate so many people. So many experts. Lu Ming scanned the area with his spiritual sense and noticed that all the people here were Monarch Realm experts. As for those below the Monarch Realm, he didn't see a single one. There were counters all around the Treasure Dragon Palace. Junior brother, feel free to walk around. I still have things to do here. Long Yuanshan said. Senior brother, go ahead and do your work. Lu Ming nodded. Long Yuanshan nodded and walked towards a house. As for Lu Ming, he casually looked around. After looking around for a while, Lu Ming walked to a counter. A white-haired old man was sitting in front of the counter. Senior, may I ask if there are any spiritual liquids here? Lu Ming asked. Of course there are. There are various kinds of spiritual liquids recorded in this jade token. You can take your pick. The old man took out a jade token and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He noticed that there were hundreds of spiritual liquids recorded in it. The functions and effects of each spiritual liquid were clearly recorded. Lu Ming looked at them one by one. After a while, he returned the jade token to the old man. Senior, I need 1,000 Spirit Night. How do I exchange it? Lu Ming asked. 1,000 Spirit Night can promote the growth of spiritual herbs. It's something that alchemists need. It's very precious. 1 or 2,000 contribution points. The old man said. 1,000 contribution points is really expensive. Lu Ming murmured in his heart. 1 contribution point was equivalent to 100 mid-tier primal stones. 1,000 contribution points was equivalent to 100,000 mid-tier primal stones, and it was only 1 or 2 taels. The price was almost the same as the top-tier life elixir. However, in order to help the Tree of Enlightenment grow, it was worth it. Senior, I'll exchange it for 10 kilograms of 1,000 Spirit Night. Lu Ming said. All right, give me your identity medallion. The old man said. Lu Ming handed the badge to the old man. The old man took out a disc and scanned the badge, before returning it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming discovered that the contribution points in the badge had decreased by 100,000, leaving him with 2,050,000 contribution points. Following this, the old man took out a jade jar and handed it to Lu Ming. The jade jar was filled with 1,000 Spirit Night, a total of 10 kilograms. Lu Ming put it away with a satisfied look. Senior, do you have any materials from a true dragon that are above the martial dominator realm, such as dragon bones, dragon blood, dragon marrow, etc.? Lu Ming whispered to the old man. Lu Ming had obtained dragon bones that were not full of spirituality when he was in the Divine Wilderness mainland. However, the dragon bones were not very powerful when they were alive. Furthermore, too much time had passed and most of their spirituality had been lost. That kind of dragon bone was not very useful to Lu Ming now. We do have materials from a true dragon that are above the martial dominator realm, and full of Spirit Night, but there aren't many of them. Besides, the price is quite high. The old man said after a slight hesitation. Senior, I'm willing to exchange it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. I'll ask around for you. The old man took out a sound-conducting jade talisman and transmitted the message. Soon the old man received the message. According to your request, there's a dragon bone that weighs 30 kilograms. It's suspected that the true dragon's cultivation was in the sacred realm when it was alive, and its Spirit Night was full of Spirit Night, but the price is 2 million contribution points. Do you want it? The old man said. 2 million contribution points? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. A dragon bone weighing 30 kilograms was priced at 2 million contribution points. That was the price of 2 sacred weapons. However, The old man had mentioned that the true dragon was in the sacred realm when it was alive. No wonder it was so expensive. I'll do it. In the end, Lu Ming clenched his teeth. The old man glanced at Lu Ming in astonishment. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the first layer martial dominator realm, but he was able to earn 2 million contribution points. Sure, give me a moment. The old man left the counter. Lu Ming knew that the old man was going to retrieve the dragon bone. A while later, the old man returned with a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. You can check it first. Lu Ming took the storage ring and scanned it with his spiritual senses. He discovered that there was a piece of snow-white dragon bone lying quietly in the storage ring, exuding a powerful spiritual essence. Vaguely, one could even see small dragons swimming on the dragon bones. This was definitely not the bone of an ordinary martial dominator realm true dragon. It was most likely left behind by a sacred realm true dragon. Lu Ming wore a joyful expression and handed his identity badge to the old man. Chapter 1459. Let's go back and refine it. I wonder what level my dragon god battle body can reach with this dragon bone. Lu Ming's heart was burning. After putting away the dragon bone, he did not delay and returned to the Cloud Dragon Valley. After entering the cave, Lu Ming first poured 5 kilograms of 10,000 spirit liquid on the Tree of Enlightenment before sitting down cross-legged. With a thought, the dragon bone appeared in front of Lu Ming. Roar! The dragon bone was crystal clear, and a faint dragon roar could be heard from it, emitting a powerful spiritual essence. Great! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His body emitted a powerful devouring force that enveloped the dragon bone. Immediately, strands of essence flew toward Lu Ming like tiny true dragons and flew into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the true dragon battle technique and the cultivation method of the dragon god battle body. He began to absorb and refine the essence to refine his spirit body. Just like that, time flew by day. As time passed, the size of the dragon bone gradually became smaller, and the radiance on it gradually dimmed. Lu Ming's body emitted bursts of dragon roars, and a layer of sacred radiance emanated from him. Lu Ming's spirit body was undergoing a transformation. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Crack! Cracks appeared on the dragon bone, and with a bang, it turned into a pile of powder. There was no more spiritual essence on it. Roar! At this moment, a deafening dragon roar could be heard from Lu Ming's body. The shadow of 9 dragons appeared on Lu Ming's body and surrounded Lu Ming's body. After a while, it entered Lu Ming's body and disappeared. The muscles all over Lu Ming's body were wriggling and his bones were cracking. It was only after a while that everything quieted down. Huff! At this moment, Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Mid-level Earth spiritual body. Lu Ming felt the powerful energy in his body, and a thought flashed through his mind. Mid-level Earth spiritual body. Lu Ming's spiritual body had successfully completed its evolution and reached the mid-level Earth spiritual body. This was a transformation of the essence from a low-level Earth spiritual body to a mid-level Earth spiritual body. If others knew about this, it would probably cause a huge uproar. The essence of a spiritual body was difficult to improve. Ordinary martial emperors would temper their spiritual bodies while increasing their cultivation. When their cultivation increased, their spiritual bodies would also become stronger. However, this kind of increase was only a quantitative increase. For example, if a martial artist with a low-level Earth spiritual body increased his cultivation, his spiritual body's power would become stronger. However, he would still be a low-level Earth spiritual body. Advancing from a low-grade Earth spiritual body to a medium-grade Earth spiritual body was a qualitative improvement. Lu Ming had completed the improvement of his essence. The higher the essence level of the spirit body, the more powerful it would be. Moreover, when one's cultivation level increased, the extent of the improvement of the spirit body would also be greater. It was very difficult for a spirit body to improve its intrinsic quality. There were very few ways to improve one's spiritual body. Just like DE in the past, he obtained the cultivation method of the 10,000 spirit body by chance. It was a method that could improve the essence of the spirit body, but it was also very difficult. It required the blood and essence of 10,000 kinds of creatures. DE had spent 10,000 years but had not succeeded. Once he succeeded, his spiritual body would evolve into a low-level earth spiritual body. It was rumored that there were some treasures of heaven and earth in the Yuan continent that could enhance the essence of one's spirit body. However, those treasures of heaven and earth were extremely rare and priceless. The dragon bones that cost 2 million contribution points can only improve one's spiritual body from a low-level earth spiritual body to a mid-level earth spiritual body. I don't know how many resources I will need to improve my spiritual body in the future. Lu Ming sighed. He had been looking forward to improving his spiritual body to a high-level earth spiritual body. Now it seemed like an extravagant hope. The resources and dragon essence needed to improve his dragon god battle body were much greater than he had imagined. Moreover, the further he progressed, the more dragon essence he would need to improve his spiritual body. The amount of dragon essence needed to improve his spiritual body from a mid-level earth spiritual body to a high-level earth spiritual body was 10 times more than the amount needed to improve his spiritual body from a low-level earth spiritual body to a mid-level earth spiritual body. Later on, if he wanted to improve his spiritual body to a heavenly spiritual body, he would need an astronomical figure. Just thinking about it gave Lu Ming a headache. Let's take it slow. After my cultivation has improved, I will go out and adventure more to earn origin stones and contribution points. This was Lu Ming's plan. Then, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. He comprehended the 13 strikes and the chaotic flipping sky seal. The chaotic flipping sky seal, like other realm martial techniques, was divided into 6 levels. Lu Ming was only at the first level, and was about to break through to the second level. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Lu Ming had joined the Cloud Dragon Valley for more than a month. After 10 days of hard work, the chaotic flipping sky seal had successfully reached the second level. And Lu Ming had also reached the second level of the 13 strikes. With a casual swing of the long spear, he could release 4 forces in an instant. The power was astonishing. At this moment, Lu Ming received a message. He had a mission. The Dragon God Valley had assigned him a mission. Generally, new disciples would be given a mission by the sect within 3 months. Lu Ming followed the instructions of the mission and flew out of the Dragon God Valley. On a small snowy mountain, there were already a few people waiting there. These people also had the same mission as Lu Ming. "You are Lu Ming." Lu Ming landed. Some of them recognized Lu Ming. When Lu Ming had just joined the Dragon God Valley, he had caused a huge commotion. The Silver Dragon Valley Master and the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had personally come. In the end, the Cloud Dragon Valley Master had personally accepted Lu Ming as his disciple. Many people had been watching the battle, thus it was normal for some of them to recognize Lu Ming. "How should I address you?" Lu Ming brought his fists together and scanned the crowd. Apart from Lu Ming, there were 4 other people. One of them was a bulky man in his 30s with a buzz cut. His aura was the most intimidating among them. The other 3 were slightly younger. 2 of them were young men in their 20s and a young woman in her 20s. Both of them had a voluptuous figure. "I'm Su Long." The man with buzz cut introduced himself. Following this, the other 3 introduced themselves too. Of the 2 young men, one was called Zhang Kong and the other was called Fu Xing. The young woman was called Duan Yen. The few of them did not hide their cultivation level. Lu Ming scanned them with his spiritual senses and found out their cultivation level. Su Long's cultivation was the strongest, at the peak 3rd layer martial dominator realm. Meanwhile, Fu Xing and Duan Yen were both 3rd layer martial dominators. One was in the early stage, while the other was in the late stage. Zhang Kong's cultivation was at the peak 2nd layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming was the weakest, with a cultivation of the peak 1st layer martial dominator realm. I believe everyone is aware of our mission. The Feng clan of the 6th Void Mountain is a subsidiary clan of the Dragon God Valley. A while ago, the patriarch of the Feng clan was murdered out of nowhere, and the Feng clan was unable to find any clues. A few days later, the 2nd master of the Feng clan was murdered out of nowhere too. The Feng clan panicked and asked for help from the Dragon God Valley. Our mission is to find the reason behind the deaths of the patriarch and the 2nd master of the Feng clan, and find the culprit, to ensure the safety of the Feng clan. Su Long briefly explained the mission this time. Lu Ming and the others nodded. They had seen the mission before. All right, let's move out, Su Long said. Chapter 1460. The Feng clan of the Sixth Void Mountain was located in the territory of the Divine Dragon Valley. It was a small clan that was affiliated to the Divine Dragon Valley and was quite far away from the Divine Dragon Valley. The 5 of them traveled day and night, and it took them 10 days to arrive at the Feng clan. Such an eerie aura. Duan Yin shuddered as they approached the Feng clan. The others frowned as they felt the air was exceptionally cold. Up ahead, there was a continuous stretch of palaces. A group of people came out to welcome them. The one leading the group was a young man with a pale face. He immediately bowed when he saw Lu Ming and the others. Feng Yi of the Feng clan greets the envoys of the Divine Dragon Valley. Don't mention it. Su Long waved his hand. After some introductions, the group knew that Feng Yi was the only son of the Feng clan's patriarch. The people who followed Feng Yi to welcome them were the higher-ups of the Feng clan. Everyone, let's talk inside. Feng Yi led Lu Ming and the others into the Feng clan's residence. Such an eerie aura. Lu Ming frowned as he entered the Feng clan's residence. He could feel that the aura here was even colder. Did anything happen to the Feng clan recently? Su Long was the first to speak as the group took their seats in the main hall. 3 days ago, my third uncle died too, Feng Yi said with a sorrowful expression. The others of the Feng clan wore terrified expressions. The Feng clan had no idea who they had offended. The higher-ups of the Feng clan had died mysteriously one after another, causing the Feng clan to fall into a state of panic. No one knew who would be the next one to die. Do you know how they died? Su Long asked. No idea, we've checked carefully. There are no wounds, not even a single wound, Feng Yi said while shaking his head. No wounds? How is that possible? Fu Xing said in disbelief. There really are no wounds. We've checked carefully. My father, my second uncle, and my third uncle are all the same. There are no wounds at all, as if they died suddenly. However, they are all martial dominator realm experts, so it's impossible for them to die suddenly. Someone must be behind this, Feng Yi said while clenching his teeth. Does the Feng clan have any enemies? Su Long asked. Our Feng family is considered relatively weak in this region of Sixth Void Mountain. Normally, when we do things, we tremble with fear. How could we dare to offend other forces? Therefore, our Feng family has always been on good terms with other families and forces. We virtually don't have any enemies, Feng Yi said. Su Long, Lu Ming, and the others frowned. There were no enemies and no wounds, which meant that there were no clues. How could he investigate? Could it be that he had to wait for the rabbit to show up? Wait for the other party to attack again? The hall suddenly quieted down, and the atmosphere seemed a little heavy. I suggest that we open the coffin for an autopsy. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. The one who spoke was Lu Ming. Open the coffin for an autopsy? Everyone looked at Lu Ming. I don't think that's a good idea. My father and the others have just been buried not too long ago. It's a little disrespectful to open a tavern now, Feng Yi said. I also agree with opening the coffin for an autopsy. Otherwise, without any clues at all, how are we supposed to investigate the matter? If the other party doesn't make a move after that, wouldn't this matter be left unsettled? Su Long said. Then Fu Xing, Duan Yin, and Zhang Kong spoke one after another, agreeing to open the coffin for an autopsy. Feng Yi's expression changed, but in the end he gritted his teeth and nodded, agreeing to this matter. Under the lead of Feng Yi and the Feng family's upper echelons, the group headed to the back mountain. Soon they arrived at the burial place of the Feng family's patriarch and the others. Feng Yi arranged for the Feng family's men to act. Soon, 3 purple gold coffins were placed in front of Su Long and the others, and the coffin lids were already opened. 3 middle-aged men were lying quietly inside the purple gold coffins. The 3 of them were emperors, and their corpses wouldn't be corroded without at least 100 years of age. Lu Ming, Su Long, and the others carefully examined the corpses. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyebrows twitched, as if he had discovered something. His eyes were filled with doubt, but he didn't say anything. Then, everyone carefully examined the corpses. Sure enough, there weren't any wounds, not even the slightest. No wounds. Lu Ming frowned. He recalled the men of the Tsang Emperor in the Martial Emperor's mystic ground, who had died in the Martial Emperor's mystic ground without any wounds. Lu Ming speculated that those people had been killed by the soul-destroying Mage Emperor. However, Lu Ming didn't think that the soul-destroying Mage Emperor had escaped from the Martial Emperor realm and came here to kill a low-level Martial Dominator realm cultivator every few days. It was impossible. The soul-destroying Mage Emperor, destroying his soul? By the way, could it be that these people's souls were destroyed? Lu Ming's heart shuddered as he thought of this possibility. His eyes flickered with astonishment. He had a feeling that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. After a careful examination, the Feng family's men buried the 3 patriarchs, and the group returned to the main hall. Su Long, Fu Xing, and the others frowned, as they couldn't find any clues. Strange, there aren't any wounds. Could it be that their souls were destroyed? Su Long said in a serious tone. The others remained silent. It was highly possible. If the culprit has a grudge against the Feng family and is here to seek revenge, the next target would most likely be you, young Master Feng. Fu Xing said, causing Feng Yi's face to turn even paler. What should I do? Esteemed envoys, please save me. Whatever you want, my Feng family will try our best to satisfy you, even if it means going bankrupt. Feng Yi begged. Don't worry. Since we've accepted the mission, we'll definitely complete it and guarantee your safety, Su Long said. How about this? Why don't we take turns protecting young Master Feng? Junior brother Lu Ming and junior brother Zhang Kong will be in a group, Fu Xing and I will be in a group, and senior brother Su Long will be alone. How does that sound? Duan Yan's gaze shifted as she spoke. I'm fine with it. Fu Xing let out a smile. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. This grouping was quite interesting. Among the 5, he and Zhang Kong had the lowest cultivation, but they were grouped together. This didn't make sense. The corners of Lu Ming's lips gradually curled into a smile. The mission was quite strange to begin with. Among the 5 of them, Su Long, Fu Xing, and Duan Yan were all 3rd-layer Martial Dominator realm cultivators, while he was only a 1st-layer Martial Dominator realm cultivator. The arrangement didn't make sense at all. Logically speaking, since Su Long, Fu Xing, and Duan Yan were all 3rd-layer Martial Dominators, it implied that the mission could only be completed with a cultivation of the 3rd-layer Martial Dominator realm. What was the meaning of placing a 1st-layer Martial Dominator realm cultivator in the mission? Could it be that someone was manipulating the mission? Or could it be that someone had purposely placed Su Long, Fu Xing, and Duan Yan here? Lu Ming immediately recalled Yin Feng and He Yu. Chapter 1461. He thought of these situations since the moment he saw Su Long and the rest. It was just that Duan Yan's arrangement now gave him a reminder. Okay, I have no objections. Lu Ming's mind spun as he directly agreed. Zhang Kong mused for a moment, and also nodded in agreement. Okay, then let's do that. If the other party is really seeking revenge, then the next target will definitely be young Lord Feng. As long as the other party appears, we'll make it difficult for the other party to escape, Su Long announced. Starting from that night, everyone took turns to guard the surroundings of Feng Yi's bedroom. On the first day, it was Lu Ming and Zhang Kong. On the second day, it was Fu Xing and Duan Yan. On the third day, it was Su Long. That night, everything was calm and peaceful. Nothing happened at all. It was the same for the second day and the third day. Just like this, 6 days passed in a blink of an eye. On the 7th day, it was Lu Ming and Zhang Kong's turn again. The night sky was quiet, the cold wind whistling. In a hidden corner, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. His aura was restrained, and his spiritual sense spread out, enveloping the entire Feng family mansion. On the other side was Zhang Kong. Very soon it was late at night. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past in the night sky. Swoosh. Right at this time, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. His figure dashed out, as fast as lightning, pouncing towards that shadow. And on the other side, Zhang Kong clearly sensed it too, pouncing out at the same time as Lu Ming. Whoosh! That shadow seemed to know that he was discovered and also swiftly rushed out, his speed shockingly fast. 3 figures, one in front and one behind, rushed out of the Feng family mansion and rushed towards 6 Void Mountain. 6 Void Mountain was incomparably huge. Inside, there were countless dangerous peaks, and the terrain was extremely complicated. Once that shadow rushed out of the Feng family mansion, it rushed straight into Six Void Mountain. From high up in the sky, the other party's figure could not be seen at all. One could only similarly rush into Six Void Mountain to chase after the other party. Lu Ming and Zhang Kong rushed into Six Void Mountain one after another. Their auras firmly locked onto the other party, chasing all the way. But the other party's speed was shocking, and he seemed to be very familiar with Six Void Mountain's terrain. Turning left and right in Six Void Mountain, the two people could not catch up at all for a while. I'll go ahead and block them. You chase after them from behind. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, and then he soared into the sky. Black wings stretched out from his back, and with a flap, Lu Ming flew forward at an extremely fast speed. His speed suddenly increased by several times. Lu Ming wanted to rush to the front and intercept the other party, so that the other party had no way out. But at this moment, in the vast mountains below, a shrill scream rang out. It was from Zhang Kong. Lu Ming's expression changed. His figure swooped down, rushing towards the source of the sound. Bang! Lu Ming landed in a valley. The voice just now came from here, but now there was no one here. There's blood. Lu Ming saw blood. According to the aura of the blood, it was Zhang Kong. But there was only blood, and no one. Lu Ming's spiritual sense spread out, but he did not sense anything at all. Not only did that person from before disappear, even Zhang Kong's aura also vanished without a trace. Lu Ming frowned. Just this short while, the other party and Zhang Kong actually disappeared without a trace together. It was too strange. Lu Ming speculated that the other party was absolutely incomparably familiar with Six Void Mountain. There was even a secret hiding place nearby. Lu Ming started searching in the vicinity, but after searching for a while he still found nothing. Lu Ming speculated that Zhang Kong was most likely dead. Helpless, Lu Ming could only return to the Feng family. Just returning to the Feng family, he saw a group of people waiting at the Feng family's gate. Feng Yi, as well as the Feng family's other powerhouses. Su Long, Fu Xing, and Duan Yin were all there. The three people faintly protected Feng Yi in the middle. The moment they saw Lu Ming return, everyone's eyes lit up. Junior apprentice brother Lu Ming, how was it? Did you catch the culprit? Su Long asked. Lu Ming shook his head and said, no, the other party is incomparably familiar with this area of Six Void Mountain, and did not catch up. Did not catch up? What about junior apprentice brother Zhang Kong? Duan Yin frowned and asked. Zhang Kong is most likely dead. Lu Ming said, recounting the matter of them chasing that shadow previously. That's not right. After Lu Ming finished speaking, Duan Yin opened her mouth coldly, staring at Lu Ming with an unfriendly gaze. What's not right? Lu Ming said. You said that the culprit was able to inflict serious injuries and even kill junior apprentice brother Zhang Kong within an instant, but you could not find any trace of the culprit. That's not right. How could the culprit disappear so quickly? Secondly, you said that you could not find any trace of junior apprentice brother Zhang Kong and the culprit. May I ask, junior apprentice brother Zhang Kong's cultivation is at the peak second layer martial dominator realm, but the culprit was able to inflict serious injuries or even kill him in an instant. On the other hand, your cultivation is only at the first layer martial dominator realm. Why didn't the culprit continue to target you, instead allowing you to search the place before letting you go? Why didn't the culprit kill you too? Duan Yin asked coldly. At the side, the others also looked puzzled. Are you suspecting me? Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh. That's right, you chased after the culprit together with Zhang Kong. Zhang Kong, whose cultivation was higher, was killed, but you were still alive. I suspect that you're a coward, who chose to leave Zhang Kong alone when he was in danger. Furthermore, you were the one who killed Zhang Kong, and you were trying to rob him of his treasures, right? Duan Yin scolded loudly, a cunning look flashing in her eyes. Lu Ming, is that true? Fu Xing stared at Lu Ming with an unfriendly look. Are they trying to make things difficult for me? Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh in his heart. It turned out that Duan Yin and Fu Xing were up to something. They were purposely picking on him. These two were most likely from the Yin Feng faction. How ridiculous! If you want to condemn someone, You can always find a pretext. What are you trying to do? Just tell me. Lu Ming said calmly. Humph, I'm right, so you have nothing to say now. Since you're a suspect, you better seal your cultivation, and let us watch over you. Once the mission is over, we'll bring you back to the Dragon God Valley to receive your punishment. Duan Yin said. Hee, seal my cultivation? Sure, come here, let's see if you can seal my cultivation. Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh. His eyes flickered with an icy murderous intent. Sealing his cultivation, didn't that mean they could do whatever they wanted to him? Why would Lu Ming seal his cultivation? How ridiculous. Are you trying to resist? Duan Yin snapped coldly. Previously, she had heard that although Lu Ming had only ranked up to the martial dominator realm not long ago, his strength was shocking. Even geniuses like he were no match against Lu Ming in the martial emperor mystical ground. Although her cultivation was 2 layers higher than Lu Ming's, she was not confident that she could defeat him in a battle. Nonsense, if I say you're guilty, would you be willing to kneel down before me? Lu Ming let out a hollow laugh. Humph, you're the most suspicious person in Zhang Kong's death today. You should give us an explanation. Duan Yin snapped. Explanation? Who do you think you are? Why should I give you an explanation? Lu Ming said disdainfully. Duan Yin and Fu Xing's faces turned unpleasant. All right, today's incident might not be junior brother Lu Ming's fault. Duan Yin, stop guessing. Our priority now is to find the culprit and complete the mission. Chapter 1462. Duan Yin and Fu Xing seemed to be afraid of Su Long. They glanced coldly at Lu Ming, walked to the side, and did not continue to ask. Now we can basically confirm that the other party is here for revenge. The next target is young Lord Feng. Su Long spoke again, causing Feng Yi's face to turn pale. Esteemed envoys, you must save me. Feng Yi cried out with a look of horror on his face. Don't worry, judging from the previous situation, the other party only wants to sneak attack at night, which means that they are not very strong and are afraid of us. Now we have to lure them here. Su Long said. Lure? How? Feng Yi said. We'll set up a formation around young Lord Feng's bedroom. Once the other party comes and steps into the formation, it'll be like catching a turtle in the wind. Su Long said confidently. Feng Yi's eyes lit up and said, That's right, why didn't I think of it? My Feng family also has a few 9th grade inscribers who can set up the formation together. I also cultivate the Tao of inscription, and I can lend you a hand. Duan Yin stepped out and said. Lu Ming just listened, and a faint light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He did not say anything and did not say that he would help set up the formation. Now his second body was almost healed, and was cultivating in the mountain and river diagram. Okay, then let's take action now. Su Long said. Immediately, the Feng family's inscribers and Duan Yin set up a formation in Feng Yi's bedroom. They also used various concealment formations to conceal the aura of the formation. If one did not observe carefully, one would not be able to see the formation. They were busy until the second night, before they finished setting up the formation. That night, Lu Ming and the others did not guard near Feng Yi's bedroom. Instead, they returned to their rooms to rest. Guarding near Feng Yi would only alert the enemy. In this way, there was no movement after 2 days. Until the third night. Help! Suddenly, a cry for help cut through the quiet night sky. It was Feng Yi's voice. Whoosh! Lu Ming, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and rushed out. As soon as he rushed out, he saw a figure rushing into the sky from Feng Yi's bedroom. This figure was still holding Feng Yi in his hand, and flying toward the 6th Void Mountain. Chase! At this moment Su Long, Fu Xing, and Duan Yin appeared and chased after the figure with extreme speed. Lu Ming also chased after the figure. One chasing and one fleeing. They rushed into the 6th Void Mountain in a blink of an eye. Once they rushed to the range of 6th Void Mountain, the other party swooped down, charging into the mountain forest. Lu Ming and the other 3 followed closely behind, rushing into the forest. Help! Feng Yi shouted. In the night sky, Lu Ming and the others could clearly see that the figure in front of them was wearing a loose black robe. He grabbed Feng Yi and continued to move forward at an extremely fast speed. In the dark forest he was like a ghost. Today, you won't be able to escape. Surrender! Su Long shouted. The true essence in his body surged and his speed increased. In the blink of an eye, the group had traveled thousands of miles in the Sixth Void Mountain. Lu Ming and the others were getting closer and closer to the black-robed man. Stop! At this moment Lu Ming shouted. Su Long, Duan Yen and Fu Xing jumped in fright and involuntarily stopped. Lu Ming, what are you doing? What's the meaning of this? Duan Yen reprimanded Lu Ming. What are you shouting for? You'll know when you see that person. Lu Ming said indifferently. Duan Yen and the others looked forward and couldn't help but be stunned. Because at this moment, the black-robed man also stopped and didn't continue to escape. Strange, Lu Ming stopped. Why didn't the black-robed man seize the opportunity to escape? Why did he stop? Su Long, Duan Yen and Fu Xing were full of doubts. Because there's a great killing formation in front of us. Once we step in, we'll die without a doubt. Lu Ming said. What? Great killing formation? Su Long and the other two's faces changed wildly. Duan Yen looked carefully and said, Impossible, there's no trace of a formation in front. It's impossible for there to be a great formation. If there really was one, how could I not see it? Lu Ming, don't talk nonsense here. Oh, if you don't believe me, you can go ahead and try. Lu Ming smirked coldly. Duan Yan's expression changed. Seeing how confident Lu Ming was, she became doubtful and didn't dare to go forward. She wouldn't joke around with her life. Su Long and Fu Xing were also doubtful. Hee, I didn't expect this formation to be so well hidden and still be discovered by you guys. As expected of a disciple of the Dragon God Valley. The black-robed man in front of them laughed coldly, his voice hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. Who are you? The Feng clan is a subsidiary clan of my Dragon God Valley. You dared to kill a member of the Feng clan, which means you're going against my Dragon God Valley. I'll give you a chance now, let Feng Yi go. Su Long said coldly. Hee, a disciple of the Dragon God Valley, how impressive. The black-robed man smirked. Hee, don't pretend anymore. Right then Lu Ming sneered and said. You've been plotting all this while. From the moment we stepped into the Feng family, no, from the moment you sought help from the Divine Dragon Valley. You've been plotting all this while. Your goal is to lure us here and into that array. Am I right, master of the Feng family? What? Lu Ming's words made Su Long, Duan Yen, and Fu Xing dumbfounded. Feng clan's patriarch? How was that possible? Lu Ming, what nonsense are you talking about? Feng clan's patriarch, we saw it with our own eyes, he's already dead. Duan Yen reprimanded. Who said that the person we saw was the real Feng clan's patriarch? Lu Ming smiled faintly. This Su Long, Duan Yen, and the others fell silent. Indeed, who said that the person they saw was the real Feng clan's patriarch? If the person they saw wasn't the real Feng clan's patriarch, then wouldn't Feng Yi be? Their cold gazes fell on Feng Yi. At this time, the black-robed man had already put Feng Yi down. Feng Yi wasn't injured at all. I didn't expect you to see through my plan even though it was so well hidden. The black-robed man suddenly sighed and removed the hood covering his head. Su Long, Duan Yen and Fu Xing's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, it was the Feng clan's patriarch. He looked exactly the same as the Feng clan's patriarch they saw when they opened the coffin. In other words, the Feng clan's patriarch they saw when they opened the coffin was a fake. In the martial world, using special methods to alter another person's appearance was a simple matter. In the martial world, one's aura was the most important factor in identifying people. Appearances could change, but aura remained the same. However, they had never seen the Feng clan's patriarch before. Thus they couldn't recognize his aura. Therefore, it was easy for the Feng clan to find a fake person to impersonate the Feng clan's patriarch. Young man, my plan can be said to be flawless. I really want to know, how did you find out? The Feng clan's patriarch looked at Lu Ming with curiosity, but he wasn't flustered. Flawless? Hee, in my opinion, it's full of flaws. Chapter 1463. There are too many loopholes. Impossible. The Feng family head's eyes turned cold. How could there be so many loopholes in his meticulous plan? If you want to hear it, I'll tell you so that you can die in peace. Firstly, the first loophole was discovered when the coffin was opened. Lu Ming said. There were loopholes in the coffin? Impossible. The one who spoke was not the Feng family head, but Feng Yi. Su Long, Duan Yan and Fu Xing were also puzzled. They had examined the coffin carefully and found nothing. There were no wounds on the bodies of the three people, so they could not find any clues. What loophole? Lu Ming, you'd better not talk nonsense. Duan Yan mocked. Shut up. Listen carefully if you're stupid. Lu Ming glanced at Duan Yan coldly and scolded. You. Duan Yan's beautiful face flushed red. Lu Ming actually called her stupid. All right, let's listen to Junior Lu Ming. Su Long tried to smooth things over again. According to my deduction, the three people who died in the Feng family, the second master and the third master, were really killed. Moreover, the one who killed them was you, right? Lu Ming said. The Feng family head smiled coldly and did not answer directly. However, they are your family after all. You killed them and used them to set up a trap, so you felt guilty. Therefore, when you buried them, you dressed them up meticulously. Therefore, after they were buried, their bodies were neat and tidy. However, although the Feng family head's body was dressed neatly, it was not meticulous. Some parts were a little careless. This explains a lot. If that person is really the Feng family head, why didn't he do it meticulously like the second master and the third master when he was buried? That's impossible. This can only mean that the Feng family head is fake. Therefore, when Feng Yi was buried, he was not as meticulous. Lu Ming explained slowly. Feng Yi's eyes widened. Lu Ming said that in his heart. In fact, that was indeed the case. The patriarch of the Feng family also had a look of surprise in his eyes. He said, "You're so young, but your observation skills are so meticulous. How admirable. Even I didn't expect this." This guy. At the side, Su Long, Duan Yan and Fu Xing had to admit that they hadn't thought of this either. There is also the second point. 3 days ago, a black shadow lured me and Zhang Kong out. I guess that you wanted to defeat us one by one, but you are too familiar with the terrain of the Sixth Void Mountain. Moreover, after you attacked Zhang Kong, you completely disappeared in a few breaths of time. I speculate that there must be a secret passage or something nearby. This makes me think that this person might be someone from the Feng family. Otherwise, how could he be so familiar with the surrounding area? The third point is just now. We clearly set up a formation in Feng Yi's bedroom, but you were able to easily take Feng Yi away from the formation. It's obvious that Feng Yi is in cahoots with you. He's in cahoots with you. Your identity is pretty obvious. Who else could it be apart from the patriarch of the Feng clan? You've set up a trap to lure us here. In other words, you just want to kill us. However, I'm very curious. Why do you want to kill us? We are disciples of the Dragon God Valley. Lu Ming explained in detail before asking his doubts. Trying to kill us? How bold of the Feng clan. In my opinion, the Feng clan shouldn't exist anymore. Duan Yan said coldly. Ha ha ha, so what if you know the truth? So what if you didn't break the formation? Today you will die. The patriarch of the Feng clan burst out laughing. Bang. Following this, a terrifying aura was emitted from the patriarch of the Feng clan. The aura of the peak 4th layer martial dominator realm. Your cultivation. Why is it only the peak 4th layer martial dominator realm? Su Long, Duan Yan and Fu Xing were astounded. According to the information, the patriarch of the Feng clan was only a 3rd layer martial royal realm cultivator from a small clan. His battle prowess could not be compared to the disciples of the Divine Dragon Valley. Therefore, they did not take him seriously at first. However, the aura that the patriarch of the Feng clan was emitting was the peak 4th layer martial dominator realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, figures flashed in the forest. 8 figures appeared and surrounded Lu Ming and the rest. They were 8 old men. Their auras had all reached the 3rd layer martial dominator realm. So many 3rd layer martial dominators. How is this possible? Duan Yan exclaimed. According to the records, the patriarch of the Feng clan had the highest cultivation in the Feng clan, who was at the 3rd layer martial dominator realm. The other elders were usually at the 2nd layer martial dominator realm. The Feng clan was not one of the top sects in the Tsong continent like the Dragon God Valley. The Feng clan was only a small clan in the 6th Void Mountain. The number of experts they had was not comparable to the Dragon God Valley. In the Dragon God Valley, there were many martial dominator realm experts. Even those with a cultivation of the 4th layer martial dominator realm and above could be easily found. However, a small clan like the Feng clan did not have that many martial dominators. However, 8 3rd layer martial dominators had appeared at the same time, which did not match the records. Su Long, Duan Yan and Fu Xing's faces darkened. Today you will all die. The patriarch of the Feng clan wore a cold expression with a murderous intent. A powerful aura encapsulated Lu Ming and his crew. Kill. The patriarch of the Feng clan uttered a roar and charged at the 4. I'll deal with him. Su Long roared as a peak 3rd layer martial dominator realm aura burst out from his body. His domain was unleashed as he charged at the patriarch of the Feng clan. Dong. The two exchanged blows. Su Long's figure was knocked backward, but he managed to resist the attack. At that instant, the 8 old men of the Feng clan made their moves too, charging at Fu Xing and Duan Yan. As for Lu Ming, a mere 1st layer martial dominator realm cultivator was not a threat to them. The place was immersed in a chaotic battle. Su Long and the patriarch of the Feng clan were engaged in a fierce battle. Without a doubt, the disciples of the Dragon God Valley were stronger than the disciples of the small clans. Duan Yan and Fu Xing were able to resist the attacks of the 8 old men for the time being, although they were at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Su Long was at a disadvantage facing the patriarch of the Feng clan. After all, Su Long's cultivation was 1 layer lower than the patriarch of the Feng clan. Su Long was not a peerless genius who could defeat those with higher cultivation. Therefore, despite his outstanding strength, he was still suppressed by the patriarch of the Feng clan. Die. The patriarch of the Feng clan was engulfed in a black glow as he charged at Su Long. Puff. Su Long spat out a mouthful of blood. Hee hee kid, you're dead for sure this time. You're only a 1st layer martial dominator realm cultivator. Let me deal with you. Feng Yi appeared behind Lu Ming. His aura was locked onto Lu Ming's figure. Peak 2nd layer martial dominator realm. Is that so? Lu Ming let out a calm smile. Kill. At that instant, Su Long uttered a roar as his aura skyrocketed. Chapter 1464. At that instant, Su Long suddenly unleashed his aura of the 4th layer martial dominator realm. Even though his cultivation was only at the early stage of the 4th layer martial dominator realm, his outstanding strength allowed him to be on par with the patriarch of the Feng clan. Concealing his cultivation? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Su Long had been concealing his cultivation, but he had no choice but to reveal it now. The people of the Feng clan were startled by Su Long's sudden outburst. Feng Yi's eyes flickered coldly as he said, Kid, I'll kill you first before dealing with the others. Die. Feng Yi's claw was pitch black as it grabbed at Lu Ming. Bang. Lu Ming immediately lashed out a punch at Feng Yi's claw. Following a crack, Feng Yi's claw became twisted as its bones were shattered into pieces by Lu Ming's punch. Feng Yi let out a cry of agony. Bang. Lu Ming lashed out another punch at Feng Yi's dantian. A terrifying force exploded, destroying Feng Yi's dantian instantly. Feng Yi's figure was sent flying a few hundred meters like a kite with its string cut. He crashed into a small hill and stopped breathing. Even though Feng Yi's cultivation was at the peak of the 2nd layer martial dominator realm, his strength was still weaker than the disciples of the Dragon God Valley. Not to mention He Yu, Wang Xiao, and the other geniuses. He stood no chance against Lu Ming. The patriarch of the Feng clan let out a roar as a ferocious murderous intent burst out from his body. Kill that brat. The patriarch of the Feng clan yelled. Kid die. An old man who was initially attacking Duan Yan and Fu Xing lunged at Lu Ming. A palm print that was as black as ink, with a fishy smell, blasted toward Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as his figure was encapsulated with the chaotic domain. He executed the hell-suppressing heaven art and lashed out a punch. The force of the punch swept through the air, causing the foul stench to dissipate. Bang. The fist collided with the palm, resulting in a shocking shockwave. Following this, the old man let out a groan as his figure was sent flying by Lu Ming. His figure flew into the air with blood leaking out from his mouth. Whoosh. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he charged at the other party. He punched out with both fists, and dozens of fist energies drowned out the other party. The other party roared and tried his best to resist, but under Lu Ming's storm-like fists, he was unable to withstand a single blow. When the fist energy dissipated, the old man was also smashed into pieces. A third-layer martial royal realm expert was instantly killed by Lu Ming, which greatly shocked everyone present. This Lu Ming is really that strong. A light flickered in Duan Yen and Fu Xing's eyes. No one knew what they were thinking. Junior brother Lu Ming, come and help me kill this person. At this moment, Su Long roared. All right. Lu Ming nodded, and with a flicker of his body, he rushed towards the battlefield between Su Long and the Feng family patriarch. Boom. Lin Fan threw out a punch, and the air buzzed. The terrifying fist energy flew towards the head of the Feng family. After exchanging a blow with Lu Ming, the Feng family patriarch's body shuddered, and was knocked a step back. First layer martial royal realm, how could he be so strong? He must be a peerless genius of the Dragon God Valley. The Feng family patriarch's eyes flickered with astonishment. Kill. Su Long also launched a fierce attack. Under the joint attack of Lu Ming and Su Long, the Feng family patriarch was at a disadvantage. Ding ling ling. At that instant, a black bell floated above the Feng family patriarch's head, emitting a tinkling sound. An invisible ripple spread out from the bell, and Lu Ming could feel his spiritual deity shuddering as it was attacked by an invisible force. The tinkling sound of the bell was able to attack the spiritual deity. To be precise, it was attacking the soul of the spiritual deity. However, Lu Ming's soul was extremely powerful. Moreover, the spirit deity was wearing a jade armor. At this moment, the jade armor was emitting a layer of light that enveloped the spirit deity. Lu Ming's spirit deity merely trembled a little and was fine. On the other hand, Su Long's face turned pale as his body shuddered. Kill kill. The Feng family patriarch took hold of the opportunity and launched a fierce attack at Lu Ming, and Lu Ming threw out 2 punches to block the attack. But Su Long's body shuddered violently as a trail of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Junior brother Lu Ming, hold him off for now. I'll help junior sister Duan Yen and the others kill those people. And then I'll help you. At that instant, Su Long yelled and backed off, leaving the Feng family patriarch to Lu Ming alone, exposing Lu Ming to the attacks of the Feng family patriarch. Haha, it seems like the disciples of the Dragon God Valley are also scheming against each other. You shall die first. The Feng family patriarch laughed coldly as the bell above his head continued to tinkle, emitting an invisible ripple that surged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, his pitch-black palm emitted a disgusting stench as he hurled it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered coldly, but he did not say anything. He unleashed his true force and fought against the Feng family patriarch. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had exchanged over 10 blows with the Feng family patriarch. Damn it. Why is my soul-shaking bell useless against this kid? Besides, his strength is too powerful. The Feng family patriarch was even more shocked as the battle continued. No matter what he did, he could not defeat Lu Ming. Lu Ming was like a boulder in the middle of an ocean, standing firm. On the other hand, Su Long charged toward Duan Yen and the others. With his cultivation of the 4th-layer martial dominator realm, and his outstanding strength, he had gained the upper hand. In just a short while, he had slain 3 old men in a row, turning the tide of the battle. Whoosh! 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 The sword in Su Long's hand danced like a dragon, emitting a shocking sword intent. Duan Yen and Fu Xing cooperated with Su Long, and attacked the remaining 4 old men like a storm. Puff! Another old man was slashed in half by Su Long's sword. The remaining 3 old men were no match for Su Long and the others. Let's go! The remaining 3 wanted to escape, but Su Long and the others each took one of them and tied them down. Not long after, the old man who was fighting against Su Long was slain too. The remaining 2 old men were killed by Su Long one after the other. The Feng family patriarch was the only one left at the scene. Damn it, how could this be? The Feng family patriarch yelled furiously. The strength of the people from the Dragon God Valley had exceeded his expectations. Based on the difficulty of the mission he had requested from the Dragon God Valley, it was unlikely that they would send a 4th-layer martial dominator realm disciple. However, to his surprise, Su Long had concealed his cultivation. His actual cultivation was at the 4th-layer martial dominator realm. On the other hand, Lu Ming's strength was even more shocking. His cultivation of the first-layer martial dominator realm was able to resist him. Besides, Lu Ming had seen through his plan. Lu Ming and the others did not enter the formation, which led to the current situation. Damn it, screw it. The Feng family patriarch's eyes flickered viciously as he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the bell on his head, causing it to emit a crimson glow. The bell chimed continuously as its power grew stronger. Waves of invisible forces surged toward Lu Ming, attacking his spirit deity. However, they were all blocked by the jade armor. Meanwhile, Su Long, Duan Yan, and Fu Xing stood aside, but they did not lend Lu Ming a hand. Senior brother Su Long, please lend me a hand. Let's kill this man together. Chapter 1465. However, Su Long was unfazed. A cold sneer appeared on his face as he said, Junior brother Lu Ming, you've just entered the Divine Dragon Valley. Although you're talented, you're still lacking in battle experience. We'll leave the Feng family's patriarch to you. We'll support you. There's indeed something fishy. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as a cold light flickered in his eyes. He initially thought that there was something fishy about Duan Yan and Fu Xing, but now it seemed like there was something fishy about Su Long as well. In the beginning, Su Long had hidden his cultivation level and harbored ulterior motives. Now he wanted Lu Ming to deal with the head of the Feng family alone. He was obviously trying to use the head of the Feng family to deal with Lu Ming. The Feng family's patriarch naturally saw the problem between Lu Ming and the others. He took the opportunity to launch a flurry of attacks at Lu Ming. He still had a chance to kill Lu Ming. Senior brothers, I can't hold on for much longer. Lu Ming shouted as he exchanged a palm strike with the Feng family's patriarch. He intentionally retreated toward Su Long and the others. Ding-ling-ling. The Feng family's patriarch chased after Lu Ming. The Soul Buster bell vibrated and an invisible fluctuation enveloped Su Long and the others. Damn it. Su Long and the others cursed in their hearts, but they had no choice but to defend themselves. Senior brothers, thank you for your help. Lu Ming sneered, causing Su Long and the others' faces to turn ashen. Ding-ling-ling. The Soul Buster bells ringing made Su Long and the others pale. It was obvious that the spirit god had suffered heavy injuries. Senior brother Su Long, we have to take him down as soon as possible. Duan Yan said. If this continued, their souls would suffer heavy injuries. Injuries to the physical body were easy to heal, but injuries to the soul were difficult to heal. The spiritual herbs that could heal the soul were shockingly expensive. Go all out. Su Long said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dazzling sword ray shot out from Su Long's hand, attacking the Feng family's patriarch. Duan Yan and Fu Xing cooperated with Su Long. And at this time, Lu Ming deliberately wandered around the Feng family patriarch's side, occasionally launching an attack. Junior brother Lu Ming, what are you doing? Why aren't you attacking with all your might and taking him down? Su Long shouted. That won't do. I was fighting alone just now and my vitality was greatly damaged. I'm exhausted and I need to recover slowly. Lu Ming spouted nonsense. Su Long's expression was ugly. He knew that Lu Ming was taking revenge on them for not making a move earlier. If Lu Ming didn't do anything, Su Long and the other two wouldn't be able to take down the Feng family patriarch. As time passed, their faces became paler and paler. It was obvious that their souls had suffered significant damage. This kind of soul injury would take at least a few years of recuperation. Damn it. Su Long, Duan Yan, and Fu Xing roared in their hearts. It was all Lu Ming's fault. If Lu Ming cooperated with them and went all out, with Lu Ming's battle prowess, he would have taken down the Feng family's patriarch long ago. How could their souls be injured? In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. It's about time. Lu Ming's lips curved into a smile. The black feather wings suddenly appeared behind him, slashing horizontally. Pung. The black feather wings was a saint artifact. How could the Feng family patriarch block it? The black feather wings sent him flying, crashing to the ground and vomiting blood. Swish. In a flicker, Lu Ming appeared in front of the Feng family patriarch. He slapped 9 times on the Feng family patriarch's body, sealing the Feng family patriarch's true essence. The Feng family patriarch slumped weakly to the ground. Saint artifact. Su Long, Duan Yan, and Fu Xing's eyes were filled with dread. Lu Ming, since you have a saint artifact, why didn't you use it earlier? Duan glared hatefully at Lu Ming as she shouted. You think I can use a saint artifact whenever I want to? It consumes a lot of true essence. Just now, I was fighting against the Feng family patriarch and exhausted a lot of my true essence. I just recovered a little bit. Lu Ming casually explained. But Lu Ming's eyes were bright and his breathing was steady. How could there be a lack of true essence? He was obviously lying. But they did not help Lu Ming just now. Thus, they couldn't refute Lu Ming's words. A cold light flickered in the depths of Su Long's eyes, followed by a faint smile. I believe that junior brother Lu Ming has used his full strength. Now that the Feng family patriarch has been captured, let's ask him why he wants to kill us. The few of them walked to the front of the Feng family patriarch. Old man, speak. Why do you want to kill us? If you don't tell the truth, I'll peel your skin and pull out your tendons. I'll make you beg for death. Duan spoke viciously. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Her soul was injured by the Feng family patriarch, and it would take a few years for her to recover. She really wanted to peel his skin and pull out his tendons. I set everything up and lost everything. I'll speak, I'll tell you everything. The Feng family patriarch sighed, looking somewhat down and out. All of this started from an ancient ruin that I accidentally discovered. The Feng family patriarch sighed again. An ancient ruin? The eyes of Su Long, Duan and the others flickered. Normally, when it came to ancient ruins, there was a great chance that some treasure would appear, which was a great fortunate encounter for them. That's right. When I was in 6 Void Mountain, I accidentally entered an ancient cave abode and obtained a cultivation method from it. It requires the blood and soul of others to cultivate, and my cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds. The Feng family patriarch said. No wonder your cultivation is different from the records. You've reached the 4th layer martial dominator realm. Su Long said. It was obvious that he believed the story. That's right, I've indeed practiced that martial art. Furthermore, according to the records, the younger the genius, the more useful their blood and soul would be, allowing their cultivation to improve at a faster rate. The Feng family patriarch said. Therefore, you set up a trap to lure the disciples of the Dragon God Valley to kill you and use their blood and soul to improve your cultivation. Su Long said. That's right. The Feng family patriarch nodded. How bold of you. Aren't you afraid that your whole clan will be wiped out? Duan snapped. Ha ha ha, if my plan worked, my cultivation would improve greatly after killing you all. By then, I would have taken all the treasures in the ancient ruins and left the Tsang continent. The Yuanlu is so vast, how could the Dragon God Valley find us? What a pity, I was defeated by a 1st layer martial dominator realm kid. The Feng family patriarch burst out laughing. You're saying that there are treasures in the ancient ruins? Duan grasped the Feng family patriarch's words and her eyes flickered with greed. Su Long and Fu Xing reacted the same way. That's right. The Feng family patriarch nodded. Quick, bring us there. Duan said anxiously. No, unless you promise to let me go, I won't bring you there. Without me, you won't be able to find the 6th Void Mountain. The Feng family patriarch said. Humph, if you don't, I'll kill you now. Duan eyes flickered coldly as a murderous intent encapsulated the Feng family patriarch's figure. Clang. Su Long pointed his sword at the Feng family patriarch's neck and said. Bring us there, or you'll die now. If there's really an ancient ruin, I promise to let you go. You'll really let me go, unless you discover the blood oath. The Feng family patriarch said. Swoosh. Su Long's sword vibrated and a ray of sword chi shot out, slicing off one of the Feng family patriarch's ears. Nonsense, I'll do what I say. If you don't take it seriously, you'll die now. Chapter 1466. In the end, the Feng family patriarch had no choice but to nod and agree to bring Su Long's group to the ancient ruins. Let's go, you point the way. Su Long lifted the Feng family patriarch and said. To the east. The Feng family patriarch pointed out the direction. Lu Ming's group rose into the air and flew in the direction the Feng family patriarch pointed. They flew all the way to the depths of the 6th Void Mountain, flying a distance of more than 100,000 miles. Finally, they landed in a remote canyon. They arrived in front of a cave in the depths of the canyon. This cave was indeed very hidden. If one had to search slowly, it would not be easy to find it. This ancient ruin is an ancient cave dwelling. It's very big inside. I estimate that it's the place of seclusion of a peerless expert. The Feng family patriarch said. Greed flashed in Sulong's eyes, saying, "You better be telling the truth. Otherwise, you know the consequences." "Every word I say is true. That bell of mine was obtained from this cave dwelling," the Feng family patriarch said. These words made Sulong, Duanyan, Fuxing, and the rest believe him even more. That bell was indeed incomparably mysterious. It could injure one's soul. This kind of treasure was very difficult to buy in the outside world. Sulong took it without any courtesy on the way, not asking Lu Ming, the person who defeated the Feng family patriarch. Lu Ming did not say a word along the way, only following the group. "If you're worried, I can lead the way in first. Anyway, my cultivation is sealed. There's no way I can escape," the Feng family patriarch said again. "All right, you lead the way." Sulong put down the Feng family patriarch. The Feng family patriarch immediately strode into the cave. Sulong, Duanyan, and Fuxing hurriedly followed, as if afraid that the treasures inside would be taken away by others. Lu Ming walked at the back and followed in. Walking into the cave, there was a narrow passage. After going all the way in, about a few hundred meters later, they saw a faint light. Walking through the passage, the front suddenly opened up. It was a huge underground cave. On the surrounding walls, there were gems emitting a faint light. Arriving here, the Feng family patriarch's face revealed a sinister smile. He suddenly strode forward and knelt down. "This subordinate greets Elder Demon Soul." The Feng family patriarch kowtowed to a figure. A human figure. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Only then did they realize that there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the middle of the underground cavern. It was an old man. He looked very, very old. There were only a few strands of white hair left on his head. The skin on his face was shriveled and wrinkles piled up like mountains. His entire body seemed to be devoid of flesh and blood. He looked like a skeleton sitting there. However, those eyes were eerily black as they stared at Lu Ming and the others, revealing a deep desire. There was actually someone else in the ancient cave dwelling. It was an old man who looked like a skeleton. You did well." The skeleton-like old man let out an ear-piercing and unpleasant laugh. "Thank you for your praise, Elder. This is what I should do," the head of the Feng family said with a flattering expression. "What happened?" Lu Ming and the others slowly retreated. Duanyan shouted loudly. "We've been tricked," Lu Ming said in a deep voice. "A trap?" Duanyan was stunned. "Feng family patriarch, his purpose is probably to bring us here. He told us to go around him before he brought us here. It was all an act," Lu Ming said. "Ha ha ha, brat, you really are smart." "That's right, I was faking it. My goal was to bring you here and sacrifice you to Elder Devil Soul. If I could capture you and bring you here, that would be even better. If I couldn't capture you, then I could trick you here." The head of the Feng family laughed. It was fake. The ancient ruins were all fake. The head of the Feng family's purpose was to bring them here. "Look over there." Duanyan suddenly pointed behind the skeleton-like old man and said with a trembling voice. Lu Ming and the others looked over and were shocked. There was a pile of bones there. No, to be precise, it was a pile of dried corpses. It was just like after being devoured by Lu Ming's devouring power. "This person wants to use us to recover," Duanyan said with a trembling voice. At this point, how could they not guess the old man's purpose? They would be idiots if they didn't. It was obvious that this old man was injured and wanted to use them to recover. "Who are you?" "We are disciples of the Dragon God Valley. If you kill us, the experts of the Dragon God Valley will not let you go," Duanyan shouted. Dragon God Valley? 80,000 years ago, this old man killed countless of them. The skeleton-like old man sneered. His words made Sulong and the others feel like they had fallen into an ice cellar. 80,000 years ago, this old man had lived for at least 80,000 years. It was impossible for a martial emperor to live that long. In other words, this old man was a true Saint Realm expert. They actually ran into a true Saint Realm expert. Run. Duan Yen and Fu Xing turned around and ran. Die. Die. The skeleton-like old man bellowed. Then a shocking scene appeared. Duan Yen and Fu Xing's bodies stiffened abruptly, stopping in midair. Then both of them fell limply to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. Both of them died after being bellowed by the skeleton-like old man. They didn't even see how the old man attacked. Duan Yen and Fu Xing didn't even have any injuries on their bodies. Su Long's body trembled violently, cold sweat trickled down his back. Boom. At this time, a vast aura burst out from the skeleton-like old man's body. This aura was as deep as the sea, as if it was a world, as if it was the law of heaven and earth. True Saint Realm, the aura of a true Saint Realm expert. Plop. Su Long fell to his knees, kowtowing repeatedly as he begged. Senior, please spare my life. As long as Senior spares this wretched life of mine, this junior will go through water and tread on fire, become an ox or a horse, to repay Senior's kindness. Even Lu Ming was speechless. This Su Long was scared out of his wits after the skeleton-like old man released his aura, kneeling down and begging for mercy, without any dignity of a cultivator. Hee, if you want me to spare you, that's fine too. Relax your mind, I will engrave a restriction on your soul. You will obey my every command in the future, and I can spare you. The skeleton-like old man's aura quickly withdrew, and his shriveled voice continued to ring out. Su Long's face was completely pale, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. If the old man engraved a restriction on his soul, then he would have to obey the old man for the rest of his life, and become his slave. But if he didn't agree, the old man was a true Saint Realm expert. Didn't he see how Duan Yen and Fu Xing died with just a shout? What? You still need to hesitate? Let me tell you, I am an elder of the evil spirit sect. It is your great fortune to join my evil spirit sect. The skeleton-like old man sneered. What? You are an elder of the evil spirit sect? Chapter 1467. Su Long's face was filled with fear when he heard the skeletal old man's words. At this moment, he kowtowed without any hesitation and said loudly, "This junior is willing to submit to Senior and the evil spirit sect." Evil spirit sect? Lu Ming frowned slightly. He had never heard of this faction, but why was Su Long so terrified when he heard this name? Su Long's fear came from the depths of his heart. It was not an act. This meant that Su Long was truly terrified when he heard the name Evil Spirit Sect. Lu Ming guessed that the Evil Spirit Sect might be a great sect outside the Tsang province. Hee, at least you know what's good for you. Relax your mind. The skeletal old man smiled coldly. A wisp of black light spread out from between his brows and shot into Su Kong's body, disappearing without a trace. Su Long immediately revealed a respectful expression towards the skeletal old man and said, "This subordinate, Su Long, will definitely not hesitate to die for elder in the future. Kid, what about you? Relax your mind and submit to this old man. As long as you help this old man deceive more people, this old man will definitely reward you handsomely in the future." The skeletal old man said, "He's willing to be your lackey, but I'm not interested." Lu Ming said calmly, "What did you say? Kid, you're courting death." The skeletal old man shouted coldly, "Hee, you don't have to scare me. In my opinion, you don't have much strength now, do you?" Lu Ming stared at the skeletal old man and said. The skeletal old man's expression changed slightly. "Kid, this old man is indeed injured, but this old man can easily deal with a mere martial emperor. Is that so? In my opinion, it's more like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. When we first came in, you killed Duan Yen and Su Long with a loud shout. That method should have directly destroyed their souls. Then you deliberately released the aura of a saint stage cultivator to intimidate us. But if you really have the strength of a saint stage cultivator, why do you need to do this? You released your Saint Realm aura too deliberately. Moreover, you needed the Feng family's patriarch to lure us here. In my opinion, you shouldn't use that kind of method too much. Otherwise, your injuries will worsen. Also, you can't leave this place. You'll worsen your injuries. Am I right?" Lu Ming slowly retreated as he explained. The skeletal old man's expression changed. Su Long's expression also changed. Damn it, this Lu Ming knew so much. Why didn't he say it earlier? Su Long roared in his heart. If Lu Ming had said so earlier, he would not have sought refuge with the skeletal elder. He might have been able to escape if he had risked his life. Little guy, you're very careful, but you still have to die. Su Long, kill him for me. The skeletal old man instructed. Su Long's expression changed. He had no confidence in dealing with Lu Ming. Elder, although this person's cultivation is weak, but... Kill him for me, kill him. Kill. The skeletal old man shouted coldly. Su Long screamed as if he was in endless pain. Elder, please spare my life. I will kill him now. Kill him. The skeletal old man said. Lu Ming, go to hell. At the next moment, Su Long pounced on Lu Ming with a ferocious look in his eyes. Swoosh. 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 A terrifying sword light was released from Su Long's long sword, aiming at Lu Ming's vital points. Bang. 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 Lu Ming threw a few punches and broke Su Long's sword light. Lu Ming, what's the use of resisting? You are destined to die. Even if you escape back to the Divine Dragon Valley, Yin Feng will not let you off. Su Long roared. You are indeed sent by Yin Feng. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. This Su Long had hidden his cultivation level previously. When Lu Ming was fighting with the Feng family's head, he stood at the side and watched, wanting to kill with a borrowed knife. Lu Ming had been suspicious. Now it seemed that it was true. Originally, I wanted to find an opportunity to kill you while you were unprepared. Haha, but it's the same to kill you now. Su Long seemed to have gone crazy as he launched a torrential attack on Lu Ming. He had already surrendered to the evil spirit sect's elders. This matter must not be spread out. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Therefore, Lu Ming must die. Kill. At this moment, Lu Ming's third bloodline appeared, and a wave of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. Then, the chaotic domain erupted as he executed the hell-suppressing heaven art, and punched at Su Long. Boom. This punch directly pierced through all of Su Long's defenses. The terrifying fist force bombarded Su Long's chest. Half of Su Long's body exploded, and was sent flying into the distance. Apart from a few trump cards, this punch was almost Lu Ming's full strength. It was enough to kill a fourth-layer martial emperor expert. Su Long could not resist at all. After killing Su Long with a single move, Lu Ming's black wings appeared. With a flap, his figure rushed toward the entrance of the passage. Chaotic domain. It's actually the chaotic domain. I didn't expect a genius to comprehend the chaotic domain in the small Tsang continent. Kill. I must kill him. Shocking murderous intent flashed in the skeletal old man's eyes. Wisps of black light appeared between his eyebrows. Kill. The skeletal old man suddenly roared. A black ray instantly tore through the void and appeared behind Lu Ming, shooting toward Lu Ming. Its speed was unbelievably fast, as if it had teleported. Lu Ming was shocked. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. This ray of light directly penetrated the chaotic domain, and shot into Lu Ming's body, rushing toward the spirit god. Dang. The ray of light landed on the spirit god. The jade armor on the spirit god emitted a brilliant glow, forming a barrier that blocked the black ray of light. Lu Ming's body shuddered slightly, before he continued to rush toward the exit. A defensive artifact for the spirit god, such a rare artifact. Damn it, I can't let him escape. The skeletal old man let out a deep roar as his body emitted a cracking sound. It floated in the air like a skeleton that had been sitting there for tens of thousands of years. Elder, remove the seal on my cultivation. I'll help you to hunt down that kid. The patriarch of the Feng clan yelled. There's no point in keeping a piece of trash like you alive. Die. The skeletal old man's eyes flickered coldly as he opened his mouth and inhaled. A layer of black light encapsulated the patriarch of the Feng clan, who let out a cry of agony as his body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a dried corpse. Su Long's, Duan Yan's, and Fu Xing's corpses also turned into dried corpses. The essence of their flesh and blood had been devoured by the old man. At that instant, his skin began to emit a faint glow. Kill. With a low roar, he turned into a ray of black light and rushed out of the cave, chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming flew out of the cave. The wind-settling bead's energy flowed into him. He executed the wind origin spell, and the black feather wings to fly away. However, he didn't fly far before a shocking sound of breaking wind came from behind him. A ray of black light was flying toward him at an extremely fast speed. This old man actually wants to kill me regardless of his injuries. Chapter 1468. Lu Ming spread his black wings, which were more than 10 meters wide. With a flap, Lu Ming turned into a black bolt of lightning. He tore through the void and traveled 100 miles in an instant. This was the Yuan continent. This speed was extremely shocking. However, Lu Ming realized that the black light behind him was even faster, and was slowly approaching him. Air-frozen pearl. Lu Ming increased the energy of the air-frozen pearl, and his speed suddenly increased. He was barely able to keep up with the speed of the old man behind him. The two of them chased and fled. In the blink of an eye, they had left the Sixth Void Mountain, and were heading into the distance. The chase lasted for half a day. This brat, his speed is actually so fast. But if you want to maintain this speed, let's see how long you can last. Behind him, the skeletal old man sneered. True enough, at this moment Lu Ming gradually slowed down. To maintain this speed and fly at full speed consumed too much true qi. Continuously using the wind origin skill, and controlling the black wings consumed a lot of true qi. Now Lu Ming's true qi was running out. The skeletal old man and Lu Ming were getting closer and closer. Kid, even if I was severely injured 80,000 years ago and have yet to recover, it's still a piece of cake for me to deal with a puny first-layer martial royal like you. The skeletal old man's voice was unusually cold. Old man, do you really think you can catch up with me? Lu Ming's voice was still calm. Is that so? I'd like to see what other tricks you have. The skeletal old man sneered. Whoosh. Suddenly, a passage appeared in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped into it. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared thousands of miles away. Space-time territory, this is the space-time territory. The skeletal old man screamed in shock. That's right. Lu Ming had asked Bubble to help him open up the space-time territory. He appeared thousands of miles away in an instant, and distanced himself from the skeletal old man. After distancing himself, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large pile of origin stones appeared in the air. Lu Ming's palm erupted with a powerful devouring power, and devoured the origin stones. He then continued to fly, while refining the origin stones to replenish his true qi. Don't even think about escaping. The skeletal old man roared, his sunken eye sockets flashing with raging flames. The two of them continued their chase. When the distance between the skeletal old man and Lu Ming narrowed, Lu Ming asked Bubble to help him open a space-time channel. The distance between the two of them increased once more. This happened several times. The skeletal old man flew into a rage, but he still couldn't catch up to Lu Ming. No, I can't let this continue. I'm heavily injured, and if this continues, it'll be detrimental to my recovery. I have to quickly take down this person. Moreover, this person actually has the help of the space-time spirit mouse. Didn't the space-time spirit mouse die in battle? Why did it appear again? Let's take advantage of the fact that the space-time spirit rat is still not strong enough to kill it. The skeletal old man's eyes flashed, and in the end he gritted his teeth and steeled his heart. Break. The skeletal old man roared. Then a ray of light split from his body and entered the space. It flashed and disappeared. However, the skeletal old man's aura had weakened a little. In front of him, Lu Ming was flying. Suddenly, the space in front of him fluctuated. A black light flashed and a figure appeared. Lu Ming's pupils shrank, and his body stopped abruptly. It was the skeletal old man. The skeletal old man actually appeared in front of Lu Ming. Boom. The skeletal old man emitted a powerful aura, locking onto Lu Ming. Kid, let's see where you can run to now. The skeletal old man sneered. Swoosh. Behind him, there was the sound of something breaking through the air. A black light flashed, and another skeletal old man appeared behind Lu Ming. Two black-robed old men surrounded Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming realized that the skeletal old man didn't have a lower body. Only his upper body was left. The skeletal old man was wearing a large black robe. He didn't notice it at all when he was in the cave. Kid, you're really not simple. You've comprehended the primal chaos domain. and have a space-time spirit mouse as your companion. A person like you can't be allowed to grow. Today die. The skeletal old man sneered. A black light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. The black light was like a divine sword, shooting towards Lu Ming at an incredible speed. With a thought, Lu Ming's primal chaos domain spread out and blocked in front of Lu Ming. Chi. The black light shot into the primal chaos domain and made a chi-chi sound. But in the end, the primal chaos domain weakened a part of its power. The remaining part shot into Lu Ming's body and rushed towards the spirit god. Dong. The black light struck the jade armor on the spiritual deity, causing it to vibrate. In the end, the jade armor blocked the black light, but a small part of its power still passed through the armor and hit the soul. Lu Ming felt his soul tremble, and a numbing itch came from it. What a strange attack. It directly attacks the soul. Fortunately, I have the jade armor and my soul force is extremely powerful. That's why I can block it. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Kid, not only do you have a spirit god defensive treasure, but your soul force is also extremely powerful. Then you deserve to die. When the skeletal old man saw that his attack couldn't do anything to Lu Ming, the killing intent in his eyes became even stronger. Old man, you were seriously injured tens of thousands of years ago. You've been struggling at death's door for tens of thousands of years. You don't have much strength left. Why don't you find a place to heal? You're courting death. Dandan, who was on Lu Ming's other shoulder, shouted. Hee, even if this old man is seriously injured and has less than 100% of his strength left, killing you is more than enough. The old man sneered. His body emitted a layer of black light. His body began to become illusory, and the black light became brighter and brighter. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn as he focused 120% of his attention. Although the old man had been seriously injured a long time ago, he was still a genuine Saint Realm expert. No Saint Realm expert could be underestimated. Roar. The old man's body became more and more illusory. Finally, he turned into a huge pitch-black Grim Reaper, holding a Grim Reaper scythe. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. He thought of the underworld child of the divine wilderness continent. The underworld child's bloodline was a Grim Reaper that could harm the soul. The Grim Reaper scythe slashed at Lu Ming. In front of him, the skeletal old man sneered. His eyes were filled with raging flames. Two black divine swords shot out from his eyes, stabbing at Lu Ming. Lightning flame. Lu Ming shouted. The primal chaos domain turned into a sky full of lightning, forming a lightning domain. At the same time, the lightning domain burned with raging flames. The primal chaos domain could transform into tens of thousands of domains, except for some equally terrifying domains that could not be transformed. Lu Ming guessed that lightning and fire should be able to restrain the skeletal old man according to his cultivation technique. Sizzle. The Grim Reaper scythe and the two black divine swords bombarded the lightning and fire domains, producing sizzling sounds. At the same time, black smoke rose. It worked. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Break for me. Chapter 1469. Whoosh. Both the Death God scythe and the black divine sword became more powerful. They broke through Lu Ming's lightning fire domain and slashed toward Lu Ming. Chirp chirp. Bubble waved its claws and set up a space-time defense around Lu Ming. Although the skeletal old man's attack was mysterious, it was blocked by the space-time defense, and its power was weakened. Then it went through the defense of the black feather wings and hit the spiritual deity. Dong. The jade armor shook violently. The powerful force went through the jade armor and hit Lu Ming's soul. Lu Ming's face changed, and he was forced to retreat. The old man's attack was indeed terrifying. Even though Lu Ming had the jade armor, and his soul was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person, he still felt a tearing pain. If it was an ordinary person, even with the jade armor, their soul would have been destroyed. Still not dead. Lu Ming was shocked, but he did not know that the skeletal old man was even more shocked. The old man's soul attack could even destroy the soul of a LV7 Martial Royal. However, Lu Ming, who was only a LV1 Martial Royal, had blocked it. This was an attack that the old man had launched regardless of his injuries. It was very harmful to his severely injured body. Kill. I must kill him. Otherwise, if he spreads the news that I am still alive, it will be troublesome. The skeletal old man shouted in his heart. He ignored his injuries and launched another attack. The death god scythe slashed down again. The skeletal old man in front of him threw out a huge palm print toward Lu Ming. This time, not only did he launch a soul attack, but he also launched an ordinary attack. Leave this to me. Dandan flew out and opened its mouth. An illusory world flew out and attacked the huge palm print. At the same time, Bubble attacked and many terrifying space-time blades slashed toward the old man. If you want to fight, let's fight to the death. Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely. He did not care about the death god scythe behind him. He flapped his wings and charged forward. He wanted to counterattack. His glabella shone and a shield appeared in front of him. It became as big as a mountain. Boom. The illusory world that Dandan spat out bore the brunt of the attack and collided with the gigantic palm print. The illusory world collapsed under the impact of the gigantic palm print. Thereafter, it faced the gigantic shield that Lu Ming had summoned. Dong. This shield was a saint weapon, indestructible. The palm print slammed into the shield, causing it to tremble and be sent flying. However, the palm print also disappeared. The palm print was neutralized. Bubble's space-time blade continued to slash at her opponent. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. It seemed his opponent was truly weak to the extreme. Other than his soul attacks being a bit powerful, his ordinary attacks weren't strong at all. Kill. Lu Ming roared and punched with both fists. More than a dozen fists blasted towards the skeletal old man along with Bubble's space-time blade. The skeletal old man's expression changed. His entire body was covered in a pitch-black light, and he continuously sent out palm prints. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion sounded. After a terrifying collision, the skeletal old man's body floated back. At the same time, the death god scythe also slashed Lu Ming, causing Lu Ming's soul to feel a tearing pain. However, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and withstood it. Kill. With a flap of his black wings, Lu Ming charged towards the skeletal old man in front of him. He stared at the skeletal old man, completely ignoring the death god scythe's attack behind him. Swish. The black wings were like two heavenly blades, slashing towards the skeletal old man. At the same time, a long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he swept it out. 13th strike. The emperor-level long spear vibrated 4 times in a row. 4 terrifying forces instantly erupted and blasted towards the skeletal old man. At the same time, Dandan and Bubble's attacks also arrived, crushing their opponent at the same time. The skeletal old man roared and stretched out his bony claws, slapping out continuously. A terrifying collision erupted, and the force swept out in all directions. In the end, the skeletal old man was at a disadvantage and was sent flying. The black light on his body trembled for a while. Damn it, kid, I want you to die. The skeletal old man roared crazily, and the black light on his body burned like a flame. Behind him, the huge death god turned into a ray of light and merged into the skeletal old man's body. Boom. Following that, a terrifying aura spread out from the skeletal old man's body. It was like an immemorial divine mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming's body. This was the terrifying aura of a saint stage expert. Not good, this old man is going all out. Dandan exclaimed. Demonic soul blade kill. The skeletal old man roared, and the black light on his body condensed into a shocking giant blade, slashing towards Lu Ming. The giant blade slashed through the clouds in the sky, splitting them in half. This giant blade made Lu Ming feel a terrifying sense of danger. Buzz. The shield flew out and blocked in front of him. Then Dandan and Bubble set up their defenses. Bam, bam, bam. The giant blade slashed down, and the shield flew out. Then Dandan and Bubble's defenses were shattered. The giant blade then slashed towards Lu Ming. The black wings closed in front of him, and above them, was shrouded in the chaotic domain. Clang. The giant blade slashed on the black wings, and the black wings shook violently. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then Lu Ming's entire body smashed towards the ground like a meteorite. Boom. Lu Ming smashed heavily on the ground, creating a large crater. Nest. What a powerful force. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt the blood in his body churning, and several bones in his body were broken. The skeletal old man flew toward Lu Ming, holding an illusionary giant blade in his hand. A powerful aura shrouded Lu Ming, and the flames in his eyes burned fiercely. Lu Ming was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The martial arts he practiced were shocking, and he had many treasures, including a few sacred weapons. He did not look like a first-layer martial dominator at all. At the same time, he had a space-time spirit mouse and a little tortoise with him. He could not recognize them, but they were definitely shocking. Together, Lu Ming's vitality was too strong. Even if the skeletal old man was severely injured, he could still kill an ordinary first-layer martial dominator easily. However, Lu Ming was still alive. He had already used some forbidden techniques, regardless of his injuries, but Lu Ming was still alive. While the skeletal old man was shocked, he was even more determined to kill Lu Ming. What should I do? If this continues, I will be exhausted to death by this old man. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Oh right, the prison-suppressing boulder. Lu Ming's eyes flickered all of a sudden. It was obvious that the skeletal old man had practiced an unorthodox martial art. The prison-suppressing boulder was extremely effective against unorthodox and demonic martial arts. Lu Ming had almost forgotten about it. It was related to the fact that Lu Ming had refined his spiritual flesh after reaching the martial dominator realm. After Lu Ming had refined his spiritual flesh, he had subconsciously neglected the remaining two bloodlines. He had almost never used them. Chapter 1470. With a thought, the prison-suppressing steel floated out. Suppress. Lu Ming growled, and the prison-suppressing steel rapidly enlarged, suppressing the skeletal old man. The prison-suppressing steel. It's the prison-suppressing steel. Impossible. Wasn't the prison-suppressing steel shattered? The moment the skeletal old man saw the prison-suppressing steel, he let out a hysterical cry. His voice was filled with endless fear. Then he turned and ran. When the skeletal old man saw the prison-suppressing steel, he didn't even dare to make a move and directly ran. Boom. The prison-suppressing steel shook, and the word below emitted a dazzling light. The prison-suppressing steel became as tall as the sky and instantly appeared above the skeletal old man's head, suppressing him. Ah! The skeletal old man screamed in horror, and a terrifying black light spread out from his body. At this moment, the skeletal old man's aura was extremely strong. He waved his hand, and a terrifying saber light slashed at the prison-suppressing steel. This saber was many times more powerful than the saber that he had slashed at Lu Ming previously. Lu Ming's expression was grave. The skeletal old man's saber was truly going all out. However, the prison-suppressing steel emitted a terrifying aura that could suppress everything in the world. When it came crashing down, the saber light that the skeletal old man slashed out instantly collapsed. Boom. Then, the prison-suppressing steel heavily pressed down on the skeletal old man's body. The skeletal old man screamed miserably, and his withered body directly exploded, turning into ashes. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This was because he didn't activate the prison-suppressing steel at all. It was completely the prison-suppressing steel that killed the enemy automatically. Moreover, its power was shockingly strong, many times stronger than when Lu Ming activated it himself. The prison-suppressing steel could actually kill the enemy automatically and erupt with shocking power. Lu Ming found it unbelievable. Swoosh. At this moment, a black light flew out from the place where the skeletal old man's body exploded. Its speed was shockingly fast, as if it had shattered the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Brat, wait for the revenge of my evil spirit church. The skeletal old man's unpleasant voice came from afar. He's not dead yet. Lu Ming frowned. The skeletal old man's body was destroyed, but a wisp of his soul had escaped. Wang. The prison-suppressing steel trembled, as if it was angry. Then it quickly shrank and flew back to Lu Ming's head, where it floated quietly. Lu Ming looked at the prison-suppressing steel curiously. It seemed that the prison-suppressing steel was not to be trifled with. Its origins were astonishing. Lu Ming had not displayed the true power of the prison-suppressing steel. What he had displayed was most likely just the tip of the iceberg. The prison-suppressing steel is actually attacking the enemy on its own? This has never happened before. Strange, could it be that the other party has cultivated some evil arts? But I've encountered people who cultivated the evil arts, the demonic arts, and even the ghostly arts before, but none of them have ever caused such a phenomenon. Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. He felt that the prison-suppressing steel shouldn't have attacked him just because the other party had cultivated an evil art. There must be some other reason, but Lu Ming still didn't know what it was. Back in the Godly Ruins Continent group, that big man from the Heavenly Divinity sect said that the Heavenly Divinity sect had a fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. It shouldn't be wrong. I must think of a way to get that fragment. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, the Heavenly Divinity sect was extremely powerful. Some people even said that the Heavenly Divinity sect's overall strength might be the strongest among the 13 top sects in the Tsang province. It would be extremely difficult to obtain the fragment of the prison-suppressing steel. Lu Ming suddenly looked in front of him, at the place where the skeletal old man's body had been destroyed. The skeletal old man didn't leave anything behind, not even a storage ring. But now Lu Ming saw a piece of black paper floating down. Lu Ming's heart moved, and he kept the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. His body moved, and he appeared beside the paper, grabbing it in his hand. A secret skill. Lu Ming glanced at it, and found that it was a secret skill recorded on the paper. Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming kept the paper, and with a flap of his black wings, he tore through the void and left this place. The battle just now might have attracted the attention of the nearby experts. A few 100,000 li away, Lu Ming found a secluded cave and entered it. Sitting in the cave, Lu Ming waved his hand and summoned a pile of origin stones. His devouring force burst out and devoured the origin chi of the origin stones, refining them and recovering his strength. A few hours later, Lu Ming's true chi had fully recovered. Furthermore, his true chi was flowing smoothly and had reached the peak of its refinement. I'm about to have a breakthrough. Lu Ming's face was filled with joy. Previously at the Dragon God Valley, he had refined 3 royal domain fruits. Both his domain and cultivation had reached the peak first layer martial dominator realm, only a step away from the second layer martial dominator realm. After a period of time and the battle with the skeletal old man, his potential had been suppressed, and he was finally about to have a breakthrough. Lu Ming's palm glowed as a heavenly Dao stone appeared, which flew toward Lu Ming's head and floated above Lu Ming's head, emitting streams of heavenly Dao aura. Lu Ming began to cultivate in silence. A few days later, a powerful devouring force was emitted from Lu Ming's body. The origin chi of the heavens and earth surged toward Lu Ming, and was devoured by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming took out a pile of intermediate origin stones to assist his cultivation. As the origin stones were devoured, Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed. Second layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming finally had a breakthrough. His chaotic domain was upgraded to the second layer martial dominator realm, while his cultivation had also reached the second layer martial dominator realm, greatly increasing his strength. However, Lu Ming did not stop cultivating. He continued to stabilize his cultivation. 3 days later, Lu Ming finally came to an end. His cultivation of the second layer martial dominator realm had thoroughly stabilized. Let's see what kind of secret technique the skeletal old man left behind. At this moment, Lu Ming took out the paper left behind by the skeletal old man and began to read it. The black paper was made of an unknown material. It was extremely tough and flexible. It felt as light as a feather when he held it in his hand. Lu Ming inserted his true chi into the paper. Lines of tiny words appeared on the paper. Secret soul attack technique, godly sword art. After a while, Lu Ming put down the paper with a hint of excitement in his eyes. What was written on this paper was a soul attack technique. According to what was written on it, cultivating this secret technique would allow one's soul to be tempered, and its strength would constantly increase. At the same time, one could use a special method to condense spiritual strength into a divine sword that could be used to attack another person's soul. Lu Ming could not help but recall the attack of the skeletal old man. The eyes of the skeletal old man had emitted a black glow, which was like a godly sword attacking one's soul. This was a priceless treasure. It was almost impossible to buy it in the outside world. It could refine one's soul and increase the strength of one's soul. It could also be used to attack one's soul. This was extremely suitable for Lu Ming. His soul had been refined by the world-refining calamity bell. It had been broken and then rebuilt. The strength of his soul was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person's. If he cultivated the godly sword art, his soul attack would be extremely powerful. Chapter 1471. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Whoosh! Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 black rays of light shot out from his eyes. They were like 2 black divine swords that pierced forward. They flew a few hundred meters and disappeared into the walls of the cave. The divine sword art is so mysterious. I haven't mastered it yet. According to the records, when I master it to a high level, I can become invisible. With a shout, I can destroy the opponent's soul and kill them without leaving a trace. Lu Ming muttered. The more he cultivated, the more Lu Ming felt that the divine sword art was unfathomable. He recalled the time when the Feng family's patriarch had brought them to meet the skeletal old man. The skeletal old man had killed Duan Yen and Fu Xing with a single shout. It was likely that he had the ability to destroy their souls with a single shout. There was also the Feng family's second master and third master. They should have died because their souls were destroyed. That was why they didn't have any wounds on their bodies. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. The divine sword art would definitely become his trump card in the future. I have been in seclusion for more than half a month. It's time to go back. Lu Ming walked out of the cave and looked into the distance. What entered his eyes was a vast mountain range. He realized that he was lost. He didn't know where he was. Previously, when the skeletal old man was chasing him, he had randomly chosen a direction to escape. He didn't pay attention to where he was escaping to. I'll find a place with people and ask around. Lu Ming soared into the sky and disappeared. Half an hour later, a city appeared in front of him. Lu Ming flew into the city. Not long after, he flew out again. I never thought that I would be in the territory of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Lu Ming muttered. Sky Universe Demon Sect. He thought of Xian Yanqing. Since I'm here, I should go and see Xiaoqing. How is she doing? Why didn't she enter the Great Emperor's mystic realm? Lu Ming had a lot of questions in his heart. Then he moved and flew in the direction of the Sky Universe Devil Sect according to the information he had just obtained. Lu Ming flew at full speed. After more than a day, huge mountains came into view in front of him. Those were all demon mountains. Demonic mountains that were tens of thousands of feet tall pierced into the sky. This region was filled with surging demonic qi. This was the entrance to the Sky Universe Demon Sect. When Lu Ming flew closer, Lu Ming saw a shocking scene. In the depths of the Devil Mountains, there was a pillar of devil qi that towered up into the sky. It was incomparably large, even larger than most of the Devil Mountains. Could it be that the devil qi here was formed by that pillar of devil qi? Lu Ming muttered to himself as he continued flying. Stop! Suddenly, with a loud shout, 2 figures appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his path. The 2 young men were in their 20s. They wore black robes and carried demonic sabers on their backs. There was a demonic mark between their eyebrows. They were disciples of the Sky Universe Devil Sect. Halt! If you continue forward, you will reach the entrance of the Sky Universe Devil Sect. What business do you have here? One of the young men asked. Greetings to the 2 of you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, I'm here to look for someone. Oh, looking for someone? Looking for a disciple of the Sky Universe Devil Sect? Tell me what's her name. Maybe I can help you ask. One of the young men said. Her name is Xian Yanqing. Have the 2 of you heard of her? Lu Ming said. What? You're looking for the saintess? The 2 young men's faces suddenly changed as they shouted in a low voice. Saintess? Lu Ming was dumbfounded. How did Xian Yanqing become the saintess of the Sky Universe Devil Sect? He remembered that after Xian Yanjuan joined the Heavenly God Sect, she became the saintess of the Heavenly God Sect. Could it be that Xian Yanqing also became the saintess of the Sky Universe Devil Sect? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Kid, leave now. Hurry up and leave. One of the young men on the left said coldly. Why? I'm really looking for Yanqing. Lu Ming said. How dare you? How dare you call the saintess by her name? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? You're just a second-level martial royal realm cultivator, and you want to get close to the saintess? Dream on. The young man on the left scolded. Lu Ming frowned and said, Guys, I'm an old friend of the Saintess. I'm from the same place. From the same place? The two young men were stunned. The one on the right said, You're from the Divine Wilderness continent? That's right. Lu Ming nodded. The two young men looked at each other and one of them said, Kid, you'd better not lie to us. Otherwise you'll end up miserable. Also, you're from the same place as the Saintess. What's your relationship with her? The Saintess is very busy and needs to cultivate in seclusion. We can report this to the higher-ups. If we find out that you're lying, kid, you know the consequences. I'm Nianqing's boyfriend, Lu Ming said after a slight hesitation. What? How bold, kid, you're courting death. The two young men uttered furious roars and glared at Lu Ming with murderous intent. Kid, you dare to disrespect the Saintess. You deserve to die. Who do you think you are? A mere ant dares to claim that you're the Saintess' boyfriend. You won't be leaving today. The two young men snapped as they drew out their demonic sabers. An icy aura encapsulated Lu Ming's figure. They both possessed a cultivation of the peak second layer martial royal realm. Lu Ming frowned and said, I'm telling the truth. You can report this to the Saintess and tell her that Lu Ming is here to see her. She'll know what I'm talking about. How bold of you to say such nonsense. Duh. The young man on the left yelled as he slashed at Lu Ming with the demonic saber in his hand. At the same time, the young man on the right slashed at Lu Ming's head with his demonic saber. It seemed like they were going to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered coldly as a long spear appeared in his hand and collided with the two demonic sabers. Clang! Clang! The demonic sabers vibrated as a terrifying force surged into them. The two young men's bodies shuddered violently as they were knocked backward. Only after retreating a few dozen steps and stepping on the void with a rumbling sound did he stabilize his body. How bold of you to fight back. You're courting death. You won't be leaving this place today. The two young men yelled at Qin Nan. The two of you, Lu Ming asked nicely, and everything he said is true. Yet, you want to kill me. This is outrageous. Lu Ming said coldly. If they weren't at the Heavenly Demon Sect, they would have been killed by the previous attack if they wanted to kill Lu Ming. What do you mean by telling the truth? Bullshit. You're insulting the Saintess. One of them yelled. Whoosh. At that instant, a demonic glow flickered as another young man appeared. What's going on? The young man placed his hands behind him. His gaze was sharp, and his aura was several times stronger than the two young men guarding the entrance. Senior brother Jin Yu, you're just in time. Here comes a pervert who dares to claim that he's the boyfriend of the Saintess Nianqing. One of the young men yelled. What? The young man with the name Jin Yu wore an icy expression as a murderous intent was emitted from his body, encapsulating Lu Ming's figure. An ant dares to claim that you're the boyfriend of the Saintess. You're dead meat. Jin Yu stepped forward as his powerful aura suppressed Lu Ming's figure. Peak 4th Layer Martial Dominator Realm. Chapter 1472. Kid, kneel down now and slap yourself 200 times, and I'll leave your corpse intact. Jin Yu stared at Lu Ming in a condescending manner. Ridiculous, Nianqing and I are in a relationship. We've known each other for many years. Why would you say that? Lu Ming said coldly. How could Lu Ming avoid such a question? He could tell that these young men had different thoughts about Nianqing. Therefore, he would not avoid it. He wanted everyone to know that Nianqing was Lu Ming's girlfriend. Die. Jin Yu yelled and slammed his palm down. Bang. A huge fiend palm print pressed down on Lu Ming with a loud bang. Its power was shocking. Previously, the patriarch of the Feng clan had also been a peak 4th layer martial dominator, but his aura was nothing compared to Jin Yu's. Evidently, this person was a heaven's chosen. Break! Lu Ming murmured as he stabbed forward with his spear. 13th strike. Whoosh! A spear glow tore through the sky and stabbed at the demonic palm print. For streams of energy burst out from the tip of the spear and penetrated the demonic palm print, causing it to dissipate into demonic chi. A mere second layer martial dominator has some strength, but you're still going to die. Jin Yu's eyes were cold as his aura grew stronger. His demonic chi burned like flames. Stop it! At that instant, a crisp voice could be heard. Jin Yu was startled. He turned around and his expression changed drastically. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Saintess." "Greetings, Saintess." The two young men from before bowed as well. "Saintess?" Lu Ming glanced in the direction of the voice. A woman was flying toward them. She was wearing a long black dress. Her figure was graceful and her skin was fair. She was extremely beautiful. However, she was not Xian Yanqing, but an unfamiliar woman. Clearly, there was more than one saintess in the Sky Universe demon sect. This was very normal. Many sects would have titles such as Holy Maiden, Holy Sun, Zongzi, etc. These people were the most talented geniuses of a sect, and they had the potential to inherit the position of sect leader in the future. However, there would usually be more than one such person. Some sects had 2, 3, or even more. Every single one of them was extremely talented, and they competed with each other. Only the strongest would be able to inherit the position of sect master. The woman stepped into the air and arrived in front of Lu Ming. "What's going on?" "Saintess Lu Yu. An audacious pervert has come here. He dares to claim that he is Saintess Nianqing's boyfriend. I'm going to kill him." Jin Yu said respectfully. Although his cultivation was not bad, he was respectful and fearful in front of Lu Yu. "Nianqing's boyfriend? Interesting." Lu Yu's eyes flashed and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She looked at Lu Ming and said, "Are you really Nianqing's boyfriend?" "That's right. Whether it's real or fake, we'll know once we see Nianqing." Lu Ming said, "Okay, I'll believe you this time. But you have to know that if you lie, the Sky Demon sect will be your burial ground." There was a trace of killing intent in Lu Yu's eyes. "I'm just a LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivator. How dare I?" Lu Ming smiled. "Okay, I'll take you to see Nianqing," Lu Yu said. "Saintess." Jin Yu's face changed. "Shut up. Do you have a problem with my decision?" Lu Yu glanced at Jin Yu coldly. Jin Yu broke out in a cold sweat and quickly lowered his head, not daring to say anything. "Let's go." Lu Yu stepped into the air and walked toward the depths of the Sky Demon sect. Lu Ming followed behind Lu Yu. On the way, some people looked at Lu Ming in surprise, but when they saw that it was Lu Yu who led the way, no one said anything. After crossing many demon mountains, the demon chi in front of them became denser and denser. Soon, they arrived at an incomparably huge demonic mountain and landed in front of a huge palace. "This is Nianqing's residence," Lu Yu said. There was a trace of anticipation in Lu Ming's eyes. He hadn't seen Xian Yanqing for more than half a year. He wondered if she was doing well since they parted ways on the continent of God. "Saintess Lu Yu, may I know why you're here?" A middle-aged woman appeared in front of Lu Yu and bowed slightly. "Please tell her that an old friend is here to see Nianqing," Lu Yu said softly. "An old friend?" The middle-aged woman looked at Lu Ming and said, "Is he the one?" "Yes, this is Lu Ming. He said that he's Nianqing's boyfriend." Lu Yu smiled. "The Saintess's boyfriend?" The middle-aged woman's face suddenly changed. She said, "He's just a LV2 Martial Royal Realm cultivator." "Saintess Lu Yu, are you mistaken? This is the Sky Demon sect. I don't think he dares to lie. Whether he's right or wrong, just tell Nianqing to come out and see him," Lu Yu said. The middle-aged woman's eyes flickered. She pondered for a moment and said, "All right, I'll tell the Saintess." Saying this, the middle-aged woman turned around and went into the palace. A moment later, a figure came out from the palace and appeared in front of Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, is that really you?" A surprised voice could be heard. A glamorous figure stood in front of Lu Ming and observed him carefully. "Nianqing." Lu Ming wore a smile on his face. It had been more than half a year since they last met. He finally saw Xian Yanqing in Yuanlu. It had been half a year since they last met, but Xian Yanqing was still as beautiful as ever. In fact, the devilish glow she exuded was even more intense than before. She exuded a unique charm that would cause the hearts of those who saw her to palpitate. Lu Yu, who was standing beside Xian Yanqing, was also beautiful. However, when she stood next to Xian Yanqing, she was subconsciously outshone. The others' gazes naturally shifted from Lu Yu to Xian Yanqing. Lu Yu's eyes flashed with jealousy, but she smiled and said, "Junior sister Nianqing, it seems like he's telling the truth when he says he's your boyfriend." "That's right." Xian Yanqing nodded. "Ha ha ha. Then I'll have to congratulate junior sister Nianqing. But I'm a little curious. Your boyfriend's cultivation is too low. He's only a second-layer martial emperor. At this point Lu Yu stopped. Her tone was filled with a hint of mockery. In my opinion, Lu Ming's talent is much stronger than yours. It won't be long before he surpasses you. Alright, senior sister, please go back. Xian Yanqing said coldly, as if he didn't get along well with Lu Yu. Ha, junior sister, I'll take my leave first. Lu Yu smiled and left in the air. Lu Ming, come with me. Xian Yanqing pulled Lu Ming's hand and entered the palace. There was an elegant courtyard behind the palace. Xian Yanqing leaned on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming took the opportunity to hug Xian Yanqing's slender waist and kiss Xian Yanqing's rosy lips. The place was filled with tenderness. After a long while, their lips parted. The two snuggled up to each other and poured out their hearts. Xiaoqing, how did you become the saintess of the Sky Demon Sect? Chapter 1473. After I came to the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect, I accidentally got into a conflict with someone and had a big fight. Unexpectedly, my master took a fancy to me. My master is the sect leader of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. She took me in as a prodisciple. Later on, I was tested to have a rare innate demon body. Therefore, I was made the saintess of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Xian Yanqing explained. Innate demon body, is it a type of innate spiritual body? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. That was possible. After all, the cultivation level in the Divine Wilderness continent was too low. Some heaven-defying talents could not be discovered or discovered. However, it was different in the Yuanlu continent. Moreover, there were many types of innate spiritual bodies. For example, Yin Feng's innate spiritual body was the worst among the innate spiritual bodies. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, he could only transform into an inferior earth spiritual body. Some strong innate spiritual bodies could transform into a medium earth spiritual body, or even a superior earth spiritual body, or even stronger. Xian Yanqing's innate demon body was probably extraordinary. Therefore, she was made the saintess of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. Moreover, Lu Ming realized that Xian Yanqing's cultivation was higher than his. She had reached the peak of level 3 Martial Emperor realm, and was only a step away from level 4 Martial Emperor realm. Lu Ming finally understood why Xian Yanqing did not go to the Great Emperor Mystic realm. It was very likely that Xian Yanqing had already broken through to the Martial Emperor realm, and could not enter the Great Emperor Mystic realm. Following that, Lu Ming briefly explained his experience along the way. Xiaoqing, that Lu Yu doesn't seem to get along with you? Lu Ming asked. That's right. She and I are both saintesses, and are qualified to compete for the position of the future sect leader of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect. She brought you to see me because she wants to damage my reputation. She doesn't have good intentions. Xian Yanqing explained. Although there was no rule in the Sky Universe Demon Sect that forbade the Holy Maiden from associating with others, it was generally hoped that the Holy Maiden would try her best not to associate with others before she broke through to the Saint Realm, because it would distract her. Lu Yu had purposely brought Lu Ming here to find Xian Yanqing to let others know that Xian Yanqing had a boyfriend, and that they were dating. This way, the higher-ups of the Sky Universe Devil Sect would have a bad impression of Xian Yanqing, and their chances of competing for the position of Sect Master would be lower. This was the reason why Lu Yu had brought Lu Ming in. Xian Yanqing's lips curled into a smile as he said, if she wants to compete for the position of Sect Master, then let her. After all, I don't care about the position of Sect Master. Xiaoqing, regardless of whether you have a heart or not, you still have to be careful in the future. Lu Ming asked with concern. Yes, I know. Xian Yanqing nodded. The two continued to chat for a while. Meanwhile, the news that a strange man with a cultivation of the second-layer martial dominator realm was the boyfriend of the Holy Maiden Xian Yanqing was spread across the Sky Universe Demon Sect, causing a great uproar. A second-layer martial emperor trash is the Holy Virgin's boyfriend? This is ridiculous. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. I'll let him know that he's not worthy of the Holy Maiden. Voices filled with anger and jealousy could be heard from the mouths of the young men. That being said, Xian Yanqing and Lu Ming were unaware of this. The two continued to be intimate with each other. A few hours later. Lu Ming, it's rare for you to come to the Sky Universe Demon Sect. I'll show you around. There are some nice places in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Xian Yanqing said. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. The two came out from the palace and walked in the air while holding hands, taking a stroll in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. However, before long, they were stopped by a young man. How dare you take advantage of the Holy Maiden? You deserve to die. The young man roared. His eyes were burning with jealousy when he saw Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing holding hands. Xian Yanqing was a legend in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. She came from a small continent and was recruited by the Sky Universe Demon Sect's envoy. As soon as she arrived, she was chosen by the Sky Universe Demon Sect's sect leader as a core disciple. Later, it was found that she had a rare innate demon body and was named the Holy Maiden. Moreover, Xian Yanqing was a kingdom-toppling beauty. Compared to Xian Yanqing, some of the beauties in the Sky Universe Devil Sect paled in comparison. Therefore, Xian Yanqing became the goddess in the eyes of many young men in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. However, Xian Yanqing's personality was cold and aloof. She treated everyone with a cold expression and had a strange temper. There wasn't a single handsome young man who could make her smile. But now, Xian Yanqing's boyfriend had suddenly appeared, and he was even holding hands with Xian Yanqing. This caused the youth to almost explode from anger. He was so jealous that he wanted to vomit blood. Get lost. A cold voice came from Xian Yanqing's mouth. Holy Maiden, this person is trash. You have to think twice. Don't be fooled. The young man roared. Get lost. You only have 3 breaths of time. Xian Yanqing said coldly, and a terrifying aura spread out from her body. The young man's face turned ugly. He gave Lu Ming a warning look, and then turned to leave. Little Qing. It seems that you are very popular in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. Lu Ming muttered. Xian Yanqing rolled her eyes at Lu Ming and smiled. If the young men in the Sky Universe Demon Sect saw Xian Yanqing's expression, they would be dumbfounded. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Are you feeling pressured? I have many suitors in the Sky Universe Demon Sect. There are even geniuses from other sections. Some of them are even at the peak of the Martial King realm. Xian Yanqing blinked her big eyes and looked at Lu Ming. I am a little jealous. However, I don't feel pressured. These people are nothing in my eyes. In a few years, they will not be my opponents. Lu Ming smiled confidently. You are so shameless. Xian Yanqing said with a smile, his face brimming with happiness. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly looked in front of him. In front of him, rays of light streaked across the sky. Even though they were far away, Lu Ming could see that they were young men flying towards him angrily. Lu Ming's lips curled up and he said, Since you said that I am shameless, I will show you how shameless I am. After saying this, Lu Ming directly hugged Xian Yanqing's slender waist and pulled Xian Yanqing into his arms. How dare you? Let go of your stinky hands. Despicable ant, how dare you? I'm going to cripple your hands. Let go. Several young men appeared in front of Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. When they saw Lu Ming hugging Xian Yanqing, their eyes almost spat fire. Their faces turned red, and they could not wait to devour Lu Ming. Damn it, the sacred and noble saintess was being hugged by this guy. Upon having this thought, they could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. All of you piss off. It's none of your business. Xian Yanqing snapped coldly. Saintess, you are still young. Don't be fooled by this guy. That's right. You have a peerless talent. You should find a guy with the same talent. For example, I am only a second-layer martial dominator trash. The young men spoke one after another. Emogia. Chapter 1474. Emogia sneered as he watched from the crowd. At this moment, he stepped out and shouted, Lu Ming, I know that you and the Holy Lady came from the same small mainland, and have known each other since a long time ago. However, in that small mainland, the Holy Lady was like a pearl covered in dust and her talents were not discovered. Therefore, your cultivation seems to be worthy of the Holy Lady. However, the Saintess' talent has been revealed, and she is now from a different world from you. The difference between you and the Saintess is too great. If you know what's good for you, leave the Saintess. Don't waste her time. There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. In other words, you're saying that you're very powerful and talented? Of course, how can you compare yourself to us? Someone replied with a sneer. Lu Ming let out a disdainful smile and said, I, Lu Ming, came from a desolate continent, the divine desolation continent. I'm 26 years old now, and I'm a second-layer martial royal realm cultivator. What about you? You call yourselves geniuses from the Yuanlu continent. With such a good environment and cultivation at your age, what gives you the right to act all high and mighty in front of me? If you give me a few years, I'll surely trample all of you under my feet. Lu Ming's powerful voice spread far and wide, causing the young geniuses of the heavenly universe demon sect to wear unpleasant expressions. How presumptuous! Who do you think you are? How dare you say you can trample all of us under your feet? You're a tyrant on a desolate island, and you think you can do the same in the Yuanlu continent? You're overestimating yourself. The young geniuses scolded loudly. One of them stepped forward and yelled furiously. Kid, I'm also a second-layer martial royal realm cultivator. Do you dare to fight me? If you want to fight, let's fight. Lu Ming let go of Xian Yanqing and stepped forward. Kid, even if we're at the same level, I'll let you know what true strength is. I'll defeat you in 10 moves. The young man yelled coldly as a demonic aura soared into the sky. He looked like a demon god as he waved his hands, and a terrifying demonic light slashed at Lu Ming. Get lost. Lu Ming's eyes glistened as he took a step forward. 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps. Now Lu Ming had already cultivated the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps to perfection. A casual step was like 9 dragons walking in the sky, and its power was terrifying. Boom. Lu Ming took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens, and 9 dragons flew out from under Lu Ming's feet. His opponent's demonic light was immediately shattered by the 9 dragons, which then crashed heavily into his opponent's body. The other party let out a blood-curdling scream as the bones in his body crackled. His body was sent flying, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He flew for over 1,000 meters before finally coming to a halt. Defeated in 1 move. How is this possible? He muttered to himself. It was simply unbearable. Just a moment ago, he was acting all high and mighty. He wanted to teach a lesson to Lu Ming, an ant from an uncivilized island, with the title of Yuanlu's genius. He even said that even if they were on the same level, he would let Lu Ming know what true battle prowess was. He would defeat Lu Ming in 10 moves. But now, he had been defeated by Lu Ming in a single move. Compared to what he had just said, he was so ashamed that he wished he could find a crack and hide in it. The faces of the other young men of the Sky Universe demon sect changed. The young man from before had an inferior earthly spiritual body. His battle prowess could easily crush other cultivators of the same level, but he had been defeated by Lu Ming in a single move. This made them re-evaluate Lu Ming. Who else wants to fight me? My cultivation is at the early stage of the 2nd layer martial royal realm. Those of the 4th layer martial royal realm or below can fight me. If you can defeat me, I'll leave right away. Lu Ming glanced at the crowd as his voice echoed from afar. What? Cultivators of the 4th layer of the martial emperor realm and below are allowed to fight. Arrogant beyond belief. You're overestimating yourself. The young men of the Sky Universe demon sect yelled furiously. Lu Ming had said that those of the 4th layer martial royal realm, or below from the Sky Universe demon sect could fight him. He was only at the early stage of the 2nd layer martial royal realm, but he dared to say that he could fight the 4th layer martial royal realm geniuses of the Sky Universe demon sect. Kid, don't think you're so great just because you defeated someone of the same level. I'll fight you. A young man yelled furiously as he stepped forward. A powerful aura burst out from him, forming a demonic cloud that covered the sky. This person's cultivation was at the 3rd layer martial royal realm. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ming was straightforward. He took a step forward and executed the 9 dragons heaven-trampling steps again. Each of Lu Ming's steps caused the sky to rumble, as if a giant was walking in the sky. In an instant, 9 giant dragons danced in the air as they lunged toward his opponent. Break. His opponent yelled as he threw out dozens of punches in a row. Rays of pitch-black fist radiance shot toward Lu Ming. However, when the 9 dragons collided, the fist radiance collapsed. Bang! Just like the previous one. The young man was sent flying by the 9 dragons. He let out a cry of agony as he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Another move. Just like the previous young man, he was defeated with a single move. There seemed to be no difference between the 3rd layer Martial Royal Realm and the 2nd layer Martial Royal Realm. The only difference was that Lu Ming had taken a few more steps. The young men of the Sky Universe Demon Sect exchanged glances with one another. How could Lu Ming's strength be so terrifying? Was he really someone from the desolated island? Xian Yinqing smiled from behind. Lu Ming was getting stronger. Humph, maybe he used all his strength in that move. He's just putting up a strong front. A cold voice came from the crowd. It was Mo Jia. Many people's eyes flickered. Maybe that was the case. Perhaps Lu Ming's earlier move seemed simple, but it was very likely that he had unleashed all his power at once and unleashed all his trump cards. That was why he was able to defeat his opponent in one move and obtain victory. Maybe Lu Ming's strength had reached its limit. That must be it. Many people thought so. Otherwise, how could a lowly ant from a desolate island have such strong combat strength? How could they endure this? Mo Jia, do you dare to come out and fight me? Lu Ming stared at Mo Jia and said coldly. Mo Jia's face darkened. In the great Emperor Mystic Realm, he had indeed fought with Lu Ming and was no match for Lu Ming. Mo Jia, go. Let this kid know the true power of the Sky Universe Demon Sect's genius. That's right. With your strength, it'll be easy to take him down. The other young men of the Sky Universe Demon Sect said, causing Mo Jia's face to darken. What? You don't dare to fight me? Why don't you just admit defeat? Also, all of you get lost. Lu Ming sneered. Arrogant. Mo Jia, teach him a good lesson. A young man was enraged. Bang. Bang. Mo Jia stepped out and stared coldly at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, times have changed. Now, I can defeat you. Boom. A powerful aura exploded from Mo Jia's body. Peak Level 3 Martial Royal Realm. Chapter 1475. For someone like Mo Jia, he had suppressed his cultivation when he was a sovereign. Once he broke through to the Martial Royal Realm, his cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. However, after reaching the peak of LV3 Martial Royal Realm, his previous accumulation had almost been exhausted. His future progress would slow down. However, this was enough to make Mo Jia confident. His cultivation was almost 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. With every step Mo Jia took, his aura became stronger. His demonic body was glowing, and there was demonic chi flowing around it. Mo Jia has a rare medium earth spiritual body, and his cultivation has reached the peak of LV3 Martial Royal Realm. He can easily suppress this kid. Yes, I wonder how many moves this kid can take from Mo Jia. Some of the youths from the Sky Demon Sect began to discuss. Mo Jia, you are very confident. But I hope you won't end up like the previous two. Lu Ming smiled faintly. The previous 2 youths were also full of confidence, but in the end they were defeated miserably. Dark Demon Fist. Mo Jia suddenly roared. His body moved like lightning and he pounced on Lu Ming. Then he threw a punch at Lu Ming. Wherever the fist passed, the void trembled and a terrifying storm was formed. Good. Lu Ming smiled faintly and threw out a punch. Dong. Their fists collided heavily with each other. It was as if 2 giant hammers had collided in the air. Demonic chi surged. When the 2 fists collided, Mo Jia's face changed. He groaned and his body trembled as he was sent flying far away. What? The other youths from the Sky Demon Sect opened their eyes wide. Mo Jia had been defeated in a head-on confrontation. Mo Jia had a medium earth spiritual body, and his body was extremely strong. However, he had been defeated by Lu Ming with a single punch. Could it be that Lu Ming also had a medium earth spiritual body? A medium earth spiritual body was considered a rare spiritual body in the 13 top sects in the Tsang continent. Dark Demon Seal. Mo Jia retreated 100 meters with a gloomy face. He looked up to the sky and roared. Demonic chi burst out from his body like a raging flame. Everything within 100 meters was covered by demonic chi. A huge palm print formed in the sky. It seemed to cover the sky and the sun as it blasted toward Lu Ming. It was terrifyingly powerful. Emojia's battle prowess was indeed very strong. He was much stronger than the third-layer martial emperor from before. Both the strength of his spiritual body and the use of domain martial techniques were shocking. An ordinary peak third-layer martial king would not be able to withstand a single attack from Emojia. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. Whoosh! Lu Ming shot up into the air, surrounded by his primal chaos domain, and unleashed the hell-suppressing heaven art. Lu Ming's body appeared extremely small in front of Emojia's demonic palm. However, when Lu Ming's fist landed on the demonic palm immediately collapsed. Lu Ming stepped through the devilish chi and walked towards Emojia. His cold voice rang out. Emojia, is this all you've got? What a disappointment. Impossible. Emojia roared. That move just now was the combination of his spiritual body and domain martial skill. It could be said that he had pushed his combat strength to the peak. However, in front of Lu Ming, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. 9 dragons in the sky. Lu Ming took a step forward and his figure instantly appeared above Emojia's head. He took 9 consecutive steps and 9 dragons roared and danced in the air, flying toward Emojia. Get lost. Emojia roared furiously. His demonic body glowed, and his domain covered his entire body. He threw out a palm and a palm print blasted on the 9 dragons, sending them flying. However, Lu Ming had already appeared in front of Emojia and threw out a punch. Bang! Emojia was sent flying and vomited blood. His chest was caved in. Defeated, Emojia was defeated. Everyone could see that if Lu Ming had not shown mercy, Emojia would have died. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying. Emojia, who had a medium earth spiritual body, was defeated by Lu Ming even though his cultivation was higher. He was easily defeated by Lu Ming. Could it be that Lu Ming had a high earth spiritual body? Many people's hearts trembled as they thought of this possibility. Impossible. Immediately, they shook their heads in their hearts. There were not many high earth spiritual bodies in the entire Tsang state. Every one of them was a genius with unparalleled combat strength. They were invincible figures among the younger generation. How could Lu Ming have a high earth spiritual body? In fact, Lu Ming did not have a high earth spiritual body, but a medium earth spiritual body. However, Lu Ming had gone through the world refining Calamity Bell, and there was a trace of chaotic chi in his body. This made Lu Ming's physical body much stronger than others of the same level. Although his current spiritual body was a medium earth spiritual body, its power and strength were comparable to a high earth spiritual body. In addition, Lu Ming had broken through to the second level martial royal realm, and his chaotic domain had broken through to the second level. His combat strength had greatly increased, and he was much stronger than when he was in the Great Emperor Mystic Realm. Although the chaotic domain was difficult to cultivate, and it was difficult to improve, the increase in power was terrifying with every breakthrough. Damn it! Emojia roared in his heart as he looked at Lu Ming with a gloomy expression. However, Lu Ming ignored him. He looked around and said, "Who else wants to fight?" The remaining youths of the Sky Universe Demon Sect looked at each other with ghastly expressions. Even Emojia had been defeated. Who else could fight him? Emojia had a medium earth spiritual body, and his combat strength was strong. It would not be easy for an average 4th level martial royal realm genius, with an inferior earth spiritual body to defeat Emojia. However, Lu Ming had defeated him. Therefore, an average 4th level martial royal realm genius with an inferior earth spiritual body would not be able to defeat Lu Ming. Only a 4th level martial royal realm genius, with a medium earth spiritual body, would be able to defeat him. However, there were not many medium earth spiritual bodies and none of them were present. Moreover, many of the youth's cultivation had surpassed the 4th level martial royal realm, and had reached the 5th or 6th level martial royal realm. If news of him bullying Lu Ming, a 2nd level martial emperor, with such a cultivation level, the younger generation of the Heavenly Universe Demon Sect would become a laughingstock. For a moment no one spoke. "Let me have a go at you." At this moment a voice was heard. In the distance, a light flashed and a young figure appeared. "Senior brother Jinyu. It's senior brother Jinyu." Great, senior brother Jin Yu is going to fight. Victory is in our hands. Let's see how arrogant that kid is. Many people of the Sky Universe Demon Sect were overjoyed when they saw the young man. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. This young man was the one who had attacked Lu Ming when he had first arrived at the mountain gate of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. However, he had been interrupted by Lu Yu. This young man's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level martial royal realm. Jin Yu looked at Lu Ming coldly and said, "Kid, you escaped before. It's the same for me to deal with you now." His voice was cold and arrogant, as if he was superior. His cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level martial royal realm, and a terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and the true essence in his body circulated wildly to resist Jin Yu's aura. Boom. Chapter 1476. In the face of Jin Yu, Lu Ming had to be cautious and did not dare to be careless. Jin Yu gave Lu Ming a strong pressure. A 4th level martial emperor could be called a mid-level martial emperor. His combat strength was far beyond that of a 3rd level martial emperor. Moreover, Jin Yu's spiritual body was definitely not simple. One could tell from the expressions of the other Sky Demon Sect disciples. Dark feather. Jin Yu stretched out a hand and pressed against the void. His domain spread out. The domain that was filled with demonic chi continued to expand and spread toward Lu Ming. The domain was filled with endless demonic chi. There were even feathers that were like swords dancing in the air. It's senior brother Jin Yu's dark feather domain. It said that senior brother Jin Yu's domain has reached the 5th level. Someone exclaimed. Dark feather domain, what a wonderful domain. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There were thousands of domains in the world, and it was possible to see any domain. Some geniuses comprehended a variety of intents when they were below the martial emperor realm. Then, after breaking through to the martial emperor realm, they might produce some wonderful domains. For example, some people comprehended wind and fire intents before reaching the martial emperor realm. After breaking through to the martial emperor realm, they might be able to condense a wind and fire domain, which was more powerful than a single domain. Jin Yu's dark feather domain was obviously a hybrid domain. Moreover, it was at the 5th level, which was beyond his cultivation level. Its power was absolutely amazing. Chaotic. Lu Ming's heart moved. He also pressed his palm against the void and the chaotic domain spread out rapidly. He wanted to use the chaotic domain to fight against Jin Yu's dark feather domain. Haha, this kid is really overestimating himself. He actually wants to use his domain to fight against senior brother Jin Yu's domain. Watch, he's about to lose. Senior brother Jin Yu's dark feather domain is at the 5th level, and he's only at the 2nd level. He's going to collapse in an instant. He won't be able to hold on for more than a breath. On the side, some youths sneered. Was it possible for a 2nd level domain to fight against a 5th level domain? Buzz. The two domains collided, causing the void to tremble. Then the two domains intertwined and fiercely resisted. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. In the blink of an eye, 10 breaths. Their domains were still entangled with each other, fighting fiercely. Some of the youths from the Sky Universe Devil Sect stiffened. Their eyes widened as they stared at Lu Ming. The 2nd level domain was actually able to contend against the 5th level domain of the demonic feather. It seemed that it would be hard to determine the winner for a while. How was this possible? What kind of domain was this? Why was it so terrifying? What's so great about a level 5 domain expert? Break. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly said coldly and pressed down with one hand again. Wang. The primal chaos domain trembled, becoming millions and millions of June heavy, suppressing everything. Boom. Jin Yu's expression changed drastically. His demonic feather domain collapsed with a bang. His body trembled and he involuntarily retreated 3 steps. The others were dumbfounded. Jin Yu's face was extremely gloomy. In a clash of domains he had actually lost. He was no match for Lu Ming. His 5th level domain was actually no match for Lu Ming's 2nd level domain. This made him want to kill Jin Yu. Originally, he wanted to perform well in front of Xian Yanqing and easily trample on Lu Ming. He wanted to show Xian Yanqing how weak Lu Ming was. He wanted to show Xian Yanqing that he was a true genius. But now his 5th level domain was no match for Lu Ming's 2nd level domain. It could be said that he had lost face. Boom. Demonic chi surged from Jinyu's body, and a terrifying demonic true origin spread out from his body. Kid, a domain is only one of the martial artist's combat strength. It does not represent all of their combat strength. Now I will show you what true combat strength is. Jinyu shouted. His spiritual body shone and demonic chi surged. A demonic saber flew out from between Jinyu's eyebrows and he held it in his hand. Ridiculous. A domain does not represent all of one's combat strength. If you have the ability, suppress your cultivation to LV2 Martial Royal Realm, and I will defeat you in one move. Lu Ming's voice was filled with mockery. Jinyu had wanted to use his domain to suppress Lu Ming. After his domain was no match for Lu Ming, he said that a domain did not represent all of one's combat strength. How ridiculous was that? Humph. Jinyu snorted and his face turned even colder. The demonic saber in his hand slashed down. A saber gleam pierced through the sky. It was unknown how long it was, but it slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his true origin to the maximum, and his muscles bulged. Strands of chaotic chi flowed through his muscles, increasing the strength of his spiritual body. Roar. A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. Then Lu Ming rushed up and the chaotic domain exploded as he threw out a punch. Boom. This punch landed on Jinyu's saber gleam. There was an earth-shattering boom. Lu Ming's body shook violently and the chaotic domain shook violently. His body was sent flying with a swoosh. So strong. Lu Ming retreated 1,000 meters away and felt a burning pain on his fist. At the same time, the blood in his body was boiling. Jinyu's spiritual body was definitely a medium earth spiritual body like Emojia. His cultivation was at the peak of the 4th layer Martial Royal Realm, and his combat strength was shocking. For geniuses like Jinyu, he could easily kill cultivators of the 5th layer of the Martial Emperor Realm, or even stronger. Haha, that kid is no match for him. Many people laughed. Finally, Lu Ming was no match for Jinyu. They let out a long breath and felt relieved. They had been suppressed by Lu Ming before, and they had been too sullen. Lu Ming. Behind them, Xian Yinqing revealed a worried expression. 1,000 cracked demonic saber. Jinyu pushed Lu Ming back with one strike. Seizing the opportunity, the demonic saber slashed toward Lu Ming once again. The energy of the air-frozen bead flowed into Lu Ming's body, and he used the wind origin technique. His body flashed and he dodged Jinyu's saber light without leaving a trace. Jinyu frowned and slashed his saber again. This time, there were 3 saber lights that blocked Lu Ming's 3 escape routes. However, Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Those with weaker cultivation could barely see Lu Ming's shadow. He dodged the 3 saber lights one by one. Slash slash. Jinyu roared. This time, he slashed out 7 rays of saber light in a single breath. Unfortunately, it was useless as Lu Ming dodged them one by one. Damn it, kid, what's the point of dodging? If you have the ability, fight senior brother Jinyu head-on. That's right, you only know how to dodge. What's the point? Some of the young men shouted unhappily. Ridiculous. When did you hear that a martial artist's movement is not a part of his combat strength? Lu Ming sneered. Those people's faces turned red. Indeed, movement was an important part of one's combat strength. Attack, movement, and defense were all part of one's strength. What was the use of brute force if you couldn't hit your opponent? You can't escape. Chapter 1477. Swoosh. 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 Lu Ming's body flickered as he dodged the blade radiance. He then rushed towards Jinyu. Good timing. There was a cold murderous intent in Jinyu's eyes. The demonic feather realm spread out. In the realm, there were saber gleams slashing toward Lu Ming. Seal. Lu Ming suddenly spat out a word. Buzz. 5 light doors suddenly appeared above Jinyu's head. The 5 sealed doors emitted a dazzling light as they pressed down on Jinyu. At this moment, Jinyu's movement stiffened as he was shrouded by the sealed doors' sealing power. He was greatly affected. Break for me. Jinyu roared as blade radiance pierced through the air. 5 blade radiance slashed towards the 5 sealed doors. The 5 sealed doors vibrated violently. Boom. 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 Following that, the 5 sealed gates exploded with a loud bang. However, this momentary seal was enough for Lu Ming. Divine Sword Art. Lu Ming appeared near Jinyu. Two beams of black light shot out from his eyes. They were like two divine swords, piercing toward Jinyu. This was a soul attack and Jinyu's realm could not withstand it. The black divine swords pierced through the realm at an astonishing speed, and entered Jinyu's body. They went straight for his spiritual spirit. Boom. At this moment, Jinyu felt a tearing pain in his soul. His spiritual spirit shook violently and his aura weakened. At this moment, Lu Ming unleashed his full strength. His third bloodline appeared and a wisp of energy entered Lu Ming's body. He then punched out. This punch was Lu Ming's strongest attack apart from the chaotic flipping sky seal. The punch directly pierced through Jinyu's realm and headed towards Jinyu. Get lost! Jinyu roared as he endured the pain in his soul and unleashed his full strength. However, how much strength could he unleash in such a short time? Boom! Lu Ming's fist force crushed Jinyu's power like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Jinyu's entire body shook violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was like a cannonball as he was sent flying by Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming stomped heavily in the air. His figure was like lightning as he caught up with Jinyu and punched out again. Jinyu screamed miserably. His entire body was smashed into the ground, heavily smashing into a towering devil mountain. Rubble flew everywhere as Jinyu's entire body sank into the devil mountain. How could this be? The other disciples of the Sky Universe Demon Sect were dumbfounded. Earlier, it was clearly Jinyu who had the upper hand all along. Why was it that in a blink of an eye, Jinyu was defeated by Lu Ming with a crushing momentum? Some people didn't even see how Jinyu was defeated. Just now, Lu Ming had suddenly counterattacked, using the Divine Gate 9 seals, and then used the Divine Sword Arts to attack Jinyu's soul, causing Jinyu to reveal an opening. Then he exploded with his full strength and heavily injured Jinyu. All of this happened too quickly, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Brat, what kind of despicable means did you use to injure senior brother Jinyu? That's right, he must have used some despicable means. Otherwise, senior brother Jin, you clearly had the upper hand. How could he be defeated so quickly? You're shameless. A few youths glared at Lu Ming and berated him. Shut up. A cold shout rang out as Xian Yinqing stepped forward. His face was as cold as frost as his gaze swept across the disciples of the Sky Universe Demon Sect. He berated. As a disciple of the Sky Universe Demon Sect, you were defeated when your cultivation was 2 levels higher. Instead of reflecting on your own shortcomings, you only know how to slander others. Don't you feel ashamed? But one of the youths wanted to refute. What just now? In the previous battle, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Jinyu had used a martial emperor spiritual weapon, while Lu Ming was still barehanded. He did not even use a martial emperor spiritual weapon. He won by relying on his own strength. How could he have used any despicable means? If he really did use some despicable means, there are so many people here, including a senior brother who is a high-level martial emperor. How could he hide it from them? Xian Yinqing berated once again. Some of the youths in the crowd with unfathomable cultivations wore unpleasant looks on their faces. They knew that Xian Yinqing was right. Lu Ming had won by relying on a secret technique and his own strength. The youths blushed and did not dare to say anything. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? 4th layer Martial Dominator Realm, and below are welcome to challenge me. Lu Ming said. The disciples of the Sky Universe Demon Sect wore gloomy expressions. Who else could fight? Even Jinyu had been defeated. Jinyu was definitely an undefeatable figure among the 4th layer martial emperors. Not many people could defeat him. If even he had been defeated, the others would only be humiliating themselves. The crowd exchanged glances with one another, but no one dared to step forward. I thought the disciples of the Yuanlu sect would be strong. But in the end they couldn't even defeat me, someone from the desolated island. How disappointing. Lu Ming shook his head and let out a sigh. Ah, damn it. Many of the youths of the Sky Universe Demon Sect clenched their fists and gritted their teeth. Lu Ming's words were like slaps to their faces. Previously, they had called Lu Ming an ant from the desolated island. How could he be compared to them? They had belittled Lu Ming and placed themselves in a superior position. saying that Lu Ming was not worthy of Xian Yanqing. Only geniuses like them were worthy of Xian Yanqing. But now? They had sent geniuses who were 2 layers higher than Lu Ming, but they were still no match for Lu Ming. If Lu Ming was an ant from the desolated island, then what were they? Their faces were burning, as if there were flames burning on them. I almost forgot. I have something to do. I'll leave first. A young man suddenly spoke and turned around to leave. I have something to do too. Me too. My master is looking for me. Then, one by one, the young men quickly left. They were too ashamed to stay there, especially in front of Xian Yanqing. Kid, the Sky Universe Demon Sect has a stronger genius. He's just training outside. Let's fight next time. A few of the most unwilling youths spat out hatefully before slipping away. Even Jin Yu was carried away by others. In the blink of an eye, everyone had left. Lu Ming, I'm sorry. Xian Yanqing stepped forward and held Lu Ming's hand. What's there to be sorry about? You're my woman. These toads want to eat swan meat. I'll beat them up one by one. Lu Ming smiled. Xian Yanqing's little face blushed slightly as a happy smile appeared on her face. Buzz. Right at this moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the space nearby, and a figure abruptly appeared there. It was a middle-aged beauty in a black magic robe. She had an indescribable aura. Master! Xian Yanqing exclaimed when he saw the middle-aged beauty.